Chapter 29:18. But in the face of everyone's questions, whether it was the dragon sovereign or the ancestral dragons, none of them answered. Their gazes were locked onto the battlefield. Sure enough, I didn't make a mistake. The Prince of the Dragons also looked at Qin Feiyang on the battlefield, and the smile in his eyes became more and more brilliant. "Brother, you're still laughing?" The Princess of the Dragons noticed the expression of the Prince of the Dragons and was immediately furious. The Prince of the Dragons said, "Sister, you don't understand. This battle is only the beginning." "Are you talking in your sleep?" The Princess of the Dragons frowned. Hearing this, the Prince of the Dragons looked at the Princess of the Dragons and smiled without saying a word. "Battlefield? Impossible. This sovereign is a sovereign weapon. How can I be defeated in the hands of a little human?" The dragon god sword that was cut in two muttered to itself. Its tone was full of anger and hostility. "I said that I'm not fighting alone. There are billions of living beings fighting with me. As long as they are here, I will have endless blood, and the slaughter domain can become stronger endlessly. No matter if I become a demon in the end, as long as I can destroy you, everything is worth it. The last blow, you will be completely destroyed for me." Qin Feiyang held the blood-colored sword with both hands. Although his body was full of holes, and although his forehead was full of weakness, his aura was like a rainbow, and his killing intent soared to the sky. "You're courting death." The dragon god sword was completely enraged, and the two halves of the sword shone brightly, crazily attacking Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang did not retreat at all. With a roar, the blood-colored sword slashed out. "You think you've won? Wrong. You're still far from it. Sword domain, soul seize." Just as it approached, the heavenly dragon divine sword suddenly let out a fierce roar, and the sword domain appeared once again. A formless energy instantly pounced towards the center of Qin Feiyang's brows like a torrent. At that moment, Qin Feiyang felt a fatal threat. This threat actually came from the soul. Needless to say, this soul seize was the same as the soul extermination technique. It could destroy all defenses and directly erase one's soul. But, even so, Qin Feiyang did not back down. Because there was only one chance. If the dragon god sword was given a chance to breathe, who knew how long this battle would last? It was even possible that in the end, the dragon god sword would turn defeat into victory. Therefore he had no choice. He had to destroy the dragon god sword in one go. Rumble. The two collided. With a loud clang, the dragon god sword shattered. At the same time, that formless power also engulfed Qin Feiyang, and an aura of death suddenly enveloped him. Even with Qin Feiyang's temperament, he could not help but scream. "Even if you destroy this body, you will not be able to escape death." The dragon god sword's artifact spirit laughed loudly, but its words were weak and powerless. Furthermore, the shattered fragments also dimmed. Obviously, this was already the limit of the dragon god sword. It no longer had the power to fight. "What's there to fear about death? Senior brother madman, don't forget your promise to me." "You must destroy the dragons," Qin Feiyang whispered. The formless power ignored all defenses and went straight for the soul. "Don't worry, I will do what I say." Inside the black tortoise world. Looking at Qin Feiyang who was about to die, Madman clenched his fists. Yi Zhong, Qin Batian, Fire Lotus and the others were also silently shedding tears. Clang! But just when everyone thought that Qin Feiyang was dead for sure, a dull loud sound suddenly exploded in Qin Feiyang's sea of consciousness. This is... Qin Feiyang himself was also shocked and hurriedly looked inside his sea of consciousness. Immediately, Qin Feiyang saw an unbelievable scene. In his sea of consciousness, there was a blood-colored word floating. Battle! This was the battle formula. Boom! Immediately after. This battle word collapsed and turned into a blood-colored divine light, surging with that formless power. Qin Feiyang's sea of consciousness immediately turned into a battlefield. The blood-colored divine light and the formless power continued to clash, evenly matched. Buzz. All of a sudden, another golden light emerged. In the golden light, there was a return word. Return formula. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. What was going on? He had mastered the six-word formula for many years, but this was the first time he saw the battle formula and return formula take the initiative to attack. And the power was even stronger than before. One must know that the strength of the Dragon God Sword after its full recovery was something that only the Slaughter Domain could contend against. But now, the return formula and battle formula were able to compete with the formless power. What did this mean? It meant that the power of the return formula and battle formula was not much weaker than the Slaughter Domain. Buzz. Suddenly, another divine light emerged, and there was an attainment word inside. Attainment formula. The three heaven-defying formulas turned into three divine lights, constantly pouncing on the formless power. After a few breaths, that formless energy was actually forcefully destroyed by the three great divine arts. This, Qin Feiyang was shocked. The Dragon God Sword also felt extremely shocked when it sensed the disappearance of the formless power, and roared, "What level of formula is this? If it's just a heaven-defying formula, it can't be this strong." Qin Feiyang really didn't know how to answer. In the past, he had always thought that the six-word formula was a heaven-defying formula. However, the strength of the Slaughter Domain and the extraordinary performance of the attainment, battle, and return formulas all proved that they had surpassed the limits of heaven-defying formulas. The most important thing was, why didn't the battle, attainment, and return formulas have such an amazing performance? Was it the kill formula that had always been in the limelight? Could it be that the power of the battle, attainment, and return formulas had not been completely revealed? However, he couldn't care so much now. Qin Feiyang grabbed the blood-colored sword and once again slashed at the fragments of the Dragon God Sword. To cut the grass, one must remove the roots. The Dragon God Sword must not be left behind, because once the Dragon God Sword is restored, there will be big trouble in the future. Most importantly, after fighting with the Dragon God Sword for so long, he was riddled with wounds, and he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. If it wasn't for his astonishing willpower, he would have already fainted. So, he must completely get rid of this disaster before he fainted. Damn it, damn it. The Dragon God Sword's artifact spirit roared, and the fragments scattered in the chaos zone immediately rushed towards the sacred mountain of the divine Dragon Island. It actually escaped? For a sovereign divine weapon, escaping was a kind of humiliation. But now, it couldn't care so much. The blood-colored sword was too shocking. With its current state, there was no possibility of winning. Don't even think about escaping. Qin Feiyang used the attainment formula and chased crazily. Swish. However, at this moment, a space tunnel appeared in front of the Dragon God Sword. The fragments of the Dragon God Sword immediately rushed into the space tunnel and disappeared. Long Zun. Qin Feiyang roared and rushed towards the divine Dragon Island with murderous intent. This was the law of space and time. Obviously, it was Long Zun who saved the Dragon God Sword. However, Qin Feiyang didn't fly very far before he staggered and fell from the sky. An unprecedented weakness appeared in his heart. His consciousness was quickly swallowed by the darkness. And the killing domain and the blood-colored sword were also dissipating. Qin Feiyang had also reached his limit. His whole body was weak and powerless. His body, which was riddled with holes, was still bleeding non-stop. Swish. It was also at this moment. Madman and Fire Lotus appeared. Madman hugged Qin Feiyang. "I'm sorry, I couldn't completely destroy the Dragon God Sword." Qin Feiyang muttered. "It's okay. The Dragon God Sword is already broken, now it's just like a piece of trash. Leave the rest to me." Madman laughed. "Please." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly, then his head tilted and he fainted. "Qin Dage." Fire Lotus shouted. Madman comforted her. "It's okay, he's just temporarily unconscious. Take him to the Black Tortoise world to recover." "Okay." Fire Lotus nodded and took Qin Feiyang from Madman's hands and disappeared without a trace. Madman raised his head and looked in the direction of the divine Dragon Island. A monstrous baleful aura suddenly broke out from his body. "Dragons, your end is here." In an instant, Madman seemed to have changed into a different person. His entire body was surrounded by blood and baleful aura. Following closely, he stepped towards the divine dragon island step by step. Black Tortoise World. Feiyang. When Fire Lotus appeared with Qin Feiyang, the mermaid princess and the others immediately surrounded them, their faces full of worry. "It's okay. He's just unconscious," Fire Lotus said in a low voice, then handed Qin Feiyang to the mermaid princess and said, "Take good care of him." Mermaid princess nodded. Fire Lotus raised her head and looked at the image in the air. Looking at Madman's back in the image, there was a trace of relief in her eyes. This kid was no longer the little guy who only knew how to mess around all day. He had already grown up and become very mature. He was already capable of shouldering this heavy burden. Shua. Fire Lotus looked at the little boy and shouted, "Quickly control the Black Tortoise World and follow." Although Fire Lotus had the authority to freely enter and exit the Black Tortoise World, she couldn't control it. But the little boy could. Hearing this, the little boy immediately controlled the Black Tortoise World and chased after Madman. Although Madman was powerful now, he was only a half-step undying after all. He couldn't face all the dragons alone. At the same time, the shattering of the Dragon God Sword meant that the battle with the dragons had officially begun. Sacred Mountain. At this moment, it was dead silent. Whether it was the dragons or the humans, they all looked at the shattered pieces of the Dragon God Sword floating in the air with heavy expressions. No one would have thought that the final outcome would be the defeat of the Dragon God Sword. Even such a powerful existence like the ruler divine weapon was defeated by Qin Feiyang. Then they definitely couldn't do it. For a moment, the entire sacred mountain was shrouded in an atmosphere of despair. Although I lost to him, he's already an arrow at the end of its flight. What's there to be afraid of? The Dragon God's Sword said angrily. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. Longzuan took a deep breath and said, "Lord Divine Weapon is right. Qin Feiyang has already fainted and the slaughter zone no longer exists. With the strength of us dragons, we can definitely fight them. We can't rely on Lord Divine Weapon for everything. We have to end this battle ourselves." The 10 ancestral dragons also roared. Chapter 29:19. However, their words didn't motivate them. Everyone looked very depressed. Especially the millions of humans who had sided with the dragons. They couldn't help but regret it. If they had known that Qin Feiyang was so strong, who would have pledged their loyalty to the dragons? In fact, resources were only one of the reasons why they had sided with the dragons. The main reason was to seek protection. The battle between Qin Feiyang and the Dragon Slayer Palace and the dragon race would start sooner or later. In their opinion, Qin Feiyang and the Dragon Slayer Palace had no hope of winning. The dragons had ruled the ancient world for so many years, and they were deeply rooted. How could a mere Dragon Slayer Palace and Qin Feiyang be able to shake them? Instead of taking risks with these people, it was better to side with the dragons as soon as possible. This way, when the Dragon Slayer Palace and Qin Feiyang died, they would definitely be put in an important position by the dragons. But they never expected that Qin Feiyang would show such terrifying strength and defeat the sovereign weapon. Moreover, when they saw Qin Feiyang fighting against the sovereign divine weapon for the ancient world, for the world, and for all living beings, they felt ashamed. So now they were a little shaken. Compared to the benevolent Qin Feiyang, they were too selfish. Long Zun glanced at all the dragons and humans, and a monstrous murderous intent suddenly erupted. All the dragons and humans couldn't help but tremble and look up at Long Zun. The battle with the Dragon Slayer Palace hasn't even started, and all of you are so lifeless. What is this? Is that all you have? Can you be scared out of your wits? Long Zun was furious. Compared to Qin Feiyang's subordinates and the Dragon Slayer Palace, her people were simply a bunch of mobs. Facing Long Zun's anger, no one dared to say a word. I'll say it first. When the battle starts, whoever dares to desert will be killed without mercy. Long Zun shouted. Murderous intent filled the sky and enveloped the entire place. All the dragons and humans couldn't help but tremble, and their faces were full of fear. Useless things. Long Zun snorted coldly and looked up at the sky. The sovereign divine weapon had been shattered, and the barrier protecting the sacred mountain had also dissipated. Now, the dragons had no choice but to face the enemy head-on. Boom. Time passed quietly. A terrifying baleful aura surged out. From afar, Long Zun and the various ancestor dragons could see a figure walking over step by step. This figure was Madman. At this moment, the madman's body was surrounded by blood-red flames, and the aura of evil power enveloped the surroundings. Step by step, he walked towards the sacred mountain. His long hair danced wildly in the wind. His entire person was like a demon king, causing people to involuntarily feel fear. Lunatic. The prince of the dragons looked at the madman, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Black Dragon Ancestor Dragon glared at Madman and then at Dragon Sovereign. Lord Dragon Sovereign, the barrier is gone. If the war starts, I'm afraid our people will, I know. Apart from those in the imperishable realm, send everyone else to the divine spatial item. Long Zun said in a low voice. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon immediately turned around and took action. Soon, the sacred mountain became extremely empty, leaving only a few tens of thousands of people. But this number was shocking enough, because these tens of thousands of people were all in the imperishable realm. Among them, there were more than 1,000 human supreme experts. Although many human supreme experts were sacrificed last time, Divine Dragon Island still had a 500-year time array after all. After all these years, among the millions of people who submitted to the dragons, there were also some who had reached the peak 9 heavens realm and successfully stepped into the half-step imperishable realm. Of course, there were even more dragons. After all, the dragons had always been recuperating on Divine Dragon Island. The number of peak 9 heavens realm divine dragons was already countless. Now, with this 500-year time array, there were naturally many divine dragons who stepped into the imperishable realm. More than 10,000 supreme experts. To be honest, this kind of lineup could be called shocking. The foundation of the dragons wasn't just for show. Accept my wrath. Boom. He said so, and then so quickly. Madman rushed over murderously. Without saying anything, he directly opened the blood demon domain. A huge blood-colored barrier quickly enveloped the sacred mountain. Not good. The ancestral dragon's expressions changed. The dragons already knew how powerful the blood demon domain was. Once enveloped by the blood demon domain, it was equivalent to falling into a desperate situation. God's domain. At this moment, a faint laugh sounded. The prince of the dragons gently waved his arm, and a sacred barrier rushed into the sky. Before Madman's blood demon domain landed, it disappeared into thin air. God's domain, God techniques were ineffective. Seeing this, the ancestral dragons all let out a breath of relief. As long as there was a God's domain, no matter how strong the God technique was, it was useless. At the same time, Madman looked at the blood demon domain disappearing and raised his eyebrows slightly. He stopped and stood in the sky, looking down at the Prince of the Dragons. The Prince of the Dragons faintly smiled and stepped forward, stepping into the sky step by step, standing in the air with Madman. You're finally willing to make a move, Madman said. At this point, do I still have a choice? The Prince of the Dragons shrugged. His white robe was as white as snow, and he looked very calm. You do have some awareness. Madman gave a chilling smile. Of course I have, but I don't know if you have this awareness. As soon as the Prince of the Dragon clan finished speaking, his eyes suddenly became sharp, like blades of blades. Madman stared at the Prince of the Dragons and suddenly laughed. Then don't waste words. Cling. As he waved his hand, a dazzling golden divine light appeared, and a heavenly halberd appeared. Heaven-defying divine artifact. Using a heaven-defying divine artifact right from the start, it could be seen how much importance the Prince of the Dragons was placed on the Madman. The Prince of the Dragons looked at the golden halberd and raised his arm. A saint god aura exploded. It was worth mentioning that the Prince of the Dragons' cultivation had been suppressed to the half-step undead realm. The next moment, a milky white sword appeared and its sharpness swept across the world. Heaven-defying divine technique, God-slaying sword. Almost at the same time, the two roared and charged at each other. Clang. As the two heaven-defying godly weapons clashed with one another, a destructive aura burst out from them. Retreat! The dragon's sovereign shouted. The tens of thousands of supreme beings who had gathered at the Saint Mountain immediately left the mountain and retreated into the distance. Boom! Crack! The Saint Mountain was turned to dust under the impact of this aura. At the same time, one figure after another appeared behind the madman. Leading them were Qin Batin, Lu Xingyang, Yi Zhong, Sovereign Beast, and Cloud Sovereign. Next was the Ice Emperor and the Rain Emperor. Behind them were Xia Yuan and the other 108 generals. They were the only ones who came out now. However, this force couldn't be underestimated. 5 Great Circle Indestructible Supreme Experts. 2 Major Perfection Immortal Realm Experts. 108 Minor Perfection Immortal Realm Experts. Putting aside the Dragon Sovereign, the dragons couldn't compare to the Dragon Slayer Palace in terms of quality. Retreat! Yi Zhong also ordered. The group immediately retreated, leaving the battlefield to the madman and the prince of the dragons. Clang! Boom! The god-slaying art and the sky halberd collided in the void. Sparks flew everywhere, and destructive waves spread in all directions. Although it couldn't compare to the battle between Qin Feiyang and the sovereign divine weapon, it was enough to shock the world. Not good. Yi Zhong and the others have already stepped into the perfection immortal realm. The blood dragon ancestor dragon looked at the madman and the prince of the dragons. His eyes fell on Yi Zhong and the others, and his pupils shrank. These damn things. The black dragon ancestor dragon snorted. Do you only know how to curse? What did I say back then? I told you to work hard and break through to the perfection immortal realm. But what happened in the end? Even Qin Batian and Lu Xingyang, the 2 rising stars, have stepped into the perfection immortal realm, but you guys are still in the same place. This is the result of your hard work? You guys are worse than trash. The Dragon Sovereign said angrily. Looking at these ancestor dragons, he was angry. He was an ancestor dragon, but why was he so much worse than Qin Batian and the others? At the same time, she couldn't help but worry. Although only Yi Zhong and the others had appeared, she could imagine that there must be a large number of supreme experts in the Black Tortoise realm. The most important thing was, there were also heaven-defying divine weapons like the Sunset Divine Bow that hadn't appeared. This power was enough to crush the dragons. The dragon situation was worrying. Crack! Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound rang out on the battlefield. Long Zun hurriedly looked over and saw the madman and the prince of the dragons flying out, blood gushing out of their mouths. And the god-slaying sword and the sky halberd in their hands had been shattered. It's actually a draw. Long Zun was extremely shocked. He didn't expect that even the madman's strength was so strong. Not bad. The madman stabilized his body and looked at the prince of the dragons with a grin. You're not bad either. The prince of the dragons said. But I advise you, don't suppress your cultivation at the end. Bring out your full strength, Blood Demon Domain. The madman activated the Blood Demon Domain again and enveloped the prince of the dragons. A terrifying murderous aura instantly engulfed the world. The prince of the dragons' cultivations suddenly began to plummet. When you have the qualifications, I will naturally bring out my full strength, Heavenly Dragon Domain. The prince of the dragons waved his hand and a milky white barrier appeared, enveloping all directions. The madman's cultivation also began to plummet. Because the Blood Demon Domain and the Heavenly Dragon Domain had the same ability. Both of their cultivations fell to the 9 heavens realm. Qualifications? Then I'll let you see if I have the qualifications. The madman took a step forward and the power in his body suddenly surged out like a torrent as he punched out. The prince of the dragons didn't retreat at all and also punched out. Boom! The 2 fists collided together and a monstrous chi wave rolled out. Poof! The next moment, the prince of the dragons spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a meteor. Even the skin on his arm was lacerated and almost shattered. What? His Highness is actually not a match. The Dragon Sovereign and the others standing in the distance were all shocked. Not good. His physical body has already reached the sovereign level. Wang Chang exclaimed. What? Sovereign level? The 10 ancestral dragons' expressions changed. The black dragon ancestral dragon said, "That's impossible. I know his strength. His physical body hasn't reached this level yet. What you know is only when he was in the Nether King's hell. And the current him is already different from before. Do you still remember the scene when he went through the tribulation last time? He is the same as Qin Fei Yang, using the tribulation to temper his physical body," Wang Chang said in a deep voice. Chapter 29:20. With Wang Chang's reminder, everyone remembered. At that time, the madman was indeed using the tribulation to temper his body. Young people nowadays are really scarier than the last. Wang Chang shook his head. "Yes. We old fellows have to admit that we're old." An old woman nodded. "How is it? Do I have the qualifications to make you use your full strength?" The madman stood proudly in the air and looked at the prince dragons who was flying back. The prince dragons took a step forward and forcefully stabilized his body. He looked up at the madman and shook his head. As he spoke, a surge of heavenly dragon power appeared and his torn arm healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This recovery ability, the madman's pupils shrank and he laughed. "Still not? Then come again." Boom. The madman took another step forward and his aura roared in all directions as he punched at the prince dragons. But with the previous lesson, the prince dragons didn't choose to fight head-on. Shwa. He took a mysterious step and dodged the madman's punch, instantly appearing behind the madman. "If you think that my battle awareness is inferior to Qin Fei Yang's, then you are gravely mistaken." The madman seemed to be able to predict the future as he sent out a palm strike. The prince dragon spat out another mouthful of blood and was sent flying again. His reaction is too fast. The dragons were shocked. Putting aside the slaughter domain, he is a youngster who isn't inferior to Qin Fei Yang. No wonder Qin Fei Yang cares so much about him. Wang Chang shook his head. If Qin Fei Yang cares about him, then he will erase him. Long Zun coldly smiled and looked at the prince dragons. "Stop playing around and kill him for me." The prince dragon stabilized his body and looked up at Long Zun. The madman also glanced at Long Zun and then looked at the prince dragons. "Did you hear that? That old witch has spoken. Hurry up and use your full strength. This is my battle, not hers. However, she is my mother after all. You should be more polite to her. The words old witch are not appropriate." The prince of dragons shook his head. "Not suitable? Have you forgotten how she treated Yi Shui, and grandfather Yi? She wouldn't even let an old woman and a little girl go. For someone as vicious as her, calling her an old witch is already very polite." Madman sneered. The prince of the dragons took a deep look at the madman and smiled. "All right, since that's the case, I won't be polite. I was just waiting for you to be impolite." Madman laughed loudly. Boom. The prince of the dragons shuddered as a terrifying aura burst out from him. The blood devil domain was immediately shattered, and his cultivation had shockingly reached the small success of the imperishable realm. "You asked for it." The prince of the dragons spoke, killing intent appearing in his eyes for the first time. No matter how wrong Longzuan was, she was still his biological mother. As a son, no one would allow others to humiliate their own mother. As he waved his hand, the power of the dragon god appeared and turned into a torrent that charged at the madman. Small success of the imperishable realm, indeed quite strong. The madman nodded. "Little bastard, his highness has already used all his strength, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. You are courting death." The black dragon ancestor dragon sneered. "Now is the time for an old dog like you to speak?" The madman looked over in disdain. "You," the black dragon ancestor dragon was so angry that his face turned red. "I have always been so arrogant because I have the qualifications to be arrogant." The madman smiled proudly. "All right, then let us see, what qualifications do you have?" The black dragon ancestor dragon roared. "Then open your eyes wide and watch for me. Blood devil technique." The madman raised his head and roared, his aura soaring. Boom. The heavenly dragon domain also shattered. The madman's cultivation also soared to the small success of the imperishable realm. How is this possible? The black dragon ancestor dragon was shocked. Wasn't this child half-step imperishable realm? How did he suddenly become small success of the imperishable realm? Had he been hiding his cultivation all this time? Small success of the imperishable realm? So what? The madman's face was full of disdain as a wave of blood energy rolled out. This was formed by his divine power and was filled with an evil aura. Boom! In an instant, the blood-colored shockwave collided with the dragon race prince's divine dragon power in the air. The entire area was instantly shrouded in a blood-red light. In the next instant, the madman and prince dragons both took a step back, a trace of blood dripping from the corner of their mouths. What is going on? The black dragon ancestor dragon roared. Blood devil technique? Wang Chang murmured in shock. Is this a divine technique? Divine technique? The black dragon ancestor dragon paused and frowned. Impossible, I have never seen such a divine technique in the Nether King Hell. I already said that the past is the past, and the present is the present. Why can't you listen, old dog? This blood devil technique is the 6th move of the blood devil technique. I created it myself. How is it? Don't you feel ashamed now? A brat can create a divine technique, but you, Lord Ancestral Dragon, are still cultivating a divine technique passed down by others? The madman laughed. The black dragon ancestor dragon clenched his fists. He didn't feel anything at first, but hearing the madman's words, he suddenly felt ashamed. Ancestral dragon? You are just born good. With the dragons behind you, you have endless resources. In terms of talent and aptitude, you are not even as good as a pig. The madman laughed wantonly. Bastard! The black dragon ancestor dragon was furious. But at this moment, the dragons raised his hand and slapped the black dragon ancestor dragon's face. My lord, you! The black dragon ancestor dragon looked at the dragon sovereign in confusion. Don't humiliate yourself, be quiet. The dragon sovereign said coldly and continued to look at the battlefield. The black dragon ancestor dragon responded respectfully. He suppressed the anger in his heart and looked up at the madman. High up in the sky, the prince of the dragons sized up the madman's cultivation and said, No wonder you wanted me to use my full strength. It turns out that you have such a strong method hidden. Well said. Actually, this blood demon technique wasn't created for you dragons. The madman said. Then who is it for? The prince of the dragons was curious. Qin Feiyang. The madman said. Qin Feiyang? The prince of the dragons was stunned. Qin Batian and the others were also stunned when they heard this. To be honest, none of you are worthy of this father's attention. The only one who is qualified to be this father's opponent is Qin Feiyang. This father is clear about Qin Feiyang's methods. Apart from the 3,000 incarnations, Eye of Heaven, Slaughter Domain, and the unremarkable Rising Dragon Technique. Rising Dragon Technique can raise one's cultivation by 2 small realms. If it's below the imperishable realm, 2 small realms doesn't matter. But in the imperishable realm, the difference of 2 small realms, I think I don't need to tell you. The madman said. Not only me, I think everyone here should know what effect a difference of 2 small realms can have. The prince of the dragons said. Qin Batian and the rest, as well as the sovereigns, remained silent. Indeed, in the imperishable realm, the difference of 2 small realms could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. So, this father painstakingly created this blood demon technique. If one day I fall out with Qin Feiyang, I won't be suppressed by him. And this father has always hidden the blood demon technique. Even Qin Feiyang doesn't know about it. So, you should feel honored. The madman bared his teeth. So this blood demon technique, you created it for Qin Feiyang? The prince of the dragons asked. The madman nodded. Then in the future, will you fall out with Qin Feiyang? The prince of the dragons was curious. What do you mean? You want this father to fall out with Qin Feiyang? The madman raised his eyebrows. If you fall out with him, then we can cooperate. After all, there's a good saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The prince of the dragons smiled. Damn, you're so sinister? The madman looked at the Prince of the Dragons in shock. It's just a joke. I know you're doing this because you don't want to lose to him. It's not because you'll fall out. The Prince of the Dragons said. You're aware? The madman nodded in appreciation. Then let's continue. The Prince of the Dragons smiled. Looks like Qin Feiyang didn't neglect this father. You're indeed an anomaly among the dragons. And an opponent worthy of respect. As soon as the madman finished speaking, the first 3 moves of the blood demon art appeared out of nowhere. Thank you for your praise. The Prince of the Dragons also took a step forward. As the power of the divine dragon appeared, a giant sword, a bright moon, and 99 heavenly dragons appeared. This was his supreme killing technique, heavenly dragon technique. Cutting moon, divine moon, heavenly dragon subduing demons. Boom. The 2 techniques carried a monstrous aura as they blasted towards each other. Chapter 29-21. The battle was soul-stirring. If one wasn't careful, they would fall. Therefore, the 2 of them were fully focused and didn't dare to be distracted. Gradually, they both entered a state of selflessness and only had each other in their eyes. All kinds of divine arts appeared at their fingertips, constantly colliding together and destroying all directions. After a few breaths of time, the 2 of them had already exchanged tens of thousands of blows. There were many wounds on their bodies, blood flowing out. God vanquishing sword. Heaven destroying halberd. Suddenly, the 2 of them roared at the same time and activated their heaven-defying divine arts. Immediately, the God-vanquishing sword and the halberd carried a world-destroying sharpness as they struck each other. Boom! A loud sound suddenly resounded through the clouds. The 2 of them retreated one after another, blood gushing out of their mouths. Madman stabilized his body, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said angrily, "Why didn't you open your god's domain?" Prince Dragon said, "Don't you have other methods hidden?" It seems that I have to use my true strength." Madman laughed wildly, raising his head and pointing in the air. A blood-red barrier appeared, instantly appearing out of nowhere and enveloping Prince Dragons. Prince Dragons suddenly felt a great sense of danger. Freeze! That's right. This was the 5th style of the blood demon, blood prison. As the blood prison fell, Madman shouted and Prince Dragons was immediately frozen in the air. That's right. That was to freeze in the air, not to imprison. Imprison and freeze were 2 different concepts. How could this be? Prince Dragons was extremely shocked. There was actually such a terrifying divine art in this world? Obliterate! The next moment, the madman roared again, and a terrifying force immediately rushed toward the Dragon Prince. At this moment, the Dragon Prince's divine soul sensed a fatal threat. A divine art that targets the divine soul. Prince Dragons was shocked and no longer dared to hold back, shouting, "Heavenly Dragon's secret art, moon sealing." A sacred aura erupted, sealing the area around him. Boom! When the power of the blood prison blasted towards the sacred aura, it was immediately blocked outside. Powerful! Madman's eyes lit up. To be able to block the power of the blood prison, it was clear that Seal Moon's move was specifically used to protect the divine soul. Same here. The Prince of the Dragons smiled. The best part is yet to come. Don't worry. Explode! Madman roared. The blood prison suddenly exploded in the void like a bomb exploding, sweeping in all directions. The destructive power of the blood prison's self-detonation was even more terrifying than the self-detonation of a powerhouse at the same boundary. What is he doing? Seeing Madman explode the blood prison, Qin Badian and the others couldn't help but pale. Although they had never seen blood prison self-destruct before, Qin Feiyang, Fire Lotus, and the others knew. Back then, when the madman was fighting with the giant beast in the divine demon forest, he had self-destructed the blood prison. At that time, although Fire Lotus and the others were in the castle, they could hear the commotion outside and naturally knew that the self-destruction of the blood prison would bring serious side effects to Madman. Regarding this point, Huolian and the others had mentioned it when they were chatting. Therefore, Qin Badian and the others also knew about it now. Exploding the blood prison would make Madman so weak that he wouldn't even have the strength to fight. But now, Madman actually chose to self-destruct the blood prison. Wasn't this seeking his own death? Don't worry. Madman isn't a muddle-headed person. Since he dares to do it, then he must have some confidence. Lu Xingyang comforted. Rumble. The self-destruction of the blood prison destroyed the world. Even the revered dragon and the other ancestral dragons couldn't help but pale. Even they were like this, let alone the Prince of the Dragons, who was standing opposite Madman. A fatal threat shrouded his heart. There was no doubt that this terrifying lethality was enough to shatter his bones. But now, since the blood prison had self-destructed, opening the god's domain was useless. The so-called god's domain was only useful before the blood prison self-destructed. In other words, once the blood prison self-destructed, even the god's domain wouldn't be able to erase this destructive force. I admit that the current you already has the qualifications to make me use my strength. Divine Moon Shield. As the Prince of the Dragon's voice fell, a vast aura suddenly roared out. Immediately after, in front of the Prince of the Dragons, a full moon appeared, flickering with bright divine light. The next moment, the Prince of the Dragons stepped on the divine moon and stood in its center. Boom! The destructive fluctuations of the blood prison's self-destruction rolled out, but when it hit the divine moon, it was blocked outside. Such a terrifying explosion actually didn't cause any damage to the Prince of the Dragons. This? Madman looked at the Prince of the Dragons with a dazed expression. The Prince of the Dragons said, "The divine moon shield has absolute defense. Apart from heaven-defying divine weapons and divine arts, nothing can break it." Black Tortoise World. Yang Li looked at the Prince of the Dragons in surprise and said to Wang Ming next to him, "This seems similar to your invincible shield." This divine moon shield is stronger than the invincible shield. Wang Ming shook his head. Yang Li's pupils shrank, and he said in a deep voice, "This Prince of the Dragons is indeed not simple." But what surprised me the most is that this little lunatic exploded the blood prison. Why didn't there be any side effects? Wang Ming frowned. When he was fighting with a giant beast in the forest of gods and demons, he and Yang Li were both present and witnessed it with their own eyes. At that time, after Madman exploded the blood prison, he directly became a cripple. But now, nothing happened to him. This guy is getting scarier and scarier. Suddenly, a laugh rang out. "Young Master!" Yang Li, Wang Ming, Fire Lotus, Hui, and the others all turned around and saw Qin Feiyang and the Mermaid Princess standing at the entrance of the castle. "You're awake." The white-eyed wolf ran up. "Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, "How long has it been?" "A lot has passed in the Black Tortoise world, but not much time has passed outside." The white-eyed wolf said. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fire Lotus asked with concern, "How are your injuries now?" "They're almost healed." Qin Feiyang nodded. After all, he had fused with the fire of life, and his bloodline power had extremely strong healing abilities. In addition, the Mermaid Princess had given him a divine life pill when she was taking care of him. So even if he was unconscious, his injuries were automatically healing. That's good. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Right now, Qin Feiyang was everyone's backbone. He couldn't fall. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Madman and the Prince of Dragons in the image. He smiled and said, "This prince didn't use his full strength back then." "Then why did he do that?" "If he used his full strength back then, you might have lost to him." The Blood Kirin said. "Hem." Qin Feiyang coughed and glanced at the Blood Kirin. He said helplessly, "In your eyes, am I that weak?" The Blood Kirin smiled awkwardly. "Although he is strong, I am not afraid of him. If I used my full strength, I might not lose to him." Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with confidence. Yes. The Blood Kirin nodded. Fire Lotus looked confused. "Then what's wrong with little Madman? How come he doesn't have any side effects?" Back in Pluto Hell, he said he was researching blood prison to reduce the side effects of self-destruction. "I think he has succeeded by now." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Does that mean blood prison is invincible?" Everyone looked at each other. Blood prison's power was scarier than self-destruction. Once there were no side effects, he would be able to kill anyone who stood in his way. Invincible? You could say it is invincible. But against the Prince of Dragons, it doesn't seem to be enough. Qin Feiyang smiled. Rumble. Outside. The shock waves of the battle were still destroying everything. The madman stood in the wind, staring at the Prince of Dragons in Mystic Moon. Apart from himself, he rarely admired anyone else. It wasn't that he was narcissistic, but he had the ability. Because whether it was creating God skills or comprehending laws, he was far better than others. But now, the Prince of Dragons in front of him really made him admire him. Let's continue. We are all waiting to watch a good show. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. The madman and the Prince of Dragons turned their heads at the same time and saw a familiar figure appear out of thin air not far away. That's right. It was Qin Feiyang. Qin Badian and the others saw Qin Feiyang wake up and a trace of joy appeared on their faces. But the faces of Dragon Sovereign and the others were extremely ugly. How did he wake up so quickly? And looking at his appearance, his injuries had healed. The madman was already so difficult to deal with, and now there was Qin Feiyang. They were extremely worried in their hearts. Fire Dragon Ancestor Dragon shouted, Qin Feiyang, this is a battle between this madman and his highness. Don't try to take advantage of the situation. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked up at the Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon and said, You don't think that I will join forces with the madman, do you? The Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon snorted. Don't measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Although I, Qin Feiyang, am not a good person, I won't do such a thing. However, I am looking forward to a real battle with him. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he turned to look at the Prince of Dragons and said with a smile, Last time you didn't use your full strength, which made me feel very regretful, so I want to ask you to quickly defeat Senior Brother Madman and let's fight again. Defeat me? Brat, you must be dreaming. The madman rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang. That's not necessarily true. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The madman smiled disdainfully and said, Watch how I deal with him. The Prince of Dragons also smiled slightly, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, All right, I will quickly defeat him and then have a real life and death battle with you. So arrogant. Blood Demon Tower, come out for me and crush him. The madman was furious. With a clang, the Blood Demon Tower suddenly appeared, and its divine might shrouded the world. Heaven-defying divine artifact? The Prince of Dragons murmured, and with a wave of his hand, a 3-feet-long sword appeared. Heaven-defying divine artifact, Holy Dragon Sword. Clang. The two heaven-defying divine artifacts immediately unsealed and fully recovered. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang flashed and retreated to the side of Qin Badian and Lu Jingyang. Immediately after, the Sunset Bow and other heaven-defying divine artifacts appeared, condensing into a divine shield in front of them. The heaven-defying divine artifact had fully recovered. It was no joke, and they had to defend with all their might. Chapter 29-22. On the other side, Long Zun and the others kept retreating. They didn't have a heaven-defying divine artifact, nor did they have a sovereign divine weapon to protect them, so they could only retreat far away. Clang. Prince Dragons grabbed the Sacred Dragon Sword while Madman grabbed the Blood Demon Tower. Kill! The two of them roared at the same time and charged over with their two heaven-defying divine artifacts. An even more terrifying fluctuation immediately rolled out in all directions with this place as the center. Ancestral Dragon asked, Lord Long Zun, is there any hope for Prince? I don't know. Long Zun shook his head. Ancestral Dragon Fire Dragon said, Lord, we can't just sit and wait for death. We have to think of a way. Do you have a way? Long Zun asked. Ancestral Dragon Fire Dragon's eyes flashed as he whispered, Actually, I do have a plan. Speak. Long Zun was stunned and hurriedly said. The other Ancestral Dragons also stared at Ancestral Dragon Fire Dragon. What do Qin Badian and Qin Feiyang care about the most? It's undoubtedly the creatures of the ancient world. We might as well send people to the 4 major regions and use the creatures of the 4 major regions to threaten them. Ancestral Dragon Fire Dragon sneered. Good idea. Ancestral Dragon Blood's eyes lit up. Good my ass. Since Qin Feiyang has transferred the creatures of the Divine Land, he will definitely think of protecting the creatures of the 4 major regions. Look for yourselves. Have you seen the Mermaid Emperor, Black-Winged Emperor, White-Winged Emperor, and Sword Emperor? If I'm not wrong, they must be guarding the entrance of the 4 major regions. We'll talk about it later. The 4 major regions are still guarded by those 4 old things. Sending people to the 4 major regions is digging our own graves and courting death. Long Zun shouted. Facing Long Zun's scolding, Ancestral Dragon Blood didn't dare to say anything. Ancestral Dragon Fire Dragon said unwillingly, then we can also send people to take a look. What if Qin Feiyang didn't think of it? Alright then you go. Long transmitted his voice. Look at this, there are so many ready-made cannon fodder. Why do you want me to go? Fire Dragon Ancestral Graygon felt wronged. Long Zun's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but cast a glance at the human supreme masters beside him. Sir, just let a few half-step undying humans go. Even if they die, it won't be much of a loss to us. And if it succeeds, that would be an excellent bargaining chip. Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon transmitted his voice. Long Zun pondered for a moment, and then he turned to look at Wang Chang and said, Wang Chang, send some people to the northern, western, southern, and eastern territories. Wang Chang was slightly stunned and asked in puzzlement, go to the 4 great regions for what? Just do as I say. Long Zun said. Wang Chang thought about it carefully and instantly came to an understanding, and he sent a voice transmission. Then why don't you allow this old man to personally lead them over? You're going personally? Long Zun frowned. That's right. If we let them go, they might not be able to successfully enter the 4 great regions. In any case, this old man is also at the great success imperishable stage. The success rate will be higher. Wang Chang said. This, Long Zun hesitated. Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon glanced at Wang Chang and sent a voice transmission. Sir, if he wants to go, then let him go. Long Zun glanced at Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon, then turned to Wang Chang and said, all right then, be careful. Wang Chang replied respectfully, glancing at the human experts around him and asked, who is willing to follow this old man to the 4 great regions? But no one said a word. As expected, they are all cowards who are afraid of death. The 10 ancestral dragons sneered in their hearts. I'll go. An old woman beside Wang Chang said. She was at the lesser success imperishable stage. I'll go too. And me. So, another 10 lesser success imperishable stage humans spoke one after another, with a trace of determination on their faces. Including Wang Chang and the old woman, there were a total of 12 people. 1 greater success imperishable stage and 11 lesser success imperishable stage. If this force really successfully entered the 4 great regions, it would be a scene of misery and suffering. Be careful. Long Zun looked at them and reminded. Wang Chang nodded and immediately turned to leave. Long Zun said, open the altar and leave. Wang Chang was stunned and asked suspiciously, isn't it impossible to open the altar in the inner sea? In the past, it was because of the sovereign divine weapon that we couldn't open the altar. But now that the sovereign divine weapon is seriously injured, the power that enveloped the inner sea has disappeared. Now in the inner sea, we can open the altar and send messages. If there is any news, immediately inform me. Long Zun said. The 12 people responded respectfully, opened the altar, and left. And Qin Feiyang and the others, who were far away, didn't see this scene. Clang! Boom! The battle between the Prince of Dragons and Lunatic was still ongoing. The 2 heaven-defying divine weapons had different degrees of damage under the constant collision. North Region. Holy Dragon City. The originally majestic Holy Dragon City had long been turned into ruins. Swoosh! 12 figures descended above the ruins. It was Wang Chang and the others. The old woman said, then let's split up here. Everyone be careful. The others nodded. Hold on. However, just as everyone was about to open the door of potential and head to the 4 great regions, Wang Chang suddenly spoke. The old woman and the others looked at Wang Chang suspiciously. Wang Chang asked instead, "Are you guys really going to the 4 great regions?" "What do you mean?" The old woman and the others were puzzled. "The living beings of the 4 great regions are innocent. Is it really okay for us to harm them like this?" Wang Chang said. "You are." The old woman and the others exchanged glances and looked at Wang Chang in bewilderment. Wang Chang sighed deeply. "You guys should be able to tell, right? Long Zun is clearly using us as cannon fodder." The old woman and the others fell silent for a long time before nodding. Anyone could tell as long as they weren't blind. "Originally, I thought that the appearance of the Prince of Dragons might change Long Zun. That's because the benevolence that the Prince of Dragons has shown is something that dragons have never shown before. Looking at the Prince of Dragons, I intend to continue working for the dragons. However, I didn't expect that at this point, we humans are still just cannon fodder in Long Zun's eyes. To be honest, I'm very disappointed." Wang Chang sighed. "The Prince of Dragons is indeed not bad." The old woman nodded and looked at Wang Chang. "What are you trying to say?" After pondering for a moment, Wang Chang looked at the old woman and the others. "You guys can be considered my old friends. I won't hide it from you. I want to leave the dragons." "Leave the dragons?" The old woman and the others were shocked. "That's right. That's the reason why I took the initiative to ask for your help. I also hope that you guys can leave with me. As Qin Feiyang said, we can no longer help the evildoers and harm our compatriots." Wang Chang exclaimed. When the old woman and the others heard that, they looked at Wang Chang in disbelief. "I know that you guys must be very shocked to hear that. However, these are words from the bottom of my heart. Look at how much Qin Feiyang has sacrificed for the people of the ancient realm. How much effort has he put in? What about us? What have we been doing? We all have great strength, but we've been helping the dragons against our own compatriots. Please ask yourselves, are we really doing the right thing? Think about it. What was our original intention when we first stepped onto the path of cultivation?" Wang Chang clutched his chest with a pained expression. The old woman and the others fell silent again. Their original intention when they stepped onto the path of cultivation? I know that everyone's original intention when they step onto the path of cultivation is different. Some are to protect their families. Some are to protect themselves. Some are for power and status. However, no matter what their original intention is, we can't lose our conscience. We can't let down our cultivation. Everyone, it's time to wake up. What's the difference between us and trash if we have cultivation but no ambition? If we continue to help the evildoers, we'll only be despised by the future generations. I'm afraid that even after we die, the world won't forgive our sins. Everyone, leave with this old man. The dragons are really not worth our lives. Let's be upright people." Wang Chang shouted. "Be a proper human being," the old woman and the others muttered. The old woman gritted her teeth and looked up at Wang Chang. She asked, "Then where are we going? Don't forget that we're all under the control of the fate contract." "Is there even a need to say that? Of course, we're going to join Qin Feiyang. After being lackeys for so many years, we should also do our part for the people of the ancient realm. Even if we die, we have to die with a bang and not be cursed by others and go down in history in infamy." Wang Chang roared. "Elder Wang is right. We can't continue to be stubborn. The dragons don't care about our lives at all. They only care about themselves. Take Grand Hall Master Yi Zhong for example. In the past, his loyalty to the dragons was unmatched by any human. But in the end he left. What does this mean? It means that the dragons are indeed not worthy of our service. It's time for us to stand up and be upright. We need to regain our lost dignity." One of the black-clothed middle-aged men shouted. The old woman looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man and then at Wang Chang. She nodded and said, "This old woman also agrees to join Qin Feiyang and contribute our strength to the ancient realm and humanity." "Good. I agree too." The other 9 people also expressed their opinions. Wang Chang looked at the 11 of them with a gratified expression. Since we've decided, let's go to the inner sea now. The old woman said, No. We can't enter the inner sea yet. Because the fate contract hasn't been lifted. It won't be good if Long Zun finds out. Wang Chang shook his head. Then what should we do? We have no way of contacting Qin Feiyang. The old woman frowned. We can't contact Qin Feiyang, but this old man can contact Yi Zhong. Wang Chang smiled. That's right. The old woman slapped her head and said with a smile, Your relationship with Yi Zhong has always been good. You've long established a contract bridge. Wang Chang said, The most important thing is that we can also communicate in the inner sea now. Then quickly send a message to Yi Zhong and ask Qin Feiyang to come to Holy Dragon City to meet us. The old woman urged. Wang Chang nodded and immediately took out an image crystal. Chapter 29-23. Above the inland sea, 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts collided crazily, destroying heaven and earth. The Blood Demon Tower was a heaven-defying divine artifact that the madman brought out from hell. And the strange thing was that this heaven-defying divine artifact actually chose him as its master. Could be said that this heaven-defying divine artifact was picked up by the madman for free. But the power of the Blood Demon Tower was undeniable. It was completely on par with the Holy Dragon Sword of Prince Dragons. And as the battle heated up, the damage of the 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts became more and more serious. The blade of the Holy Dragon Sword had dozens of nicks of various sizes. And the Blood Demon Tower also had many cracks. If this continued, it would definitely be a situation where both sides suffered. Lu Xingyang asked suspiciously, Feiyang, are you really not going to help? Qin Feiyang nodded. If it were someone else, he wouldn't care about bullying others with numbers or taking advantage of others' difficulties. But his current opponent was the Prince of Dragons. This person was an opponent worthy of respect. Holy Dragon City. The old woman looked at the image crystal in Wang Chang's hand and frowned. Why hasn't there been a response after so long? Wang Chang himself was also full of suspicion. Wait, I heard that Yi Zhong faked his death back then because Qin Feiyang destroyed his body. Could it be that even the image crystal was shattered at that time? Someone suddenly spoke. The old woman and Wang Chang looked at each other and nodded. That makes sense. A burly man asked, Then what should we do now? Wang Chang pondered for a while and asked, Which one of you has established a contract bridge with the Venerable Beast? I did establish a contract bridge with the Venerable Beast in the past. But before entering hell, Qin Feiyang killed his way into the inland sea and destroyed the Venerable Beast's body. The image crystal was also shattered. The old woman said. Wang Chang sighed. Then it seems that we can only go to the inland sea to find them. Wait! The burly man suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Wang Chang and the old woman and said, There's another person. The 2 looked at him in surprise. Li Chang. The burly man said. Li Chang? Wang Chang and the old woman were stunned. Then, they slapped their foreheads and said in realization, That's right. Why did we ignore him? Wang Chang immediately sent a message to Li Chang. Back then, when Li Chang left with Qin Feiyang, he escaped unscathed, so the image crystal must still be there. Inland Sea. Qin Feiyang was watching the battle between the mad scientist and the Prince of Dragons. Young master. Soon. A familiar voice suddenly sounded in his mind. What is it? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback as he asked suspiciously. As soon as he heard this voice, he knew it was Li Chang. Li Chang said, Wang Chang is looking for you. Wang Chang is looking for me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Wang Chang sent me a message saying that he'll be waiting for you in Holy Dragon City. Li Chang said. Holy Dragon City? Qin Feiyang frowned. He couldn't help but raise his head to look at Long Zun and the others. However, he was too far away to see clearly. Are you sure it's him? Qin Feiyang secretly said. I'm sure. Li Chang replied. It's really strange, Qin Feiyang whispered. What's strange? Qin Badian and the others looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang looked at the place where the dragons were again and whispered, Li Chang just told me that Wang Chang is waiting for me in Holy Dragon City. What? Qin Badian and the others were immediately stunned. That's not right. Isn't Wang Chang with Long Zun? Yi Zhong immediately raised his head to look at the place where Long Zun was, but he couldn't see clearly. He could only vaguely see the figures of Long Zun and the others. Did you see it? Qin Feiyang asked. I can't see it clearly. Yi Zhong shook his head and frowned, but why did he want to meet you in private? Could this be a trap? Trap? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Long Zun may have realized that he can't defeat us, so he asked Wang Chang to lure you to Holy Dragon City and take the opportunity to take you down. Yi Zhong said in a deep voice. This, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown. With Long Zun's character, it was still possible for him to do such a thing. Yi Zhong asked, besides Wang Chang, who else is in Holy Dragon City now? Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Li Chang, did you hear Master's words? I heard it. I asked Wang Chang just now. He said that he came to seek refuge with you. Tao Ying is with him. Li Chang said. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Zhong and said, Li Chang said that Wang Chang came to seek refuge with someone named Tao Ying. Seek refuge? Everyone looked at each other. Tao Ying, this old man knows him too. He has the cultivation of the inextinguishable realm, but he seeks refuge. Yi Zhong frowned in disbelief. Why don't I go and take a look? Qin Feiyang asked. Yi Zhong pondered for a moment and said, just in case, this old man will go with you. Qin Feiyang nodded. It was a critical moment now, so he was worried that this was Long Zun's scheme. Yi Zhong looked at Qin Badian, Lu Xingyang, Sovereign Beast, and Supreme Cloud and said, then I'll leave this place to you. Qin Badian nodded and said, I'll send you to Holy Dragon City. After saying that, he opened a space-time tunnel. Yi Zhong and Qin Feiyang looked at each other, turned around, and walked in. The next moment, the two descended above the ruins of Holy Dragon City. Brother Yi. Wang Chang and the others immediately cupped their hands and smiled at Yi Zhong. Yi Zhong nodded and glanced at the group of people. His expression was full of vigilance as he asked, what is the meaning of this? Wang Chang sighed. Brother Yi, you don't have to be like this. We're really here to surrender. But Yi Zhong asked. Previously, Long Zun ordered me to send people to the 4 major regions. I believe that Brother Yi knows Long Zun's purpose without me saying it. Wang Chang said. Send people to the 4 major regions? Qin Feiyang and Yi Zhong looked at each other. Qin Feiyang said, it seems that I really expected it. Yi Zhong nodded and looked at Wang Chang and the others. Fortunately, you guys didn't go. What do you mean? Wang Chang was suspicious. To tell you the truth, Feiyang had expected this. He had the Mermaid Emperor, the Black-Winged Emperor, the White-Winged Emperor, and the Sword Emperor bring 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts to guard the entrances of the 4 regions. If you guys really went to the 4 major regions, you would probably be corpses by now. Yi Zhong said. When Wang Chang heard that, he exchanged glances with the old lady and the others and could not help but smile bitterly. Indeed, this lad had already made arrangements in advance. Yi Zhong said, tell me, why did you suddenly leave the dragons and join us? Actually, no matter who we're loyal to, we don't want to be traitors. However, we have no choice. Now that things have come to this, we have no choice. Until now, Long Zun is still treating us humans as cannon fodder. That's because she clearly thought that your people might be guarding the entrance of the 4 major regions. Yet, she still asked me to send people to the 4 major regions. Isn't that sending everyone to their deaths on purpose? There's also the living beings of the 4 major regions. What did they do wrong? Why should they suffer such a calamity? I'm truly disappointed in Long Zun's actions. Therefore, I took the initiative to ask Long Zun for permission to head to the 4 major regions personally. In fact, I already had the intention to leave the dragons at that time and found an excuse to leave. Wang Chang said. So that's the case. Qin Feiyang was enlightened. Wang Chang then looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Actually, the person who really made me make a choice is you. Me. Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. For the ancient world and all living beings, you fought against the ruler divine weapon without any regard for your own safety. It really touched me. At the same time, it also made us old fellows feel so ashamed that we can't show our faces. Thinking about it, we're already so old but we're actually inferior to a young man like you. It's so embarrassing. Wang Chang smiled bitterly. The old lady and the others were also full of self-mockery. Qin Feiyang looked at the group of people and sent a voice transmission. Master, it doesn't seem like an act? We can't let our guard down. Yi Zhong thought to himself. Understood. Qin Feiyang replied and looked at Wang Chang and the others with a smile. I'm really happy that all of you can turn back from the wrong path. However, I also hope that all of you can understand that at this critical juncture, we can't afford to be careless. Therefore, I have to control all of you. Control us. Wang Chang and the others could not help but frown. That's right. Only then can I be at ease. Of course, I promise that once the dragons are destroyed, I will immediately remove my control over all of you. Qin Feiyang said. Yi Zhong said, I can guarantee that. Wang Chang and the others looked at each other and pondered in silence. A moment later, Wang Chang looked up at Yi Zhong and said with a smile, since Brother Yi can guarantee it, there's no harm in that. All right then. Chief Hall Master Yi is trustworthy. The old lady and the other 11 people expressed their opinions one after another. Qin Feiyang formed hand seals with both hands and 12 slavery seals appeared immediately. Wait a minute. Wang Chang suddenly thought of something and spoke. What's the matter? Qin Feiyang and Yi Zhong looked at him suspiciously. After the fate contract is removed, will Long Zun be able to sense it immediately? Wang Chang asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's not good. Wang Chang shook his head. Why not? The more Qin Feiyang listened, the more puzzled he was. Wang Chang said, you should know that the dragons still have many supreme experts of the human race, right? I know that. Qin Feiyang nodded. Actually, these people are in a similar situation. They are all forced to stay with the dragons because they have no other choice. If they are given a chance, they will definitely choose to leave the dragons. Therefore, I'm thinking, should we give them a chance too? Wang Chang said. Of course, that's for the best. Qin Feiyang smiled. However, if you help us remove the fate contract now, Long Zun might implicate these people when he finds out. Wang Chang was worried. That's right. Everyone knows Long Zun's character. She is vicious and merciless. If she finds out that we have betrayed the dragons, she might be enraged and kill all the supreme experts of the human race. The old lady also said in a deep voice. This, Qin Feiyang frowned. Yi Zhong pondered for a while before looking at Qin Feiyang and saying, their worries are not unreasonable. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Zhong. Think about it. First, it was me, then Li Chong, and now Wang Chang and the rest. Since they have defected one after another, in Long Zun's opinion, the remaining people must have the intention to defect as well. At that time, with her character, she would rather kill everyone than continue to let you off easy. After all, these people are supreme experts. Once all of them defect and join our camp, the dragons will have even less hope. Yi Zhong looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Chapter 29-24. In that case, we still have to think of a way to lure all of them over from Long Zun's side? Qin Feiyang said. That's impossible. Now that the war is about to begin, Long Zun won't let them leave. Wang Chang shook his head. If they don't come, how am I supposed to help them remove the control? Qin Feiyang frowned. When Wang Chang heard that, he lowered his head and pondered. Yi Zhong, the old lady and the others pondered in their hearts as well. Qin Feiyang suddenly said, I have a plan. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Qin Feiyang immediately. Qin Feiyang said, however, there's a certain risk to this method. Wang Chang asked. I need one of you to return to Long Zun's side and inform the others in secret. In short, when the war starts, gather them together. At that time, I'll find an opportunity to help them remove the control of the destiny contract. Qin Feiyang said. That's a good idea. However, don't forget that Long Zun possesses the ability to hear the voice transmissions of others. How are we going to communicate with the others then? Yi Zhong said. That's one of the risks. Another risk is that if any of them are die-hard fans of the dragons, they will be exposed. Therefore, the person who returns will be in danger at any moment. Qin Feiyang said. Wang Chang and the others remained silent. All of a sudden, gritting his teeth, Wang Chang looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I'll return. You have to think carefully. Qin Feiyang said. It was fine for Wang Chang to return. After Wang Chang returned, he could tell Long Zun that the old lady was already in the hands of the Sword Emperor and the other three. That way, Long Zun would not suspect anything. That was because the destiny contract would dissipate after a person died. Wang Chang said, I've already thought about it. At most, I'll die. Qin Feiyang asked, How are you going to communicate with the others in secret? That's right. Voice transmission definitely won't work. However, there doesn't seem to be a better way to communicate other than voice transmission. The old woman was also deeply worried. If you ask me, I think we should just leave them be. The burly man suddenly spoke. Qin Feiyang, Wang Chang, and Yi Zhong immediately looked at the man. I agree. Elder Wang, you're a supreme expert in the undead stage. There's really no need for you to risk your life for these people. Another person spoke. Yes, Elder Wang. Of the remaining people, the strongest is only at the initial imperishable realm. Even if all of them work together, they still wouldn't be as useful as you. If something were to happen to you, it would be our loss. The others also tried to persuade him. Are we just going to watch them die at Long Zun's hands? Wang Chang frowned. There are always sacrifices in war. What's more, this is a war that concerns the future of humanity. Although it's a bit heartless, it's the truth. They should have realized this when they chose to follow the dragons. Besides, Long Zun might not kill them. After all, he needs people now. The old woman said. Wang Chang pondered for a moment, then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, What do you think? To tell you the truth, I don't have much sympathy for these people because this is the path they chose. If there's no danger, there's no harm in saving them. But if they really have to risk their lives, I don't agree. However, the final choice is in your hands. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Wang Chang fell silent. This was really a cruel choice. To tell the truth, he had never thought that he would one day be faced with such a choice. If he didn't save them, these people might all die. But if he went to save them, he might lose his own life. Yi Zhong looked at Wang Chang, who was struggling to walk, and said, Feiyang, why don't we think of another way? Qin Feiyang was taken aback, then turned to Yi Zhong and asked, Master, you want to save them too? Yi Zhong sighed. We're all compatriots after all. I feel terrible if I don't save them. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Wang Chang took a deep breath and looked at everyone. I still want to try. His eyes were resolute. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. I really don't know what to do with you guys. When you're heartless, you're more heartless than anyone else. When you're kind, you're more merciful than anyone else. Wang Chang smiled bitterly. You're mocking us, aren't you? I won't deny it. Qin Feiyang said. Thinking back, what had people like Wang Chang done for the ancient world and humanity all these years? To be honest, they did not contribute at all. But now? His appearance of bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind made people feel that it was somewhat hypocritical. Wang Chang sighed. It's precisely because I've done too many wrong things in the past that I want to do my best to save and make up for it now. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Chang silently. His expression was sincere and there were no signs of faking it. Swoosh. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang let out a long breath and said, How about this? I won't control you guys for now. With that, he waved his hand and the 12 slavery seals dissipated. The old woman and the others looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. As long as I don't use the slavery seals to remove the destiny contract and control you guys, Long Zun won't know that you guys have already defected to me. If she doesn't know, she won't be on guard. At that time, I'll have a chance to save the others. Qin Feiyang said. What about us? Wang Chang asked. Of course you guys will enter the Black Tortoise world and stay by my side. As long as the destiny contract is not removed, Long Zun will think that you guys are still thinking of ways to sneak into the 4 major regions. Perhaps in her eyes, you guys have already entered the 4 major regions. This way, when I save the others, I can help you remove the control of the destiny contract. Qin Feiyang said. Wang Chang said in surprise, "You're letting us enter the Black Tortoise world now? So, I want to ask you, are you guys really worthy of my trust?" Qin Feiyang looked at the 12 people, his eyes flashing with sharpness. The Black Tortoise world was his headquarters. Everything he had was in the Black Tortoise world. If these people had ulterior motives and suddenly went on a rampage, the losses would not be small. Wang Chang and the others looked at each other, then looked up at Qin Feiyang and said in unison, "You can trust us. Just because of this, I'll let you guys go to the Black Tortoise world." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the 12 people disappeared. At the side, Yi Zhong looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. "Master, what's with your reaction?" Qin Feiyang was confused. "You're really not worried about letting them go to the Black Tortoise world?" Yi Zhong said. "Although they don't seem to have any flaws, the Black Tortoise world is such an important place. How can I let them go without worry? I sent them to the ancient castle's cultivation room. As the owner of the ancient castle, I can control the stone door of the cultivation room. Without my permission, they can't open the stone door." Qin Feiyang smiled. Yi Zhong shook his head and said, "This old man knew that you had a trick up your sleeve. One must always be on guard against others." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "In the cultivation room, even if they self-destruct, they won't be able to pose any threat to the Black Tortoise world." "That's true. After all, the current ancient castle has surpassed the limits of a heaven-defying divine artifact." Yi Zhong nodded. "Then let's go." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Qin Feiyang, you can directly open the altar and go to the inner sea." At this moment, Wang Chang's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. "Directly open the altar?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Long Zun himself said that the reason he couldn't open the altar and send messages was because of the sovereign divine weapon. Now that the sovereign divine weapon has been damaged, these restrictions are gone. Wang Chang said, "I see. That's a lot more convenient." Qin Feiyang smiled and opened the altar, returning to the inner sea with Yi Zhong. The ancient castle. In the cultivation room. Wang Chang looked around and shook his head with a smile. "I didn't expect this little guy to be so cautious. It's not without reason that he could come this far." The old woman nodded. Qin Feiyang and Yi Zhong didn't hide their conversation, so they heard every word. They also knew that they could only stay in this cultivation room. Moreover, this was a cultivation room on the 2nd floor of the ancient castle. There was nothing except for a few old cushions. The burly man walked to the stone door and tried to push it, but he couldn't open it. He shook his head regretfully and said, "I really want to see what the Black Tortoise world is like outside. There will be a chance in the future." Wang Chang smiled. "Let's recuperate first. The battle will start at any time. This time, we must do our best to make up for our sins." The old woman said. Everyone nodded. In the inner sea. When Qin Feiyang and Yi Zhong appeared, Qin Batian immediately asked, "How is it?" "Let's settle them in the ancient castle's cultivation room for the time being," Qin Feiyang said. "Does that mean Long Zun already knows that they have surrendered to us?" Qin Batian said. "He doesn't know yet because I haven't removed the control of the fate contract," Qin Feiyang said. "You haven't removed it? Then you still dare to let them go to the ancient castle?" Qin Batian was shocked. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've already arranged everything." "How's the battle situation now?" "As long as it's arranged." After Qin Batian said, he looked at the battlefield and said, "The strength of these two is really amazing. Yes, they are completely neck and neck. Why didn't I realize that this lunatic had such terrifying potential back then?" Lu Xingyang shook his head. Lunatic, he was naturally no stranger to him. In the past, in his opinion, Madman was at most a genius. But he didn't expect that after thousands of years, lunatic would grow to such an extent. To be honest. Now, even if he had stepped into the perfect undead realm, he didn't have much confidence in defeating lunatic. That's just what you think. In my eyes, he has always been a terrifying guy. I also expect that one day in the future, he will catch up with me and even surpass me. Qin Badian smiled. Lu Jiang was stunned and said with a smile, I'm afraid it will take some time to surpass you. Sooner or later. Qin Badian smiled slightly. Wait. Qin Feiyang interrupted the two of them. He looked at Qin Badian and said, Ancestor, I don't deny senior brother Frenzy's potential, but isn't it a little too exaggerated for him to surpass you? After all, you control the strongest battle soul, the Eye of Reincarnation. Qin Badian shook his head and smiled, asking, Then do you know what Lunatic's fighting soul is? Senior brother Lunatic's fighting soul? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Don't say it. He really didn't know what Lunatic's fighting soul was. Because he had never seen Lunatic activate his fighting soul before. His fighting soul is also terrifying. You have personally experienced Prince Dragon's realm of divinity. It is considered strong, but it still hasn't reached the level of a heaven-defying fighting soul. But Lunatic's fighting soul is truly comparable to a heaven-defying fighting soul. Qin Badian smiled. So powerful? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Let's watch quietly. He should activate his fighting soul later. Qin Badian smiled. Chapter 29-25. Qin Feiyang heard this and looked up at the battlefield. He couldn't help but look forward to it. After knowing each other for so many years, the madman hadn't even activated his battle soul once. How heaven-defying was he to be so secretive? Clang. Rumble. High up in the sky. Every time the madman and Prince Dragons clashed, there would be a loud explosion. Especially the Blood Demon Tower and Sacred Dragon Sword. Every time the two heaven-defying artifacts collided, it would be a scene of destruction. Another few hundred breaths passed. Suddenly, with a loud crack, the two heaven-defying artifacts cracked at the same time and their divine light dimmed. Both sides are injured? Prince Dragons frowned. I'm also quite surprised. The madman put away the Blood Demon Tower and waved his hand. The fifth style, Blood Prison, instantly appeared and shrouded Prince Dragons. Facing Blood Prison, Prince Dragons didn't dare to be careless. Because he had already experienced the power of Blood Prison. The power of Blood Prison's self-destruction was even more terrifying than a life form of the same realm. A barrier flickered with divine light appeared. God's domain. He had activated his divine ability, rendering all divine abilities useless. Just as Blood Prison entered the God's domain, it directly dissipated. Damn. What a shameless innate ability. The madman was annoyed. But you can't deny its power. The Prince of the Dragon Clan said with a smile. It is very strong, but what if it's a law profound? The madman smiled coldly and a monstrous killing intent erupted. Clang. The next moment, a blood-colored sword appeared, as if it was made of blood, emitting a terrifying bloody aura. Sword of Slaughter. Following the madman's roar, the Sword of Slaughter suddenly swept up a blood-colored wave, carrying an apocalyptic sharpness as it slashed at the god's domain. With a loud bang, the god's domain shattered. Then, the Sword of Slaughter slashed furiously at the Dragon Prince. Sword of Slaughter. Qin Feiyang muttered. Sword of Slaughter is the first profound divine ability of the Law of Slaughter. Qin Badian said, I have to admit that this kid is truly a monster. He's still so young, yet he's already comprehended his first profound ability. Yi Zhong shook his head. Yeah. It's true that the new generation excels the old. Supreme Cloud and Supreme Beast could not help but sigh. Boom. The Prince of the Dragons was shocked when his divinity domain was forcibly broken. The power of laws was indeed worthy of being called the strongest power in the world. The threat that this Sword of Slaughter brought to him was simply unprecedentedly intense. However, lunatics weren't the only ones with profound divine abilities. Boom! A sacred aura burst out. Following closely, with a clang, a pure white longsword appeared out of thin air. The sword exuded a world-destroying sharpness, and a divine radiance enveloped the entire area. "This is the Sword of Light," Qin Feiyang exclaimed. "That's right. It is indeed the first profound divine ability of the Law of Light, the Sword of Light. He's actually the same as you, mastering the Law of Light." Yi Zhong was shocked. Qin Feiyang was taken aback and said, "Master, looking at your reaction, why do you seem to have only just found out that he has mastered the Law of Light? The Prince of the Dragons has always been cultivating in seclusion in the Dragon Palace and has never appeared, so this old man doesn't know much about him." After saying that, Yi Zhong paused for a moment before continuing, "I'm afraid not only this old man, even his clansmen probably don't know much about him." "So mysterious?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "This old man guesses that his means should not be limited to this. For you and lunatics, he might really be a formidable opponent." Yi Zhong said. "A formidable opponent," Qin Feiyang murmured. At the same time, on the other side, His Highness actually mastered the Law of Light? And he has even comprehended his first profound divine ability? Why didn't we know about this? The various ancestral dragons were also shocked. "Not to mention you, even this lord is not aware." Long Zun snorted coldly. "Even you don't know?" The various ancestral dragons looked at Long Zun in shock. Long Zun nodded and said helplessly, "This child has been like this since he was young. No matter what he encounters, he doesn't like to tell others." "In that case, even you don't know His Highness's strength?" Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon said. Long Zun pondered for a moment and said, "In the past, this lord felt that I understood him very well. After all, he is my child, but now, seeing him reveal the Law of Light, this lord really doesn't dare to say. His Highness, our prince, is really hiding his strength." The white-robed woman shook her head and smiled bitterly. "Hiding his strength? Oomph." Long Zun snorted coldly and didn't hide it. "He even hid it from this lord. Looks like his wings have hardened and he wants to rebel." The various ancestral dragons looked at each other and shook their heads. Long Zun was obviously saying one thing and thinking another. He was obviously very pleased in his heart, but he didn't admit it. In the blink of an eye, as soon as the Sword of Light appeared, Prince Dragons grabbed it in his hand and slashed at the Sword of Slaughter. Divine light filled the sky as the sword chi roared. It was as if thousands of gods and Buddhas were chanting as a sacred aura enveloped heaven and earth. The Sword of Slaughter was completely different. Blood light filled the sky as baleful aura surged. It was like the incarnation of thousands of corpse demons. The two profound abilities clashed, and heaven and earth fell into a deathly silence at this moment. Boom! But in the next instant, a loud explosion that shook the skies suddenly exploded. A terrifying destructive aura surged out like a tide. Frenzy and Prince Dragons immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and flew back at the same time. "I admit that you are really strong. But the winner of this battle will definitely be me." Prince Dragon stabilized his body, and his words were filled with a monstrous domineering aura. As his voice fell, divine light surged out, and his entire body was enveloped in a layer of sacred light. It was as if a god had descended. "Is that so?" Frenzy stabilized himself in the air and raised his head to look at Prince Dragons. The murderous aura that flowed out of his body became more and more shocking. The Prince of the Dragon Clan nodded with great confidence. He slowly raised his arm and said, "Accept your judgment, Sword of Judgment." Clang. Before his voice fell, the Law of Light appeared, and a divine sword that was dozens of feet long appeared. Prince Dragons grabbed the sword hilt and shook it slightly. A sonorous sound came from the sword, and a mighty aura surged out. "This is the second profound ability of the Law of Light, Sword of Judgment," Qin Batian exclaimed. "The second profound ability." Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled when he heard this. He had actually comprehended the second profound ability. Didn't that mean that Prince Dragon's Law of Light had already reached the small success stage? The power of law had a total of 6 stages. Beginner, initial, small success, great success, perfection, and great perfection. At initial success stage, one could comprehend the first profound ability, which was the Sword of Light. Only after comprehending it to the small success stage would one be able to grasp the second type of profound divine ability. Who would have thought that Prince Dragons had actually hidden it so deeply? Recalling the last time he fought with him, he hadn't used the Law of Light, the fifth style of the Heavenly Dragon Art, Seal Moon, or the sixth style, Shield of Mystic Moon. These were all super terrifying techniques. For example, the fifth style, Seal Moon, had the ability to protect the soul. Even the soul extermination technique probably couldn't break it, because the soul extermination technique was similar to the blood prison, which ignored all external defenses. Since Seal Moon could block the blood prison's obliteration, it could naturally block the soul extermination technique. And the sixth style, Shield of Mystic Moon, had absolute defense. After all, even Wang Ming had personally admitted that even the Shield of Invincibility couldn't compare to this Shield of Mystic Moon. And the profound ability of the Law of Light was undoubtedly more powerful than these divine arts. Sword of Light, Sword of Judgment. At that moment, Prince Dragons really was like a god descending to earth, holding the Sword of Judgment to judge sinners. His Highness is amazing. He has even comprehended the second profound divine ability. It looks like there's no suspense in this battle. That bastard madman is bound to lose. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon laughed heartily. The other 9 ancestral dragons, as well as the supreme experts behind them, were also all smiles. Even Long Zun's face, which was shrouded in mist, had a brilliant smile on it. This child was still hiding his strength. Madman was also laughing, but his laughter was full of ridicule. You want to judge me? Is the second profound ability that great? Madman's body shook, and the law of slaughter instantly surged forth like a torrent. Clang. With a loud sound, a blood-colored giant sword several zhang long appeared out of nowhere. Monstrous killing intent instantly enveloped the entire area. At that moment he was wreathed in blood-red flames, and the miserable howls of malicious ghosts reverberated around him. It was as if a god of slaughter had returned. Second profound ability, God-killing sword. Madman laughed cruelly, grabbed the god-killing sword, and charged toward Prince Dragon step by step. What? God-killing sword, the second profound ability. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. When did Madman comprehend the third stage of the Law of Slaughter? He remembered that Madman had personally said that the Law of Slaughter was only at the second stage outside Fallen Valley. At the same time, looking at this scene, Yizhong, Cloud Supremacy, and Beast Supremacy were all shocked. What kind of monsters were these? At such a young age, each of them had comprehended the third stage of a Law of Slaughter. This made these old fellows feel so ashamed that they were unable to show their faces. Lu Xingyang glanced at Madman, then looked at Qin Batian and said with a bitter smile, I finally understand why you value this little madman so much. Actually, it's all within my expectations. If it wasn't for his adoptive father's death that caused him to waste so many years, he would be even stronger now. Qin Batian smiled. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Qin Batian was taken aback and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Although Mo Yuan's death made him depressed for a long time, it also made him even more terrifying because of that period of time. Just like the blood demon art, he created it during that period of time. The Law of Slaughter was also upgraded to the second stage at that time. Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, Qin Batian smiled and said, this should be the so-called good preparation. Qin Feiyang nodded. Frankly speaking, the strength that Madman had displayed was really beyond imagination. More importantly, he had an indescribable feeling. Whether it was Madman or Prince Dragons, it seemed that they hadn't shown their true strength yet. Chapter 29-26. Slaughter Law's second profound ability. At the same time, Prince Dragons looked at the god-slaying sword in the madman's hand and fell into shock. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to comprehend the power of laws. He originally thought that he was the only one in the younger generation who had comprehended a second profound ability. This was the reason why he could look down on everyone. But he never expected that the madman would also comprehend a second profound ability. This was undoubtedly an invisible blow to him, because this meant that there was a monster in this world that could compete with him. Clang. The madman's killing intent surged as he approached step by step. Prince Dragons took a deep breath and calmed the fluctuations in his heart. He looked up at the madman and said, "In my opinion, only Qin Feiyang was worthy of being my opponent." "What about now?" The madman chuckled. "Now there's naturally you. With the two of you, I believe that the future won't be too boring." Prince Dragons revealed a smile. This was a kind of gratification. In a person's life, it was hard to meet opponents that were worthy of respect. But now, he met two at once, so he was very happy. This came from the bottom of his heart. There was no falsehood at all. He wasn't jealous of the strength and talent that the madman displayed. This was the mentality that an expert should have. Jealousy was a sign of the weak, a sign of incompetence. Come. Let's all use our strength without holding back and fight with all our strength. Boom. With that, the dragon race prince held the sword of judgment and charged at madman. Clang. The two clashed in the air again. Two profound abilities, their sharpness could destroy the world. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but want to give it a try. At the same time, he felt a little disappointed. They were both from the younger generation, but the madman and Prince Dragons had both comprehended a second profound ability. But him? He had only comprehended a first profound ability. The gap was quite big. Don't be discouraged. In terms of age, you're much younger than them. Qin Batian said with a comforting smile. To be honest, the lunatic was actually someone from the same era as Qin Batian. In terms of seniority, Qin Feiyang was one generation lower than madman. Therefore, in Qin Batian's eyes, Qin Feiyang was not at all inferior to madman and Prince Dragons. He was even more outstanding than the two of them. It's not that I'm discouraged. I just don't want to lose to them. Qin Feiyang shook his head. You didn't lose. Because no matter if it's the lunatics or the princes of dragons, at your stage, they didn't have the same achievements as you do now. Qin Batian smiled. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. So, should I be proud? Proud? That won't do. Qin Batian shook his head and laughed. To tell the truth, Qin Feiyang indeed had the right to be proud. Because, if he didn't count the time in the castle and the Black Tortoise realm, Qin Feiyang hadn't even been on the path of cultivation for 1,000 years. Just think about it. In this world, who could step into the half-step invincible realm in such a short time? It could be said that no one could do it. However, a proud attitude would make people arrogant, so this was definitely not something that could be done. Ancestor, what do you plan to do after this battle? Qin Feiyang suddenly asked. After it's over, Qin Batian murmured and smiled. If I can survive, of course I'll go home and have a look. Qin Feiyang said, then grandfather and great-grandfather will definitely be very happy. Speaking of them, I feel quite guilty. One is my son, the other is my grandson, but I have never fulfilled my responsibility as a father or a grandfather. Qin Batian shook his head. They won't blame you, Qin Feiyang said. Qin Batian shook his head and smiled. The result of this battle is still unknown. Let's talk about it after it's really over. Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Batian and secretly swore in his heart that he must win this battle. Furthermore, everyone around him had to survive. He didn't want to taste the pain of his family, friends, and brothers dying in battle again. Clang. Kacha. High up in the sky. Madman and the Prince of Dragons fought until the sky turned dark. Blood was spurting out from their bodies. But for them, this kind of injury was nothing. The more they fought, the braver they became. Blood Demon Domain. Heavenly Dragon Domain. Blood Prison. God's Domain. Sky Halberd. God's Slaying Art. Whether it was profound divine abilities or divine arts, they had all been unleashed to the extreme. However, although it was a life and death battle, both of them had respect for each other in their eyes. This battle had already lasted for half an hour. They were covered in wounds and blood dyed the sky. But the two of them were still lively, and there wasn't the slightest bit of weakness in their expressions. If it weren't for our different positions, we should be able to become friends. The Prince of Dragons laughed. I believe that we will still be very good friends. Madman echoed with a smile. The Prince of Dragons said regretfully, unfortunately, we both have something to protect. For their sake, the outcome of this battle must be decided. Be prepared. Full power. Madman roared towards the sky, and a monstrous aura broke out from his body. Following closely, under everyone's shocked gaze, Madman's cultivation began to soar again. In just an instant, his cultivation had reached the large success stage of the undead realm. What? The Prince of Dragons' expression changed. This is the true blood demon technique, an increase of 3 small realms. Madman smiled proudly, and the god-slaying sword slashed towards the Prince of Dragons. Strong, too strong. The Prince of Dragons muttered. Looking at the madman at this moment, he even had an illusion. This person was even more terrifying than Qin Feiyang. The judgment sword slashed furiously, but it was no longer a match for the god-slaying sword, and with a crack, it shattered. The madman's current cultivation was 1 small realm higher than the Prince of Dragons, and he had already begun to overwhelm him. This guy, what other shocking means is he hiding? Qin Feiyang clenched his fists. To actually increase his cultivation by 3 small realms, this was too unexpected. What should we do? His Highness is no longer the madman's opponent. The Prince of Dragons were all panicking at this moment. Even the revered dragons were extremely nervous. In just a few breaths, the Prince of Dragons was heavily injured, and his entire body was bleeding. There was even a deep sword wound on his body that revealed his bones. The outcome has been decided. The madman took a step forward, and like a demon god descending, the god-slaying sword shattered in all directions. Immediately, the Prince of the Dragon Clan sensed a fatal danger sweeping over him. But, at this moment he didn't panic at all. You're really too strong. The current you, I'm afraid that even the ancestral dragons aren't your opponent. I really like you more and more. If you can join the dragons, together with Qin Feiyang, our dragons will definitely be immortal. Unfortunately, I know that this is a dream that will never be realized. The Prince of Dragons' heart fluctuated. This was the most terrifying opponent he had ever encountered in his life. That heart of cherishing talent was difficult to suppress. Since you know that this is a dream that will never be realized, then what are you still saying? Laozi knows that you still have a trump card. Quickly show it to Laozi. The madman roared and slashed at the Prince of Dragon God's head. All right. As you said, be prepared. The Prince of Dragons took a step forward, and a terrifying ice force roared out from his body. At the same time, ice crystals and flames rose from the ground and surrounded his body. The madman looked at the Prince of Dragons in shock. Not only the madman, but Qin Feiyang and the others were also shocked. Because, at this moment, the flame on the Prince of Dragons' body was no longer the power of the Sky Dragon. Moreover, at this moment, the Prince of Dragons' temperament had completely changed. All along, the Prince of Dragons had been like a transcendent and sacred son of God in everyone's impression. But now, he was like a demon god transformed. That sacred aura could no longer be found, and it was filled with indifference, ruthlessness, and cold-bloodedness. What's going on with you? The madman frowned. This is another me. The Prince of Dragons spoke. Another you? The madman was stunned. That's right. I'm different from other divine dragons. I was born with 2 souls. One is the soul of the Sky Dragon, and the other is the soul of the Ice Dragon. The Sky Dragon's soul is inherited from my mother, and the Ice Dragon's soul is inherited from my father. The difference is that the Sky Dragon's soul is more gentle, and the Ice Dragon's soul is more brutal. So all this time, I have sealed the Ice Dragon's soul in my sea of consciousness. I originally thought that I would never unlock the seal in my life, but I didn't expect to meet you. The Prince of Dragons opened his mouth, and his tone was not as gentle as before, but carried a bone-piercing chill. So that's how it is. The madman muttered. Qin Feiyang also nodded in realization. When he heard the Prince of Dragons mention the other him, he was still a little confused, but it turned out that he was referring to the other Ice Dragon soul. However, The Prince of Dragons actually wanted to seal the Ice Dragon's soul, then how brutal was this Ice Dragon's soul? Next, the Ice Dragon's soul will control this body, you have to be prepared. The Prince of Dragons looked at the madman and said a sentence, then directly closed his eyes. The madman stared at the Prince of Dragons and couldn't help but be secretly vigilant. Shwa. Almost at this moment, the Prince of Dragons suddenly opened his eyes, and a cold light suddenly burst out. As expected, at this moment, the Prince of Dragons no longer had any emotions in his eyes, leaving only indifference. Sure enough, this prince still has to make a move. The Prince of Dragons opened his mouth, his cold tone revealing a bit of malevolence. So what if you come out? I'll still kill you. The madman sneered. The god-slaying sword let out a sonorous sword cry, carrying a sharp edge that could destroy heaven and earth as it crazily attacked. A mere ant dares to challenge this prince? The Prince of Dragons' face was full of disdain as he raised his hand. With the appearance of the law of light, the sword of judgment condensed and became thick. Following closely, the Prince of Dragons grabbed the sword of judgment and faced the god-slaying sword. Clang. The two profound divine abilities collided once again. The sword of judgment shattered once again. The Prince of Dragons spat out a mouthful of blood as his body retreated, but he didn't panic at all. He looked at the madman expressionlessly and said, "Indeed, quite strong. Do I need you to say that? Who doesn't know that I'm very strong?" The madman snorted coldly. Using the support technique, he instantly closed in on the Prince of Dragons and attacked again. Chapter 29-27. Then do you know how strong this prince is? Ice Dragon Domain. Prince Long's eyes turned cold as a monstrous dragon's aura erupted. Immediately after, his cultivation soared crazily. In just an instant he stepped into the great success undead realm. And it didn't stop. It was still soaring. Boom. The next moment, Prince Long's cultivation soared to the perfection undead realm. What the hell? Madman was shocked. He actually raised his cultivation to the perfection undead realm. One must know, with the support of the blood demon technique, his cultivation was only at the great success undead realm. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the others were also shocked. Ice Dragon Domain? Why didn't Prince Long activate this kind of divine art before? But Prince Long didn't explain. With the appearance of the law of light, the sword of judgment appeared again and slashed. With a loud crack, the god-killing sword in Madman's hand shattered on the spot. The sword of judgment carried a monstrous aura as it charged towards Madman like lightning. Madman's heart tightened as he hurriedly retreated, but he was still swept by the sword light. On his chest, a wide bloody mark suddenly appeared as blood gushed out. You're not the only one who can create a divine art that can increase one's realm, the Dragon Prince said coldly. Then, like a demon god, he walked toward the madman step by step with the judgment sword in his hand. This is impossible. Madman shook his head. Prince Long said expressionlessly, "Are you very puzzled as to why Sky Dragon didn't activate the Ice Dragon domain before?" The Sky Dragon he was referring to was naturally the Sky Dragon soul. That's right. Madman nodded. Since he had such a powerful divine art, Sky Dragon should have activated it before. Because this prince is different from him. Although we are symbiotic, our divine souls are independent. He is him and I am me. Simply put, I can't use the divine art he created. Similarly, he can't use the divine art I created. Prince Long said. There's such a thing? Madman frowned. Qin Feiyang's face was also full of astonishment. This situation was the opposite of the inner demons. Thinking back to when the inner demons were still around, all of his methods could be used by the inner demons. This included the 6-word divine formula. But now, the Heavenly Dragon's soul and the Ice Dragon's soul were two completely independent entities, completely unrelated to each other. Something's wrong. Since you are unrelated to the Sky Dragon, why are you able to use the law of light? Madman raised his eyebrows. Ha! The Ice Dragon's soul laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Madman said in a deep voice. This prince is laughing at your stupidity. The ice dragon's soul shook its head and said, "Do you still need to ask? Of course, it's because I've also comprehended the laws of light." As he spoke, he had already walked in front of the madman and slashed his sword at the madman. Madman hurriedly retreated and said in shock, "You've actually comprehended the law of light? What's there to be surprised about? Even the sky dragon can comprehend it, let alone this prince." The ice dragon's soul was full of disdain. The sword of judgment swept across the sky, forcing the madman to retreat and his injuries to worsen. He really didn't expect the dragon's soul to be hiding such a terrifying ice dragon's soul. "What's wrong?" "That's it." The disdain on the ice dragon's soul's face became even thicker. As his voice fell, the sword of judgment in his hand automatically dissipated. The madman was surprised. What did this mean? In terms of potential and comprehension, the Sky Dragon Kid can't compare to me. Now, I'll let you see what a true monster is. Esoteric superpower, Holy Sword of Light. The ice dragon's soul waved his hand and the law of light appeared. With a clang, a giant sword appeared and a sacred aura instantly shrouded the surroundings. Holy Sword of Light? Seeing this scene, not only Madman, but even Qin Feiyang and the others, as well as the group of people from the dragon race, were all bewildered. You don't even know about the Holy Sword of Light? You guys are really ridiculous. The ice dragon's soul scanned the crowd and said coldly, "The Holy Sword of Light is the third esoteric superpower of the Law of Light." What? You've already comprehended the third esoteric superpower. The madman exclaimed. That's right. The ice dragon's soul nodded. Unbelievable. How did he do it? The third esoteric superpower requires one to comprehend the law of light to the greater success stage of the fourth stage. Terrifying, truly terrifying. It wasn't just Madman. Even Yi Zhong and the other powerful cultivators from the older generation felt waves of shock in their hearts. This level of comprehension ability could simply be said to be unprecedented in the past and unparalleled in the future. Lord Longzuan, is this true? The dragons group were also in disbelief, especially the ancestral dragons. They had cultivated for countless years and hadn't even comprehended the beginner level of the Law of Light, let alone the third esoteric superpower. Therefore, they found it hard to accept. The Longzuan was silent. Her face was covered by mist and her expression couldn't be seen. However, from her clenched fists and trembling body, it wasn't hard to guess that she was very excited. Lord Longzuan? The ancestral dragons looked at the Longzuan suspiciously. The Longzuan seemed to have recovered and looked at the ancestral dragons in confusion. So we didn't hear their voices before? The ancestral dragons cursed silently. However, they didn't dare to show their dissatisfaction. The fire dragon ancestral dragon asked, "Lord, is it true that His Highness has comprehended the third esoteric superpower? Didn't you guys see it with your own eyes? Do you still need to ask?" The Longzuan glared at the 10 of them. Although we saw it with our own eyes, it's still too shocking. The black dragon ancestral dragon said. That's true. The Longzuan nodded. To comprehend the third esoteric superpower at such a young age, who could compare with such an achievement? What Qin Feiyang? What Madman? They weren't even fit to carry her son's shoes. Who? Taking a deep breath, the Longzuan looked up at the Dragon Prince and smiled. Actually, this lord didn't know that he had already comprehended the third esoteric superpower. Even you didn't know? This ice dragon's soul is hidden too deeply. The blood dragon ancestral dragon frowned. What ice dragon soul? What sky dragon soul? They are all this lord's children. This lord doesn't want to hear such a name again, understand? The Longzuan shouted. The blood dragon ancestral dragon hurriedly bowed. The ancestral dragons all knew about the existence of the ice dragon soul and the sky dragon soul, because the dragon's prince already had 2 souls when he was born. In other words, this was innate. However, because the Longzuan ordered to conceal this matter, many people, including most dragons, didn't know. Battlefield. Looking at the holy light sword floating in front of the ice dragon soul, Madman finally calmed down the shock in his heart. Now you understand why this prince sealed himself? It's because this prince is too strong. The ice dragon's soul laughed coldly. Pooh. Madman let out a long breath and said, "You're too arrogant." Ha, as you said, this prince has the qualifications to be arrogant. The ice dragon's soul laughed, and the holy light sword suddenly let out a sword cry that shook the sky, and charged towards Madman. "No, you don't." Madman shook his head, and an obscure aura spread out from his body. "It's coming." Qin Beishan's eyes trembled. "What's coming?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Madman's battle soul." Qin Batian said word by word. "Battle soul?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback, and hurriedly looked at Madman, his eyes filled with anticipation. He really wanted to know how heaven-defying Madman's battle soul was. At this moment, the holy light sword had already arrived in front of Madman, and the terrifying edge tore through Madman's skin, causing blood to gush out. It was also at this moment. The Madman roared as his forehead split open, revealing a blood-red eye. "What is this?" The ice dragon's soul looked suspiciously at the blood eye. For some reason, when he looked at the blood eye, he actually felt a sense of panic in his heart. At the same time, Madman took a step forward and dodged the attack of the holy light sword. He appeared on the other side and shouted, "Innate ability, petrification." As Madman's voice fell, a strange force suddenly emerged from the blood eye and shrouded the ice dragon soul. The next moment, a shocking scene appeared. A layer of stone-like scales quickly appeared on the body of the ice dragon soul. The skin on his face was the most eye-catching. The stone-like scales quickly spread across his entire face. Even the eyes of the ice dragon soul were petrified. Seeing this, Long Zun and the others couldn't help but turn pale with fright. No matter who it is, in front of Madman's face, they can't escape the fate of being petrified. Qin Batian said. "This is his innate ability," Qin Feiyang murmured. "That's right. The ability to petrify is not something that doesn't exist in this world. It may not give people a very scary feeling, but that's just ordinary petrification. For example, some creatures have the ability to petrify. You need to look at their eyes to be petrified. But Madman is different. It's not you looking at him, it's him looking at you," Qin Batian said. "What does this mean?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Qin Batian said, "It means that as long as his blood eye looks at someone, they will be petrified." Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled when he heard this. These were indeed two different concepts. For the former, you will only be petrified if you look at his eyes. For this type, there are ways to avoid it. You can either not look at his eyes or directly close your eyes. But Madman's innate ability is not up to you, because the initiative is in Madman's hands. Whoever he wants to petrify, he will look at that person. Even if you close your eyes, it's useless. Although it's the same petrification ability, the degree of terror is worlds apart. This is indeed a heaven-defying battle soul. Moreover, once petrified by the blood eye, except for Madman himself, no one can break the petrification state. The most important point. After being petrified, you will lose consciousness like a real stone statue. If the stone statue is shattered, you will completely lose your life. Qin Batian said again. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. Except for Madman himself, no one can break the petrification. Then if one is petrified, wouldn't it be a dead end? Chapter 29-28. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but think of Soul Sealing Valley. Soul Sealing Valley used to have the power to petrify people. As long as one entered Soul Sealing Valley, they would be petrified. They would lose their consciousness and turn into a stone statue. But Soul Sealing Valley was different. After being petrified in Soul Sealing Valley, as long as one exits the valley, the petrification state would automatically be removed. But here, if Madman wasn't willing to help remove the petrification state, then the other party would be petrified forever. Terrifying, truly terrifying. After being petrified and losing consciousness, no matter how strong your cultivation is or how terrifying your means are, you wouldn't be able to resist. It was equivalent to being a fish on the chopping board. While the conversation was going on, Dragon's body was almost completely petrified. Suddenly, the holy radiant sword dissipated in the void. The dissipation of the holy radiant sword meant that the consciousness of the ice dragon's soul was also dissipating. When the consciousness of the ice dragon's soul completely dissipated, even a god wouldn't be able to save him. Not only the ice dragon's soul, even the sky dragon's soul in his sea of consciousness felt the aura of death. What did I say to you? Don't underestimate him. You just didn't believe me. Look at what happened now. The sky dragon's soul sighed. How would I know that he has such a talent? The ice dragon's soul raged. Then quickly open your god's domain and see if you can break the petrification state? The sky dragon's soul said. Although they were independent souls with independent thoughts, their battle souls were of the same body. In other words, they could share their battle souls. Unheard of. With a thought, the ice dragon's soul opened its god's domain, but the petrification state showed no signs of dissipating. This is really bad. The sky dragon's soul's heart sank. Still talking nonsense? Quickly think of a way. The ice dragon's soul urged. On the other side, the dragons were also burning with anxiety. But I have to save him. Long Zun gritted his teeth and rushed to the battlefield. You still dare to come? Madman sensed Long Zun's aura and his eyes flashed a cold smile. His blood eyes directly locked onto Long Zun. At this moment, Long Zun's body stiffened and stopped in the void. His body also quickly began to petrify. How is this possible? Long Zun's expression changed drastically. Even she was petrified? The expressions of the ancestral dragons changed when they saw that. That's the most terrifying part. Madman's innate divine ability is able to petrify anyone within the same realm. Qin Batian said. Qin Feiyang exclaimed, does that mean he can also petrify Long Zun? It's just that the process will be slower. Qin Batian nodded. If even a great perfection imperishable realm cultivator can turn into stone, then wouldn't his innate ability be unbreakable? Qin Feiyang was stunned. It's not to the extent that there's no solution. For example, a powerful external force can forcefully interrupt it. Given Madman's cultivation, this external force has to be at the sovereign realm in order to break it. Qin Batian said. Ruler realm. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. This was simply unsolvable. After all, there were no rulers in the ancient realm at all. What about that heaven-defying divine artifact? Yi Zhong suddenly asked. That's right. After the seal on the heaven-defying divine artifact is unlocked and fully awakened, its power is almost at the half-step sovereign realm. That heaven-defying divine artifact should be able to forcefully interrupt it, right? Qin Feiyang said. That's true. But the dragons have heaven-defying divine artifacts now. The sacred dragon sword and the blood demon tower have both been damaged. Needless to say, the sovereign divine artifact is almost shattered. It can't help even if it wants to. Qin Batian shook his head. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, since heaven-defying divine artifacts can do it, then the heaven-defying divine arts and the power of laws should be able to do it too. Heaven-defying divine arts? The power of laws. Qin Batian was stunned. Qin Feiyang nodded. Qin Batian shook his head and said, looks like you haven't fully understood the heaven-defying divine arts and the power of laws. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Heaven-defying divine arts, the power of laws, and the heaven-defying divine artifacts can't be understood with one concept. As everyone knows, the heaven-defying divine artifacts have their own consciousness and can automatically awaken to their peak state. And the strength of the heaven-defying divine artifacts is always at its peak. But the heaven-defying divine arts and the power of laws are different. These two don't have their own consciousness, and their power is determined by the user's cultivation. For example, the mad scientist and the prince dragons. Before the mad scientist activated the blood demon art, the prince dragons relied on his initial imperishable realm cultivation and the second profound divine ability of the law of light, the sword of judgment, to crush the mad scientist's god-killing sword. You have to know that the god-killing sword is also the second profound divine ability of the law of slaughter. So, The stronger the user's cultivation, the stronger the power of the heaven-defying divine arts and the power of laws. Simply put, the power of the heaven-defying divine artifacts is fixed. No matter how much you awaken, it will only be at the half-step sovereign realm. Of course, the sunset divine bow and the other heaven-defying divine artifacts are different. And the power of laws and the heaven-defying divine arts are unstable. Qin Batian smiled. Qin Feiyong heard this and carefully pondered for a while before nodding with a smile. Seems like it. Then he looked up at Madman and said with a smile, "In that case, senior brother Madman alone can sweep through the Dragon Clan? Otherwise, do you think he dared to say such big words before you fainted? The only thing he's afraid of is the sovereign divine weapon and the sacred dragon sword. As long as he can get rid of these two divine weapons, he will be an invincible existence." Qin Batian smiled. Qin Feiyong was taken aback and recalled the scene when he fainted. The mad scientist looked at the heavily injured him and confidently said to leave the rest to him. To be honest, when he heard this, he didn't take it seriously, because the mad scientist always had this kind of unconventional personality. But he didn't expect him to really have this ability. Blood eye, petrification. He just didn't know if the eye of heaven could replicate this blood eye. If it could, Qin Feiyong wasn't afraid. But if it couldn't, frankly speaking, although he had many heaven-defying divine artifacts in his hands, he still couldn't help but be wary. Qin Feiyong. Suddenly, the mad scientist's voice sounded. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyong looked at him from afar. The mad scientist also slowly turned his head and looked at Qin Feiyong and the others. Qin Feiyong's face changed and hurriedly shouted, "Don't look at us. What are you afraid of? Even if I petrify you, I can immediately help you remove the petrification state." The mad scientist laughed proudly. "Come on." Qin Feiyong pursed his lips. Fine. The mad scientist turned his head again and laughed. "Do you remember what I said to you before you fainted?" "I just talked about this with the ancestor." Qin Feiyong nodded his head. "Then you just stand there obediently and watch how I deal with these bastards." The mad scientist smiled coldly and used an auxiliary technique to rush in the direction of the dragons. He really wants to annihilate the dragons in one fell swoop? Cloud Supreme was stunned. Does he look like he's joking? But this is also good, it saves us the trouble of making a move. Sovereign Beast said, "That mad scientist is coming." At the same time, the people on the dragon's side also discovered the mad scientist and fell into a panic. "Run! Don't let his blood eye see us!" Sovereign Dragon shouted. He never thought that he would fall in the hands of this mad scientist. Hearing Sovereign Dragon's words, the tens of thousands of people didn't dare to hesitate and immediately turned to flee. Escape? The mad scientist snorted and shouted, "Snowflake, send me over." The snowflake floating above Qin Feiyong and the others immediately activated the law of space, and a time tunnel appeared in front of the mad scientist. The mad scientist took a step in. Damn it. Sovereign Dragon was enraged and immediately activated the law of space, and a huge space crack appeared in front of the ancestral dragons. Her body hadn't been completely petrified, so it didn't stop her from activating the law of space. Seeing the space crack appear, the 10 ancestral dragons immediately led the dragons towards the space crack. Shwa. But at the same time, the mad scientist appeared, his blood eye flashing with a demonic light. Immediately, the tens of thousands of people on the dragon's side started to petrify. Those half-step imperishable realm experts were completely petrified in an instant. Because their cultivation was weaker, they petrified faster. Damn it. Sovereign Dragon roared. A mere human was able to annihilate all of her dragons. Disgrace, what a disgrace. Lord Divine Weapon, please save us again. The ancestral dragons were also panicking and crying for help in despair. It has already been cut into pieces by Qin Feiyong and you still want it to save you? The mad scientist's face was full of mockery as he stepped in front of a stone statue and waved his hand, shattering the stone statue on the spot. This also meant that a half-step imperishable realm expert had fallen. Now, killing these petrified dragons was as easy as killing chickens and sheep. Mad scientist, you're courting death. Sovereign Dragon roared as her divine power surged out and pounced at the mad scientist. Snowflake, Qin Feiyang shouted. Clang. Snowflake immediately opened the space tunnel and descended in front of the mad scientist, blocking the power of Sovereign Dragon. Kill her directly, Qin Feiyang ordered. To avoid any more trouble, it was best to kill Sovereign Dragon as soon as possible. But Snowflake's artifact spirit responded and charged at Sovereign Dragon. Mad scientist, Qin Feiyang, our battle isn't over yet. However, at this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded. Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist were startled as they quickly turned to look at the stone statue of the Prince of the Dragons. Because this was the voice of the Prince of the Dragons. However, the Prince of the Dragons had been completely petrified, so why was there still a voice coming out? Mad scientist, you're really strong. In my opinion, you've even surpassed Qin Feiyang. But if you think you can defeat me like this, then you're wrong. Revive for me. As the Prince of the Dragons roared, a monstrous aura suddenly erupted from the stone statue. What? It's actually the aura of a heaven-defying divine artifact. Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist's expressions suddenly changed as their faces were filled with disbelief. Didn't the Prince of the Dragons' sacred dragon sword and the blood demon tower both suffer injuries? How could it revive? This wasn't the aura of the sacred dragon sword. The aura of the sacred dragon sword was the same as the heavenly dragon soul, filled with a sacred aura. But now, this aura carried a vicious aura, just like the soul of the ice dragon. Could it be that the Prince of the Dragons had another heaven-defying divine artifact besides the sacred dragon sword? Chapter 29-29. What's going on? Not to mention Qin Feiyang and the others, even the dragons and the ancestral dragons were stunned. Obviously. I don't know what's going on. Clang. Accompanied by a sword cry that shook the heavens and earth, a terrifying sharp light surged out. Crack. Immediately, the phosphorus on the dragon's prince's body shattered, revealing a bloody body. Sky Dragon's power. Following closely. With a low shout, waves of divine power emerged, and the bloody body immediately recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a terrifying recovery ability! Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. Clang. Without waiting for Qin Feiyang and the others to recover, a divine light suddenly rushed out from the dragon's prince's body. It was a long sword. It was about 1 meter long, as thin as a cicada's wing, as if it was condensed from ice, emitting a world-destroying sharp light. This is... Qin Feiyang and the others stared at the long sword. This long sword was really not the holy dragon sword. This is the ice dragon sword. The dragon's prince spoke. The ice dragon sword emitted a mighty divine power, blocking the petrification effect of the blood eye. Ice dragon sword? Everyone was surprised. That's right. The ice dragon sword is also a heaven-defying divine artifact. But even my mother and sister don't know about the existence of the ice dragon sword. The only people who know about it are my father and me. The dragon's prince smiled slightly. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but look at Long Zun. Seeing Long Zun's surprised face, it seemed that he really didn't know. 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts. It was really unexpected. Madman looked at the dragon's prince and frowned. You are now the soul of the heavenly dragon? Because at this moment, the dragon's prince's cultivation had returned to the small success undead realm. And his expression and tone didn't have the slightest bit of hostility, making people feel as if they were sitting in a spring breeze. The dragon's prince nodded. Then this ice dragon sword was also refined by your father? Madman frowned. That's what father said, but I don't know if he was the one who refined it. However, this is no longer important. You've shown me your full strength. To show you my respect, I'll show you my full strength now. The Prince of the Dragons smiled. What? Still hiding a trump card? Madman was shocked. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. He doesn't seem to be putting on an act. Be careful. Madman nodded. Clang. With a sword hum, another battle sword appeared before the Dragon Prince. This was the shattered sacred dragon sword. The entire sword was broken into 5 or 6 pieces, dim and lifeless. The Holy Dragon Sword and the Ice Dragon Sword are not ordinary heaven-defying divine artifacts. The Prince of Dragons spoke. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang and the others frowned. It was not an ordinary divine artifact? Why couldn't he understand? You will understand very soon. The Prince of Dragons waved his hand, and the fragments of the Holy Dragon Sword quickly reassembled. Although the broken parts were not repaired, they could be considered complete. The Prince of Dragons raised his hands, holding the Holy Dragon Sword in one hand and the Ice Dragon Sword in the other. At this moment, everyone present stared fixedly at the 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts. The Prince of Dragons grabbed the 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts and slowly approached each other. What is he trying to do? The madman frowned. Finally, the 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts collided with each other. Fuse. At this time, the Prince of Dragons also let out a low shout. The 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts immediately shone brightly and merged into one. In other words, the Holy Dragon Sword and the Ice Dragon Sword had merged into one, turning from 2 divine artifacts into one. This, everyone was dumbfounded, including the Dragon Sovereign and the various ancestral dragons. Fusion of heaven-defying divine artifacts? There was actually such a thing in the world? After the fusion, the divine artifact turned into a broadsword. It was about 1.5 meters long. It was as wide as 5 fingers. On both sides of the sword body, there was a sacred sky dragon pattern on one side and a sinister ice dragon pattern on the other. This is the true appearance of the Ice Dragon Sword and the Holy Dragon Sword. They are called the Ice Dragon Holy Sword. The Prince of Dragons raised his hand and grabbed the hilt of the Ice Dragon Holy Sword. He looked at the madman and smiled. Ice Dragon Holy Sword. The madman's heart trembled. With the fusion of 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts, wouldn't that mean that its power had already surpassed the heaven-defying divine artifacts? Awaken, Ice Dragon Holy Sword. The Prince of Dragons whispered. The way he looked at the Ice Dragon Holy Sword was extremely gentle, as if he was looking at his lover. Clang. Immediately, the Ice Dragon Holy Sword suddenly trembled as a world-destroying might roared out. What? The moment the Ice Dragon Holy Sword emitted its aura, everyone present couldn't help but change their expressions, especially Yi Zhong and the others. This was because the aura of the Ice Dragon Holy Sword had already far surpassed that of a heaven-defying divine artifact. Not only that, it also had the aura of a dominator divine weapon. Could it be? Everyone couldn't help but have a terrifying thought in their minds. Could it be that the fused Ice Dragon Holy Sword was a sovereign divine weapon? Swish. Suddenly, the Prince of Dragons took a step forward. The madman was startled and instinctively retreated. However, the Prince of Dragons didn't attack him. The Prince of Dragons landed in front of Long Zun. He waved the Ice Dragon Holy Sword in his hand and attacked Snowflake. Snowflake was startled. She immediately opened a space-time tunnel and fled to Qin Feiyang's side. At least you're fast, the Prince of Dragons muttered. Then, the Ice Dragon Holy Sword slashed through the air. The petrification of Long Zun was forcefully cut off. The recovery ability of Long Zun was even more terrifying. Back then in the Sky Dragon Sea, the ancestral dragon's divine dragon body was cut off by Qin Feiyang. But with a wave of his hand, it was restored to its original state. So, when the petrification was forcefully cut off, her petrified divine body was instantly restored. The Prince of Dragons said, "Mother, take the clansmen and leave the inner sea immediately." "What about you?" Long Zun hurriedly asked. "This battle concerns the fate of us dragons. I won't back down and I can't lose." The Prince of Dragons smiled. But Long Zun was anxious. At the same time, she blamed herself. She was the leader of the dragons, the ruler of the ancient world. She was usually awe-inspiring, but at the critical moment, she was useless. This child had to carry such a heavy burden. She was ashamed. The Prince of Dragons smiled comfortingly. With the Ice Dragon Holy Sword, I won't lose. Then be careful. I'll come back to help you after I've settled my clansmen. Long Zun said. The Prince of Dragons nodded. Long Zun immediately turned around and flew toward the other ancestral dragons. Stop her! The beast sovereign shouted. The Sunset Divine Bow immediately awakened. An arrow flashing with divine light pierced through the sky and shot toward Long Zun. As long as I'm standing here, I won't allow anyone to hurt my mother or my clansmen. The Prince of Dragons stood in the void like a god. His long hair and clothes fluttered. Clang! The Ice Dragon Holy Sword slashed through the sky and the arrow shot by the Sunset Divine Bow shattered on the spot. So strong. The Sunset Divine Bow was shocked. This is my child. Long Zun looked at the back of the Prince of Dragons. Her eyes were dazed. She had never thought that this child would be so strong. Child, mother is proud of you. Murmuring, Long Zun turned around and flew above Ancestral Dragon and the others. The power of the Sky Dragon rolled out and covered everyone. At this moment, the petrification on Ancestral Dragon and the others also started to disappear. But a large portion of them were still petrified. These people were the half-step undying sovereigns that had been petrified, and the sovereigns that had just reached the undying realm, because they had been completely petrified. How could this be? Seeing this scene, Long Zun was dazed. You still don't know. They have been completely petrified. Without my help, no one can help them get rid of the petrification. The mad scientist smiled coldly. Damn it! Why is there such a perverted battle soul? Long Zun was furious. The Prince of Dragons glanced at the petrified people and then at his furious mother. Finally, he looked back at the mad scientist and said, "Is it really like this? You can try if you don't believe me." The mad scientist said proudly. The Prince of Dragons looked at the Ice Dragon's sacred sword in his hand and smiled. Let him see your power of law. Clang! The Ice Dragon's sacred sword trembled as if responding to the Prince of Dragons. A vast life energy rolled out and rushed towards Long Zun and the others. Those petrified people started to recover. How is this possible? The mad scientist was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. To be able to forcefully remove the petrification, what kind of law was this? The Prince of Dragons said, one of the strongest laws in the world, the law of life. Law of life? The mad scientist paused. Qin Feiyang also had a trace of suspicion on his face. However, the faces of Qin Badian, Yizhong and the rest changed drastically. The law of life has endless vitality and can heal everything in the world. Even the highest profound meaning can bring the dead back to life. The Prince of Dragons laughed. So powerful. The mad scientist was dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang looked at Yizhong, Qin Badian, and the others and asked, Master, Ancestor, is that so? Yizhong and the others nodded. Law of life, one of the strongest laws. Qin Feiyang muttered. The power of law of this Ice Dragon's sacred sword was too terrifying. Wait a minute. The last two words of the six-word divine art were life and death. Could it be, as he guessed, that these two words represented the law of life and death? We're free. Let's go. In the blink of an eye, those who were completely petrified finally recovered. They looked at the mad scientist in horror and followed Long Zun into the sky. Feiyang, we can't let Long Zun escape. Otherwise, if she wants to enter the 4 major regions, the Sword Emperor and the others won't be able to stop her. Qin Badian shouted. Because Long Zun controlled the law of space, she didn't need to go through the entrances of the 4 major regions. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang looked at the Sunset Divine Bow and the other heaven-defying artifacts and shouted, Seal the inner sea for me. Clang. The various heaven-defying artifacts immediately rushed into the sky and stood at the peak of the sky. Divine power rolled in all directions and in an instant, a huge barrier enveloped the entire inner sea. Just a mere heaven-defying artifact, you want to stop my people? The Prince of Dragons slashed at the sky. Sword chi roared in all directions and the barrier shattered on the spot. What? Qin Feiyang was stunned. One must know. The sunset divine bow and the other heaven-defying artifacts had been cultivating in the land of origin for many years and had long surpassed the limits of heaven-defying artifacts. But now, in the face of the Ice Dragon's sacred sword, it was so weak. The Ice Dragon's sacred sword was a sovereign divine weapon. Chapter 29:30. Another sovereign divine weapon. How could they continue fighting? Just like the dragon god sword. In order to destroy it, how much did Qin Feiyang pay, and how much blood did he absorb? And now, the Ice Dragon's sacred sword appeared again. Even if Qin Feiyang attacked, there was not enough blood for him to use the kill formula. Moreover, he could not open the slaughter domain now. Because the slaughter domain could only be opened once a day. Just you wait, I will personally come to the 4 major regions and let you know the consequences of going against me, the dragons. Long Zun watched the barrier shatter and smiled coldly at Qin Feiyang and the others. Then she opened a space-time crack. When Qin Feiyang and the others heard this, their hearts sank. Especially Madman, Fire Lotus, and Hui in the castle, their faces turned pale. Because in the North region, there were their relatives. If Long Zun really came to the North region, the consequences would be unbelievable. Yizhong suddenly said, "Don't be so nervous, Long Zun can't leave the divine land." Can't leave? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Long Zun could not leave the divine land. This was indeed a fact, and he had known it for a long time. But it was different now. Divine Dragon Island had collapsed, and the sovereign divine weapon had been destroyed. Then this restriction should be gone. You may think that it is the sovereign divine weapon and the dragon god that are restricting her, but that is not the case. The real restriction is the guardians of the 4 major regions. As long as these 4 guardians are here, she can forget about stepping into the 4 major regions. Yizhong said. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. Qin Bat-Ian also said, I have seen these 4 guardians before. Why didn't I know about this? Then how long have you been with them? I'm afraid you only met them briefly at most. But I am different. I have followed Long Zun for many years. I have heard about this from her. Yizhong said. Qin Bat-Ian said, if that's the case, then it's not a big problem. Long Zun glanced at Yizhong and sneered, Yizhong, do you think you're very smart? I've never considered myself very smart. Because if I was really smart, I wouldn't have been used by you for so many years. Yizhong sighed. Ha! Long Zun laughed and said, following Qin Feiyang, you've learned to know your own limits. I'm actually the biggest culprit behind the fall of the human race. Because it was this old man who single-handedly created the Dragon God Palace. It was also this old man who set them on a path of no return. Yizhong shook his head in self-mockery. The biggest mistake he had ever made in his life was creating the Dragon God Temple. If he hadn't created the Dragon God Palace, people like Li Chang wouldn't have fallen into this situation. Yes, you are a sinner. You should forgive yourself. As for the 4 great regions, this sovereign is indeed unable to leave the divine continent, but this sovereign's clone can go. The 10 great ancestral dragons can go. The strongest of my dragons can also go. With just this power, it's enough to plunge the 4 great regions into misery and suffering. Just wait for despair. Long Zun laughed, his words filled with ruthlessness and madness. Yizhong clenched his fists and said angrily, what's wrong with these creatures? Why do you have to drag them into this? This is the price of angering my dragons. Long Zun said. You're a lunatic. Yizhong roared. This sovereign is a lunatic, but this is because of you. After letting you linger on for so many years, it's time for the human race to go extinct. Long Zun smiled sinisterly and turned to walk towards the space-time crack. Mother. But at this time, the Prince of the Dragons spoke. What's wrong? Long Zun was slightly taken aback. He stopped and turned his head to look at the Prince of the Dragons suspiciously. The Prince of the Dragons was silent for a while and sighed, Don't hurt those innocent creatures, okay? Long Zun shook his head and said, Silly child, can't you see? They want to annihilate all of our dragons. If we are lenient, they won't be lenient. I know. But I really don't agree with this kind of heinous act. The Prince of the Dragons said. Bastard, isn't it heinous for them to slaughter our dragons? Long Zun said angrily. Mother. The Prince of the Dragons shouted. Shut up. I can agree to your other requests, but not this one. Long Zun said. Then go, the guardians of the 4 great regions are not weak. Even if you let your clansmen go, they may not succeed. The Prince of the Dragons said. Then let's burn together with them. No matter how strong those 4 old things are, can they stop our clansmen from self-destructing? Long Zun roared. Self-destructing. The Prince of the Dragon's eyes trembled. She actually wanted her clansmen to self-destruct and perish with the 4 great regions? Qin Feiyang and the others also trembled. This woman was completely crazy. You old witch, you actually want all the creatures of the ancient world to die with you dragons. I will never let you succeed, even if I have to pay with my life. The madman suddenly roared and activated the heaven-defying technique, the blood demon domain, and crazily attacked Long Zun. Don't talk about pouncing on me like a mad dog. Even if you really self-destruct, you can't stop me. Long Zun smiled contemptuously and stepped into the time crack with tens of thousands of experts. No, the madman roared. Qin Feiyang's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Yi Zhong, Qin Badian, and Lu Zhiyang and roared, Master, Ancestor, immediately take everyone and all the heaven-defying artifacts to the 4 great regions. What about you? Yi Zhong hurriedly said. Qin Feiyang said, Senior Brother Madman and I are enough here. But the Ice Dragon's sacred sword is a sovereign weapon. Yi Zhong said. I know. But the 4 great regions are more important. Because all the creatures of the ancient world are now in the 4 great regions. Qin Feiyang said. What else did Qin Badian want to say? Go! Qin Feiyang roared. Qin Baishan's body trembled. He actually felt a great sense of oppression from Qin Feiyang. Okay, be careful. Qin Badian nodded his head as he opened up a space-time tear. A group of people and various heaven-defying divine weapons instantly rushed in. Watching everyone leave and watching the time crack gradually close, Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and looked at the Prince of Dragons. At this moment, in the entire sky above the inner sea, only Qin Feiyang, Madman, and the Prince of Dragons were left. Qin Feiyang looked at the Prince of Dragons and said, This is our fate. Between me and Senior Brother Madman and you, one of us must die here. That's right. I really want to be friends with you, but unfortunately I don't have the chance. The Prince of Dragons smiled. Don't try to get close to me. If this old man really dies in the hands of you dragons, I swear that I will destroy you all for the rest of my life. Madman roared. As long as you kill me, I believe that with your strength, you can do it. The Prince of Dragons nodded. Then come. Madman took a step forward and activated all the divine arts. A terrifying aura shattered heaven and earth. Qin Feiyang also took a step forward and landed beside Madman. All kinds of divine arts appeared out of thin air, exuding a world-destroying divine might. The power of the sovereign weapon was obvious to all. Even if Madman and Qin Feiyang worked together, they wouldn't be able to defeat it. But now they had no other choice. They could only take out their old lives and fight to the death with the Prince of Dragons. Chapter 2931. However, just as the battle was about to begin, 4 terrifying auras suddenly erupted in the North Sea, West Sea, East Sea, and South Sea. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy were shocked as they hurriedly soared into the sky and looked in all 4 directions. Did they start fighting so soon? That's not right. Long Zun had mastered the laws of space and time, so he shouldn't have gone to the 4 seas. Wait a minute. These 4 auras weren't from people they were familiar with. In other words, it wasn't the Sword Emperor and the other 3 fighting with the dragons. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled slightly as he looked in the direction of the North Sea. What's wrong? Frenzy was surprised. Below, Prince Dragons also looked at him suspiciously. The owner of the aura in the North Sea seems to be that old man. Qin Feiyang said. Old man? What old man? Frenzy was suspicious. He's master, the guardian of the North region. Qin Feiyang said word by word. The guardian of the North region. Frenzy immediately looked in the direction of the North Sea. The guardians appeared so quickly? Prince Dragons couldn't help but be shocked as a trace of worry appeared on his face. Since the aura in the North Sea was the guardian of the North region, then the auras in the West Sea, East Sea, and South Sea must also be the guardians of the three major regions. The appearance of the four guardians at the same time must be because of his mother and his clansmen. Although he had never seen the four guardians and didn't know their true strength, but to be able to restrict his mother to divine land, they must have extremely powerful means. Now that the four of them attacked at the same time, would his mother and his clansmen be in danger? All of this seemed to be slow, but the entire process happened in an instant. The space crack opened by Qin Badian and Long Zun was about to be completely closed. But at this moment, a group of people retreated from the two space cracks. These people were Qin Badian, Long Zun, and the others. What's going on? Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. Didn't they leave? Why did they come back? At the same time, Qin Badian and the others, as well as the dragons' group, were all surprised. Obviously, they didn't know what was going on either. But Long Zun's entire body was emitting a bone-piercing chill. Long Zun soared into the sky and swept his gaze over the four sea regions. He angrily said, "You four old bastards, are you done yet?" Qin Feiyang glanced at Long Zun. Could all of this have something to do with the four guardians? Following closely, Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other and instantly landed beside Qin Badian and the others. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, "Ancestor, what's going on?" Qin Badian said, "Just now, a mysterious force suddenly appeared and forcefully cut off the space-time teleportation, forcing us back." What? Even space-time teleportation can be forcibly cut off. Qin Feiyang and Madman were shocked. Qin Badian glanced at the flustered and exasperated Long Zun, then looked at the four sea regions and murmured, "The aura of the four guardians." Qin Badian pondered for a moment and said, "I think it should be related to the four guardians." How terrifying would it take to cut off the space-time teleportation? Qin Feiyang was in disbelief. He turned to look at Yizhong and asked, "Master, do you know what's going on?" Although this old man knows that it's because of the four guardians that Long Zun can't leave the divine land, I'm not sure about the specific situation. Yizhong shook his head. At the same time, the dragons also flew to Long Zun and asked suspiciously, "Mother, what's wrong?" "Those four damn old things are sealing off the divine land," Long Zun said angrily. Sealing off the divine land? The dragons were stunned. Hearing this, he heaved a sigh of relief. Because in this way, his mother couldn't send people to the four regions to kill those innocent creatures. But, to be able to forcibly cut off the space-time teleportation, the strength of the four guardians was a bit terrifying. Boom! The power of the four seas became more and more terrifying. Suddenly, waves of divine light, like a tide, rushed in from all directions at an extremely fast speed. In just a few breaths, this divine light covered the entire sky of the divine land. At this moment, if one stood at the top of the clouds and looked down at the divine land, they would see a shocking scene. The entire divine land was shrouded in a huge barrier at this time. This barrier was formed by the divine light, emitting a terrifying aura. Damn it, damn it! Long Zun looked at this barrier and roared again and again. "Mother, who is this?" The dragons were bewildered. "Heavenly prison!" Long Zun said word by word, extremely furious. "Heavenly prison?" The dragons were stunned. Qin Feiyang and the others also curiously sized up heavenly prison when they heard this name. "Long Zun, don't blame us. It's you who tried to send people to the four regions to kill the innocent." An old voice suddenly came from the direction of the North Sea. "That's the voice of that old man." Qin Feiyang was shocked. Long Zun roared, "Old bastard, I didn't personally go to the four regions. Whether you went personally or not, as the protectors of the four regions, we will not allow you to harm the creatures of the four regions. This is the condition we agreed on before. We will not interfere in the affairs of the divine land, and you are not allowed to harm the creatures of the four regions. Now, you are the one who broke the promise first. A woman's voice sounding extremely old and hoarse. Good, very good. Long Zun was so angry that he laughed. Looking at the dragons, he shouted, quickly use the ice dragon's sacred sword to split open this heavenly prison. Mother, the dragons frowned. What? You don't even listen to me. Long Zun said angrily. The dragons sighed. Holding the ice dragon's sacred sword, he rushed into the sky and slashed at the heavenly prison with all his strength. With a loud bang, the powerful ice dragon holy sword was actually unable to break through the heavenly prison. The heavenly prison only trembled a few times before it calmed down. The prince of the dragon clan was stunned. Qin Feiyang and the others were also stunned. Even the sovereign divine weapon can't break open the heavenly prison. This is too strong. Long Zun, you know how powerful the heavenly prison is. Even your heavenly dragon god sword can't break it, let alone this ice dragon sacred sword. Although this ice dragon sacred sword is also a sovereign divine weapon, it is still a lot worse than the heavenly dragon god sword. At the top of the sky, an old man descended, looked down at Long Zun and said lightly, "Greetings, senior." As soon as Qin Feiyang saw the old man, he immediately bowed and saluted. That's right. This person is Lin Yi's master. He was still the same as before, wearing tattered clothes. However, his thin and weak figure was even more imposing than a mountain. Young man, long time no see. The sloppy old man nodded and smiled. Where is he? Qin Feiyang asked. The sloppy old man waved his hand, and a peerless figure appeared. Who else could it be but Lin Yi? After so many years, she was still so beautiful and refined. Wearing a white dress, she was spotless like a fairy, exuding an ethereal temperament. Brother Feiyang. Lin Yi spoke. Hearing this name, Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled suddenly and asked, should you regain your memory? Lin Yi shook her head, and a trace of disappointment immediately appeared on her face. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel a trace of disappointment and smiled. It doesn't matter. Even if you don't regain your memory, you will always be my sister. Lin Yi nodded. The sloppy old man looked down at Long Zun and sighed, don't be stubborn. Shut up. Long Zun yelled angrily. Can't you see that even your children don't want you to harm the creatures of the four territories? The sloppy old man said. The Prince of Dragons glanced at the old man, then looked at Long Zun, and couldn't help but sigh. Long Zun clenched his hands, looked at the Prince of Dragons, and shouted, continue, I don't believe that I can't break this heavenly prison. Sigh. The Prince of Dragons sighed and waved the ice dragon's sacred sword again, slashing at the heavenly prison. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, the heavenly prison was not damaged at all. Let the ice dragon's soul out. Long Zun said angrily. The Prince of Dragons said, Mother, I have already used all my strength. There is no need to let him out. Immediately, right now. Long Zun roared. All right. The Prince of Dragons nodded and then closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, a fierce aura suddenly roared out. Is it really so strong? The ice dragon's soul stared at the heavenly prison and smiled. Boom. Immediately. He activated the divine art that increased his cultivation and instantly stepped into the perfect undead realm. Clang. Immediately. The ice dragon's soul held the ice dragon's sacred sword and slashed at the heavenly prison frantically. Boom. However, the heavenly prison was still unharmed. How is this possible? The ice dragon soul's eyes widened in anger. So strong, simply invincible. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at the heavenly prison with deep shock in their eyes. Seeing this scene, Long Zun was about to go crazy. He roared, everyone attacked together. Boom. The various ancestral dragons and tens of thousands of supreme experts all activated their strongest divine arts and charged at the heavenly prison. Kill! The ice dragon soul came back to his senses and was filled with anger. The three profound meanings of the law of light, the sword of light, the sword of judgment, and the holy sword of light appeared at the same time. He was furious and his face was filled with dissatisfaction. As he waved his hand, the three profound meanings shattered in all directions and followed the ice dragon's sacred sword toward the heavenly prison. Boom! A loud noise that shook the heavens resounded. However, although all the supreme experts of the dragons and the ice dragon soul had all attacked, the heavenly prison still existed when the dust settled. The ice dragon soul was completely dumbfounded. Even this could not break the heavenly domain? A deep sense of powerlessness appeared in Long Zun's eyes. The sloppy old man, who had been watching silently, finally spoke at this moment. As I said before, as long as you don't harm the four major regions, this old man will not intervene in the affairs of Divine Land. Now, the entire Divine Land is your battlefield. Continue. Long Zun looked at the sloppy old man with resentment, then looked at the ice dragon soul and shouted, "Kill Qin Fei Yang and the others for me." "Yes, mother." The ice dragon soul sneered, grabbed the ice dragon's sacred sword, turned around, and looked directly at the madman's bloody eyes. "Continue to petrify this prince if you have the ability." Clang. The ice dragon holy sword trembled, releasing a world-destroying sharpness that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it rushed towards Madman. Lin Yi looked at Qin Fei Yang and the others worriedly, then looked at the sloppy old man, and asked, "Master, are we really not going to help?" Silly girl. Although the heavenly prison can seal off Divine Land, it has no lethality. So even if I take action, it is impossible to defeat the dragons. In this battle, Qin Fei Yang and the others have to work hard. The sloppy old man sighed. Hearing this, Lin Yi did not say anything more. She looked down at Qin Fei Yang and the others with worry. Chapter 29-32. The ice dragon's sacred sword emitted an apocalyptic aura as it tore through the chaos and pointed at Madman. "Senior brother Madman, come back!" Qin Fei Yang hurriedly shouted. This time, Madman didn't try to show off. Hearing Qin Fei Yang's shout, he immediately retreated to Qin Fei Yang's side and closed his blood eye at the same time. "What should we do?" Yi Zhong looked solemnly at the murderous soul of the ice dragon. He thought that the dragon god sword would be destroyed and the situation would be stabilized. But he never expected that another ice dragon's sacred sword would appear. As a sovereign divine weapon, who could compete with the ice dragon's sacred sword. Qin Badian and the others were also worried. Just now, the Northern Region Guardian said that the ice dragon's sacred sword in the hands of the dragon's prince doesn't seem to be comparable to the dragon god sword. The Sunset Divine Bao suddenly spoke. Qin Fei Yang said, "He said so, but it is still a sovereign divine weapon. If it really can't compare to the dragon god sword, then we can give it a try." The Sunset Divine Bao said, "That's right. We have cultivated in the land of Source for so many years and have long surpassed the boundary of heaven-defying divine weapons. If we join forces, we might be able to fight." Axe said, "Then let's do it. Victory or defeat depends on this." The Sunset Divine Bao roared. Boom! Immediately. Apart from Snowflake and Blood Blade, all 15 heaven-defying divine weapons were fully awakened. The Blood Demon Tower and Sacred Dragon Sword were both injured, so they couldn't make a move now. But there was still the Black Demon Spear, Phoenix Blade, Death Scythe, and Dragon Slaying Sword. Although these 4 heaven-defying divine weapons had never been to the land of Source, they could still be awakened. Clang. The 15 heaven-defying divine weapons instantly entered a fully awakened state. With the roar of the Sunset Divine Bao, the various heaven-defying divine weapons immediately charged toward the ice dragon soul with destructive power. A bunch of ants dare to compete with the sun and moon. The ice dragon soul's face was full of disdain. The ice dragon's sacred sword furiously slashed through the sky, and the sword chi immediately roared towards the various divine artifacts. It was our own choice to follow Qin Fei Yang back then. So no matter what happens now, we will advance and retreat with him. Kill! The Sunset Bao roared. From afar, the various heaven-defying divine artifacts were like moths flying into a flame. With the determination to fight to the death, they pounced towards the ice dragon holy sword. Clang! Rumble! The sword chi of the ice dragon holy sword could be said to be monstrously terrifying. The snowflakes and blood blades immediately shattered. Following closely. the black demon spear, the heavenly phoenix saber, the death god's scythe, and the dragon-slaying sword, these 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts from the Nether King's hell shattered one after another. However, the axe, the sunset bow, and the other 10 heaven-defying divine artifacts tenaciously held on, shattering the sword chi one after another as they crazily rushed towards the ice dragon holy sword. Clang! The thick earth shield took the lead and clashed with the ice dragon holy sword. Immediately, with a cracking sound, the shield of earth shattered on the spot. The 7 stars staff followed closely behind. Clang! As sparks splattered, it also broke on the spot. The sky-breaking halberd charged forward again, but it was also instantly severed by the ice dragon holy sword. Ha, ants, all of you are ants. The ice dragon's soul laughed loudly. The ice dragon holy sword was invincible. The remaining sunset bow and other heaven-defying divine artifacts were also severed by the ice dragon holy sword one after another. They had no power to fight at all. Too strong. It's too strong. Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang and others trembled in their hearts. This is the sovereign divine weapon. Even if the ice dragon holy sword is only the lowest level of sovereign divine weapon now, it's not something a heaven-defying divine artifact can contend with. The sloppy old man sighed. Then, in this battle, doesn't Brother Feiyang and the others have no chance of winning? Lin Yi asked. If it were someone else, this old man is already sure that the human side will be wiped out. But Qin Feiyang, this person, there are too many possibilities on him. I think there might be a miracle. The sloppy old man said. Miracle? Lin Yi murmured, looking down at Qin Feiyang. Her worried face was full of expectation and confidence. This man is full of miracles. He can definitely lead everyone to victory. Continue. The sunset bow roared. Even if it was broken, the heaven-defying divine artifacts did not give up. They used their last strength to attack the ice dragon holy sword. Clang! Boom! Accompanied by a series of loud noises, the terrifying ice dragon holy sword tore the heaven-defying divine artifacts into pieces like cutting vegetables. The fragments flew all over the sky. The light of these heaven-defying divine artifacts dimmed immediately. Enough. Come back. Qin Feiyang sighed. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the fragments of the heaven-defying divine artifacts immediately cut through the sky and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. I'm sorry. It's our incompetence. The sunset bow's spirit said weakly. It's not your fault. You have tried your best. It's just that it's too strong. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. The sunset bow said, but even we can't match it, then who else? There's still me. Qin Feiyang said. The sunset bow was shocked. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, leave the rest to me. Finished. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the fragments of the heaven-defying divine artifacts to the Black Tortoise realm. Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Badian and the others and said, you guys also go to the Black Tortoise realm to hide for a while. Do. Qin Baishan's face changed. But before Qin Badian could say anything, Qin Feiyang sent everyone to the Black Tortoise realm. At this point, only Qin Feiyang was left outside. The ice dragon spirit looked at Qin Feiyang and said in shock, are you crazy? You dare to stay outside alone? I'm indeed going crazy. Qin Feiyang nodded his head. It was not easy to destroy the dragon god sword, and now an ice dragon holy sword appeared. If it was anyone else, they would have collapsed. However, Qin Feiyang was even more clear that anyone could collapse, but he could not. Because if even he collapsed, then the human side would completely lose. He had to stand up and fight. Even if he had to die in this battle, he would not hesitate. Alright, this prince will fulfill your wish. After I kill you, I'll go to the Black Tortoise realm to kill all your family and friends, and wash the Black Tortoise realm with blood. The ice dragon's soul laughed wildly as it waved the ice dragon holy sword in its hand. Countless sword chi immediately turned into a torrent and pounced towards Qin Feiyang. Inside the Black Tortoise realm. At this moment, everyone was looking at the scene in the sky. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. This guy always likes to show off. Madman said angrily. Indeed. But right now, only he can shoulder this heavy burden. We muttered. Outside, Qin Feiyang stood against the wind, quietly watching the arrival of the sword Qi. Lin Yi exclaimed, "Brother Feiyang, quickly make a move. Why is he standing still? That's a sovereign divine weapon. Isn't standing there waiting for death?" Long Zun and others looked at Qin Feiyang's reaction and were extremely surprised. Sitting still and waiting for death, this doesn't seem to be Qin Feiyang's character. What is he brewing? Are you giving up? The ice dragon's soul couldn't help but frown. But Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear and ignored everyone's gaze. At this moment, his entire person was unprecedentedly calm as he said silently, "Ancient castle, can the power of the sovereign divine weapon help you break the seal?" "That's right. This is what I'm going to do next. With the power of the ice dragon holy sword, I will break the seal of the ancient castle. Because now, only the ancient castle can compete with the ice dragon holy sword. The ancient castle has been integrated with the Black Tortoise realm for many years. Even the sunset divine bow, a heaven-defying divine weapon, has grown so much. Maybe the ancient castle has now evolved into a sovereign divine weapon." "I hope so." Qin Feiyang muttered secretly, suddenly looked up at the sword Qi and shouted, "Come on!" Immediately after, he didn't retreat but took a step forward to meet it. That terrifying sword Qi instantly engulfed him. Everyone was dumbfounded. What's the difference between this and courting death? "I understand. Black Tortoise realm." The little boy muttered, suddenly looked at the ancient castle, and shouted, "Everyone listen to my order. Immediately activate your divine power and pour it into the ancient castle." What? Everyone looked at him in surprise. "Do it," the little boy roared. But immediately, everyone in the Devil's Land released their divine power and poured it into the ancient castle. Clang. The ancient castle immediately trembled slightly, exuding a weak light. "It works?" The little boy was shocked. At the same time, outside, the ice dragon holy sword Qi finally drowned Qin Feiyang. It was also at this moment. Streaks of black light suddenly emerged from between Qin Feiyang's eyebrows. As soon as this black light appeared, it covered Qin Feiyang's whole body. That terrifying sword Qi was actually blocked outside by the black light. How is this possible? The ice dragon's soul was stunned. What is this thing that can block the sword Qi of a sovereign divine weapon? Outside the heavenly prison, the sloppy old man also showed a look of surprise. There was also a hint of joy in Lin Yi's bright eyes. This man is indeed full of miracles. Looking at Qin Feiyang again, at the moment when the black light emerged, his heart was also overjoyed. Because the black light not only protected him but also absorbed the power of the sword Qi. As the owner of the ancient castle, he could also clearly feel that there was a majestic divine power pouring into the ancient castle at this moment. His mind sank into the Black Tortoise realm and immediately saw the scene in the Devil's Land. The power of the ice dragon holy sword alone shouldn't be able to break the seal of the ancient castle, so I let everyone integrate their divine power into the ancient castle. How about we work together from the inside and outside? Let's see if we can forcefully break the little beast's seal. The little boy's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang thanked him, then withdrew his mind, looked up at the ice dragon's soul, and roared, "Is this all you can do? Courting death?" In the face of Qin Feiyang's clamor, the ice dragon's soul was furious. It landed in front of Qin Feiyang and slashed with its sword. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he didn't dodge at all. He stepped forward and faced the ice dragon holy sword with his glabella. Boom! The tip of the ice dragon holy sword immediately fell on Qin Feiyang's glabella. An earth-shattering sharpness suddenly rushed toward Qin Feiyang's glabella. Despite the protection of the black light, the glabella quickly split open, and blood flowed out. His sea of consciousness suffered a fatal blow. It collapsed and shattered. The black light that protected Qin Feiyang also began to shatter. Not good. Qin Feiyang was shocked. If this black light collapsed, the sharpness of the ice dragon holy sword could instantly destroy him. Chapter 29:33. Arrogant. Let's see how long you can be arrogant for. The ice dragon's soul grinned, its words filled with ferocity. The ice dragon's sacred sword's sharpness could topple mountains and overturn seas. A fatal danger shrouded his heart. Still not enough. Qin Feiyang roared in his heart. Still not enough? Black Tortoise World. The little boy couldn't help but frown. All the strongest cultivators of the Black Tortoise World were now in the demonic land, including the Dragon Slayer Temple. This was all the power they had. They still couldn't break the seal of the golden small beast? Wait. Suddenly, the little boy was shocked. The real hope wasn't the strongest cultivators of the undead stage, but the ordinary beings of the Black Tortoise World. Although the strongest cultivators were strong, their numbers were limited. However, there were billions of ordinary beings. Although they weren't as strong as the undead stage, their numbers were huge. There was a saying that went, "It takes two to clap." As long as all the beings of the Black Tortoise World worked together, there was nothing that couldn't be done. Thinking of this, the little boy immediately closed his eyes. Friends of the Black Tortoise World, I'm sorry to disturb you again. The battle with the Dragon Clan this time is more difficult than we imagined. We really have no other choice, so we still need your help. I implore everyone, whether you're a human or a beast, to raise your hands and release your divine power. I need your help, the Black Tortoise World needs your help, and Qin Feiyang needs your help even more. I'm free of you. Immediately, the little boy's voice sounded in the minds of all the beings of the Black Tortoise World, full of sincerity. What's going on? You still need our help. We've already given so much blood, and now you want us to give up our divine power? What's going on? And this voice, it's not the Lord Ruler at all. Is this real or fake? The entire Black Tortoise World fell into chaos. Believe me, this is all real. We really need your help. The little boy's voice sounded again. Everyone was uncertain. Because they had never heard the little boy's voice before, they didn't know who he was, so they couldn't determine if it was real or fake. See for yourselves. The little boy waved his hand, and a vast power instantly enveloped the entire Black Tortoise World. Following closely, various images appeared in the sky above the Black Tortoise World. On the screen, it was the scene of Qin Feiyang and the Ice Dragon Soul fighting. It's the Lord Sovereign. He's still fighting outside. Wait! What level is that sword? How could its aura be so terrifying? At this moment, whether it was humans or dire beasts, whether it was adults or children, they all looked at the scene in the sky, their faces full of shock. Central State. The people of the Dragon-Slain Palace did not need to explain in detail. When they saw this scene, they knew that it was real. Because they understood the situation outside, they immediately raised their hands and poured out their divine power without holding back. However, the beings of the eastern, northern, and southern regions knew nothing about the situation in the ancient world. Therefore, they were still hesitating. They were worried that the scene they were seeing now was all faked by the little boy. This is a sovereign divine weapon, an existence that can destroy our Black Tortoise World. What's even more terrifying is that the dragons have more than one sovereign divine weapon. If Qin Feiyang dies outside, our Black Tortoise World will also be destroyed. That's why I'm begging everyone, please release your divine power and lend us a hand. The little boy roared. What? More than one sovereign divine weapon. In the sky above a certain city, Pai Lupi and Theta Wang's eyes trembled. Brothers and sisters, friends, family, he's not joking, it's all true. Pai Lupi looked at the people in the city below and roared. Although the little boy was in the demonic land, he could still hear Pai Lupi's voice and couldn't help but feel moved. He immediately transmitted his voice. Your prestige in the Black Tortoise World is higher than mine and Qin Feiyang's. Quickly tell them. That's not a problem. But we don't have the means to let all the beings in the Black Tortoise World hear our words. Pai Lupi said. I can. Just say it. The little boy hurriedly said. Brothers, friends, I am Pai Lupi. I am Theta Wang. What you've seen is real. The dragons are the rulers of the ancient world, but they are cruel and merciless. Whether it's humans or beasts, they are all ants in their eyes. Right now, the Lord Ruler is fighting a bloody battle with them outside, not for himself, but for the ancient world, for all living beings under the heavens. So, please lend a helping hand. Helping the Lord Ruler is also helping ourselves. Pai Lupi and Theta Wang spoke one after another. It's real. Brothers, these two lords won't lie to us. But we'll help. But we have a request. Don't scatter the images of the Lord Ruler's battle. We want to watch the entire battle. We want to see the Lord Ruler defeat the dragons with our own eyes. The beings in the Black Tortoise world immediately roared. But I promise you. The little boy was wild with joy. Immediately, all the beings in the Black Tortoise world released their divine power without holding back. In an instant, the sky above the Black Tortoise world turned into a sea of divine power. And those who hadn't stepped into the War God realm, they also released their battle auras. I thank you on behalf of Qin Feiyang. Seeing this scene, the little boy's eyes couldn't help but moisten. He waved his little hand, and the divine power and battle aura that filled the sky instantly turned into a long river that surged in from all directions. Thank you, everyone. Yi Zhong and the others silently said in their hearts. Although the dragons had two sovereign divine weapons, Qin Feiyang had hundreds of millions of living beings behind him. All of them were his backing. Boom! The majestic divine power and battle aura surged in, endlessly pouring into the ancient castle. The ancient castle suddenly shook, and rays of even more brilliant divine light bloomed. At the same time, outside, Qin Feiyang's situation was precarious. The dark light protecting him had reached its limit. Clang. But just as the dark light was about to shatter, a muffled explosion sounded in his sea of consciousness. An even more majestic dark light rolled out from between his eyebrows. The sharpness of the ice dragon's sacred sword was completely blocked. This is impossible. Seeing this scene, the ice dragon's soul shook violently, its face filled with disbelief. Thank you so much, Qin Feiyang muttered in his heart, because he already knew what happened in the Black Tortoise world. All the living beings were helping him at this moment. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I won't let you down. And at this moment, the living beings in the Black Tortoise world saw Qin Feiyang's face and heard Qin Feiyang's voice through the screen. Lord Sovereign, you have to do your best. We will always support you. Everyone shouted. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, looked at the ice dragon's soul, and said, See, even if I stand here without moving, you can't hurt me. I don't believe it. The ice dragon's soul was furious, raised the ice dragon's sacred sword, and once again attacked Qin Feiyang. Long Zun shouted, Let's hurry and help. Boom! Tens of thousands of dragons immediately released their divine power, carrying a destructive aura, and attacked Qin Feiyang, their eyes flashing with killing intent. Chapter 2934. Despicable. So many people actually joined forces against the Lord Ruler. The living beings of the Black Tortoise world were filled with anger when they saw this scene. But they didn't know that this was exactly what Qin Feiyang wanted. Little brat, now is the time. Cooperate with me and break the seal in one fell swoop. Qin Feiyang secretly shouted. Understood, the little boy replied. With a wave of his small hand, all of his divine power and battle chi instantly gathered in the sky above the Devil's Land. At the same time, Qin Feiyang stared at the Dragon Prince and the divine power of over 10,000 dragons, his eyes filled with determination. This time, he must break the ancient castle's seal. In the blink of an eye, rumble! The ice dragon's sacred sword was the first to attack. Qin Feiyang saw the opportunity and directly used his glabella to meet it. A world-destroying aura instantly spread out. Following closely behind, the divine power of over 10,000 dragons also arrived, and destructive fluctuations spread out in all directions. But Qin Feiyang roared, gritting his teeth as he used all of his strength to resist the ice dragon's sacred sword and meet the divine power. With a loud bang, the divine power also fiercely struck his glabella. At the same time, inside the Black Tortoise world, the little boy's eyes were like torches as he suddenly pressed his small hand down. The roaring divine power and battle chi in the sky instantly turned into a pillar of light that shot into the ancient castle. Clang! The ancient castle immediately trembled as a monstrous divine power surged out. The divine light that shot out was even more dazzling than the scorching sun. The next moment, 12 figures appeared outside the ancient castle. It was Wang Chang, the old woman, and the others. The moment these people appeared, the ancient castle suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. Where's the ancient castle? Everyone was bewildered. The seal of the ancient castle has been broken. They went out to help. The little boy was abnormally excited. He looked at Wang Chang and the others and shouted, "You'd better behave yourselves. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." After saying that, he raised his head to look at the image in the sky. Outside, at the same time the ancient castle disappeared, the space between Qin Feiyang's eyebrows once again exploded with a loud, muffled sound. It was the sound of the seal being broken. "Come out, castle!" Qin Feiyang roared. The next moment, a black light shot out from between Qin Feiyang's brows and instantly struck towards the Ice Dragon Holy Sword. With a loud clang, the Ice Dragon Holy Sword was actually sent flying on the spot. The Ice Dragon's soul was stunned. Long Zun and the others were also stunned. What was going on? "I've finally broken the seal." A smile finally appeared on Qin Feiyang's face. He waved his hand, and the black light made a turn in the air. Then, it returned in front of him, and revealed its true form. If it wasn't the castle, then who could it be? That's it. The eyes of Dragon Sovereign and the other ancestral dragons trembled. They all had a deep impression of the ancient castle. Back in the North Sea Star River, it was this castle that single-handedly crushed all the heaven-defying divine artifacts and forced them to flee in panic. After so many years, the ancient castle appeared once again. "I want to thank you all for helping me break the seal of the ancient castle." Qin Feiyang looked at the Dragon Prince, Dragon Sovereign, and the others and smiled. "What?" Dragon Sovereign's eyes trembled. "Yes. I did that just now to break the seal of the ancient castle. Because ever since the battle in the North Sea, the ancient castle has been sealed by the small beast. You might not know that golden small beast, but the ice dragon knows it. I heard that it's the companion of the god of creation. However, the greatest credit for being able to break the seal is the living beings of the Black Tortoise world. Without them, I wouldn't have been able to do it. When I opened the slaughter domain, it was them who helped me. Now, when I broke the seal, it was also them who helped me. They are my, Qin Feiyang's, backing. And I, Qin Feiyang, will forever protect them." Qin Feiyang smiled. These words were not only said to Dragon Sovereign and the others, but also to all the living beings of the Black Tortoise world. This was his, Qin Feiyang's, promise. Did you hear that? The Lord Ruler said that he will always protect us. Everything we did was worth it. The living beings of the Black Tortoise world were extremely moved when they heard Qin Feiyang's words. Actually, although many things had been endorsed by Pai Lupi and Theta Wang over the years, everyone knew in their hearts that behind the two of them was Qin Feiyang. Whether it was the spirit vein, the crystal vein, or the herbs, they were all selflessly given to them by Qin Feiyang. They could be where they were today because of Qin Feiyang. So, they had always been grateful to Qin Feiyang. They were also glad that they could meet such a good ruler. However, when Dragon Sovereign and the others heard these words, they were furious. Originally, they wanted to kill Qin Feiyang, but they didn't expect that they would end up helping Qin Feiyang instead. The ancient castle broke the seal. This ancient castle's strength had already surpassed the ruler's divine weapon back then. What about now? Wouldn't it be even stronger? Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at the ancient castle. "All these years, I've wronged you." The ancient castle buzzed, which could be considered as a response to Qin Feiyang. "I really blame myself. You and Chang Shui have always been by my side, protecting me. But what about me? Chang Shui was snatched away by that damn small beast. I couldn't do anything. You were sealed by that small beast, and I could only watch helplessly. I'm really sorry. But I believe that sooner or later, I will definitely defeat small beast." Now, let's work together and get rid of these obstacles in front of us first. Qin Feiyang roared. That's right. In his eyes, the dragons were just an obstacle to him finding small beast for revenge. Clang. As soon as Qin Feiyang finished speaking, the ancient castle shook violently and a shocking aura rolled out. This aura had already reached the level of a ruler's divine weapon. Looking at the ancient castle at this moment, Qin Feiyang was wild with joy. It had finally evolved into a ruler's divine weapon. Impossible! Dragon Sovereign and the 10 ancestor dragons were shocked. You don't know, right? The ancient castle has already merged with the Black Tortoise realm. It's growing every moment. The ruler's divine weapon is just the beginning. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the ancient castle immediately grew in size. In an instant, it became a giant fortress that was hundreds of feet tall and charged toward the Ice Dragon's sacred sword. Ruler's divine weapon. The Ice Dragon's soul stared at the ancient castle and roared fiercely, "I really underestimated your strength." He grabbed the Ice Dragon's sacred sword and charged toward the ancient castle. Clang. The two rulers' divine weapons collided violently. Heaven and earth roared. However, even if the two rulers' divine weapons collided, it couldn't shake the heavenly prison. Above the heavenly prison, Lin Yi looked at the ancient castle with a smile in her eyes. The sloppy old man also had a look of emotion. This young man is really full of miracles. But Dragon Sovereign and the others suddenly changed their expressions. Now there was no Ice Dragon's barrier, no ruler's realm, and no ruler's divine weapons protection. The confrontation between the ancient castle and the Ice Dragon's sacred sword was enough to destroy them instantly. Therefore, the group of people immediately turned around and flew away without looking back. The Ice Dragon's soul was different from Qin Feiyang. One was protected by the ancient castle, and the other was protected by the Ice Dragon's sacred sword, so they wouldn't be hurt. So what if you have a ruler's divine weapon? You will never be able to make up for the gap in cultivation. The Ice Dragon's soul roared, and divine power roared out as it rushed toward Qin Feiyang. But before it could get close to Qin Feiyang, it was shattered by the ancient castle's divine power. The Ice Dragon's soul was furious. It stared at Qin Feiyang and roared, "If you have the guts, let's go to the north and fight." He could tell that only by killing Qin Feiyang would the curtains of this battle be drawn to an end. Why not? Qin Feiyang said coldly. He also intended to quickly finish off the dragon's prince. He then looked up at the ancient castle and said, "I will leave this place to you." After saying that, he turned around and used the walk formula to rush toward the north. The Ice Dragon's soul's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and it followed closely behind. They couldn't intervene in the battle between the ancient castle and the Ice Dragon's sacred sword, so they let the two rulers' divine weapons fight in the inner sea. Their battlefield naturally couldn't be in the inner sea. Because if it was in the inner sea, the ancient castle and the Ice Dragon's sacred sword would have to be distracted to protect them, and they couldn't exert their full strength. Chapter 29:35. Qin Feiyang and the Ice Dragon's soul flew out of the inner sea and entered the Dragon God Mountain range. This place was still submerged by the fluctuations of the sovereign weapon. Fortunately, Qin Feiyang's body was always protected by a layer of black light. This was the castle protecting him. There was also a white light on the body of the Prince of Dragons. This was also the protective layer given to him by the Ice Dragon's sacred sword. Clang. As soon as he left the inner sea, the Prince of Dragons waved his hand, and the second profound ability of the Law of Light, the Sword of Judgment, appeared and slashed at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang didn't pay any attention to him. He executed the walk character formula and flew away like a bolt of lightning. Because of the protection of the black light, even if the Sword of Judgment hit him, it would not cause any harm to him. At the same time, if he attacked, he would not be able to cause any harm to the Prince of Dragons. So, he had to wait until he was far enough away from the inner sea and the protective layer was removed before the real battle could begin. As expected, the Sword of Judgment hit Qin Feiyang's body, but it was like scratching an itch. "Humph! I'll let you live a little longer." The Prince of Dragons snorted, holding the Sword of Judgment, and followed Qin Feiyang. After an unknown amount of time, finally, The protective layer on the two began to disintegrate. At this point, although they could still sense the aura of the castle and the ice dragon's sacred sword, the fluctuations were no longer a threat to them. Another dozen breaths passed. The protective layer on their bodies had finally completely disintegrated. This was naturally the doing of the castle and the ice dragon's sacred sword. They could sense the distance between Qin Fei Yang and the Prince of Dragons, and when the two reached a safe distance, the protective layer would be disintegrated. Without the protective layer, it meant that the battle between the two had officially begun. Clang. The ice dragon's soul immediately raised the sword of judgment and attacked Qin Fei Yang. Qin Fei Yang also immediately turned around, and with a terrifying killing intent, the blood-red sword appeared in his hand. The slaughter domain had a time limit, but the kill formula did not. Clang. In an instant, the blood-red sword and the sword of judgment collided. Even without the slaughter domain, the blood-red sword was still an extremely powerful existence. But, because of the difference in cultivation, Qin Fei Yang was unable to compete with the ice dragon soul. This was because not only was the ice dragon soul's cultivation higher than his, but the judgment sword was also the power of law. Therefore, on the whole, the ice dragon's soul had a crushing power. The blood-colored sword shattered. Like a meteor, Qin Fei Yang flew out horizontally and smashed into the ground. A huge crater suddenly appeared on the ground there. What a piece of trash. To think that Sky Dragon admires you so much. You're even worse than a madman. The soul of the ice dragon shook its head, its face full of mockery. The judgment sword exuded a sharp light that could destroy the world. Now, this prince will send you to hell. The sword of judgment immediately flew out of his hand and attacked Qin Fei Yang in the deep pit. There were too many people who wanted to send me to hell, but in the end, I was the one who sent them to hell. Qin Fei Yang suddenly stood up and activated the rising dragon art. His cultivation instantly soared to the small success imperishable stage. Following closely, a dragon's soul roared out. Ding! The eye of heaven directly opened. The soul of the ice dragon sneered, "The eye of heaven is indeed heaven-defying, but it doesn't seem to be able to replicate the power of law. How would you know if you haven't tried?" Qin Fei Yang snorted. The eye of heaven exuded a mysterious aura and shrouded the judgment sword. In the end, it really couldn't replicate it. This? Qin Fei Yang was stunned. Ha! It seems that the eye of heaven is not that heaven-defying. Go to hell. The soul of the ice dragon laughed. The judgment sword tore through all directions and slashed towards Qin Fei Yang's head. In a hurry, Qin Fei Yang opened the sword of light and faced the judgment sword. Not bad. In such a short time, you have actually comprehended the first profound divine ability. With your comprehension and potential, it won't be long before the law of light can be on par with this prince. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. The soul of the ice dragon's eyes revealed a cruel look. The judgment sword fell, and the sword of light in Qin Fei Yang's hand instantly shattered. Not only the gap in cultivation, but also the gap in the power of law. Qin Fei Yang's cultivation was at the minor undead realm, while the soul of the ice dragon's cultivation was at the perfection undead realm. Qin Fei Yang's law of light was only the first profound divine ability, while the soul of the ice dragons was the second profound divine ability. So, the gap between them was not small, it was like being separated by a few mountains. The judgment sword shattered the sword of light and went straight towards Qin Fei Yang. In the nick of time, Qin Fei Yang activated the battle's secret art. Clang! The judgment sword immediately blasted on the battle armor. The 90% damage immunity of the battle's secret art was not a joke. This sword was forcibly blocked. Although it was blocked, Qin Fei Yang also spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. Battle's secret art? The soul of the ice dragon murmured. This kid might really not be underestimated, because he had more than one kind of heaven-defying divine weapon. I have to get rid of him quickly. The soul of the ice dragon secretly muttered. The judgment sword once again charged towards Qin Fei Yang with the power to destroy the world. Qin Fei Yang stabilized himself in the air and activated the Eye of Heaven again. It has been proven that you can't replicate the power of law. Why do you still activate the Eye of Heaven? Are you at your wit's end? The soul of the ice dragon sneered. Although the power of law can't be replicated, your ice dragon domain can. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Boom. At that moment, his cultivation soared again. Great undead realm, perfection undead realm. What? The soul of the ice dragon was stunned. Didn't this person already activate the rising dragon technique? How could he replicate the ice dragon domain? One had to know. Normally, this kind of divine ability couldn't be stacked. This eye of heaven was really heaven-defying. It forcefully stacked this person's cultivation to the perfection undead realm. In other words, now Qin Feiyang's cultivation was the same as his. The only difference was in the power of law. Clang. The sword of light appeared again and faced the judgment sword. Crack. Without any suspense, the sword of light instantly shattered and the judgment sword once again hit Qin Feiyang's body. But this time, because their cultivation was at the same level, plus the 90% damage immunity of the battle formula, the judgment sword didn't cause too much damage to him. This is the battle formula? Isn't this defensive power too terrifying? The soul of the ice dragon was also shocked. Of course it's terrifying. Because of the 90% damage immunity. Qin Feiyang said. What? 90% damage immunity? The soul of the ice dragon was stunned. Knowing this number, its heart suddenly surged. I have more or less understood your strength. The real battle begins now. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the blood-red longsword condensed once again. Its sharpness could topple mountains and overturn seas. I don't believe that without the slaughter zone, your battle formula can be compared to the power of law. The soul of the ice dragon roared and the judgment sword tore the sky and earth apart. Never underestimate the battle formula. Qin Feiyang whispered, grabbed the blood-red sword and faced the judgment sword. Clang. In an instant, the blood-red sword and the judgment sword collided again. Crack. Immediately, there was a loud explosion. Ha! The battle formula is just like this? The soul of the ice dragon laughed. But in the next moment, the smile on its face froze. Because it was shocked to find that it wasn't the blood-red sword that was broken, but the judgment sword. How is this possible? Looking at the judgment sword that was broken into pieces, its eyes opened wide in anger. I said, don't underestimate the battle formula. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly and took the initiative to attack the soul of the ice dragon. Why are you so arrogant? The third profound super ability, Holy Sword of Light, crush it for me. Suddenly, the ice dragon's soul let out a roar, seemingly angry out of humiliation. Clang. The Holy Sword of Light appeared, its destructive aura shattered in all directions. Accompanied by a loud bang, the blood-red sword and the Holy Sword of Light collided. The two were evenly matched. How is this possible? The soul of the ice dragon was in disbelief at this result. One must know. This was the third profound super ability. The battle formula was actually this powerful? In the case of the same cultivation, I have never been afraid of anyone. Qin Feiyang held the blood-colored longsword in his hand. Like a fiend god descending to the mortal world, he slashed out sword after sword. Terrifying sword qi destroyed everything in all directions. I don't believe it. The soul of the ice dragon was also crazily slashing out with the Holy Sword of Light, colliding with the blood-red sword. One was formed by a heaven-defying divine art. The other was formed by the power of law. The two were like real divine weapons, creating dazzling sparks when they collided. Millions of miles had been razed to the ground. The terrifying destructive waves rolled in all directions. The more the soul of the ice dragon fought, the more shocked it became. The battle formula, the kill formula, the eye of heaven, how could a mere human master so many heaven-defying techniques? I remember you said, you and the Sky Dragon's divine art can't be shared. The Sky Dragon's soul's god-slaying formula, you shouldn't be able to activate it either. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. So what if I am? The soul of the ice dragon said angrily. I don't want to do anything. I'm just saying that the battle has been decided. Even if you can activate the god-slaying formula, you're still not my match. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and disappeared in front of the soul of the ice dragon. The movement formula. That's right. In the case of the same cultivation, he had the absolute strength to crush it. For example, the movement formula. As a heaven-defying divine art, its speed was many times faster than a supreme-level auxiliary divine art. On the other hand, the Prince of the Dragon's god-slaying formula was only a heaven-defying slaughter divine art. It didn't have the ability to increase speed. So as long as their cultivation was the same, after activating the movement formula, the Prince of the Dragons wouldn't be able to keep up with his speed. As everyone knew, in a battle between experts, speed was also the key to victory. If one side's speed was faster than the other, there was no suspense in the battle. Where is he? As expected, after Qin Feiyang activated the movement formula, the soul of the ice dragon panicked and looked around, trying to find any trace of Qin Feiyang. Can you keep up with my speed? Qin Feiyang suddenly appeared on the left side of the soul of the ice dragon and attacked with his blood-colored sword. The soul of the ice dragon's expression changed and hurriedly grabbed the holy radiant sword to meet the attack. Clang! The two divine weapons clashed, causing the sky to lose its color. Your advantage is gone, but you'll never be able to fill up my advantage. Qin Feiyang slammed his palm on the soul of the ice dragon's chest. The soul of the ice dragon spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed into the ground like a meteor. This is my advantage, my physical body and strength. Against my supreme-level physical body, what do you have to contend with me? After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, the blood-colored longsword flew out of his hand. Its sharpness tore the heavens and split the earth as it flew straight towards the soul of the ice dragon below. Chapter 29:36. I can't even defeat him. The ice dragon's soul got up and looked at the blood-red sword coming at it. It couldn't help but go crazy. Before, frenzy's petrification almost wiped out all the dragons. Qin Feiyang relied on the eye of heaven to turn the situation around. Why were these people's battle souls so heaven-defying? If Qin Feiyang's cultivation was still at the minor achievement imperishable realm, then even if he had the kill symbol art, even if Qin Feiyang's physical body had reached the level of a supreme being, he still wouldn't be a match for him. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. The ice dragon's soul roared and the holy light sword rushed into the sky, crazily attacking the blood-red sword. With a loud sound, the blood-red sword and the holy light sword shattered at the same time. Destructive waves of air surged in all directions, destroying everything. Have you run out of tricks? Qin Feiyang looked down at the ice dragon's soul. Hearing this, the ice dragon's soul suddenly felt a great sense of humiliation. That was because he had said those words to Qin Feiyang before. How long had it been? Now Qin Feiyang returned it to it without missing a word. Die. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. A terrifying and monstrous divine power rolled over from afar, and its aura firmly locked onto Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his head and looked at the divine power. This was the power of the Sky Dragon. And the aura was very familiar. It was the divine power of the Dragon Sovereign. The Great Dragon Sovereign actually sneak-attacked a junior. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Qin Feiyang immediately waved his hand and the blood-red sword condensed and slashed out. Now he had the cultivation of the perfect undead stage. Although the Dragon Sovereign's cultivation was at the perfect undead stage, Qin Feiyang still had the kill symbol art. The blood-red sword shattered the sword and directly crushed the divine power. Let's attack together and kill him. The Dragon Sovereign's roar sounded. A group of people came from the horizon in a grandiose manner. They were the supreme experts of the dragons. They had followed the fluctuations of the battle between Qin Feiyang and the ice dragon soul. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was alone, he wanted to kill Qin Feiyang. Because Qin Feiyang was the real core figure. Only by getting rid of Qin Feiyang would the human side be like a group of dragons without a leader. Only then could this battle be settled. Boom. Following Longzuan's words, the progenitor dragons and the experts immediately unleashed their god force and surged at Qin Feiyang like a raging wave. In order to deal with me, so many people are attacking together. They really think highly of me. However, you're not the only ones who have it. I have it too. Qin Feiyang bellowed. With a thought, a dense crowd of people appeared in the void behind him. They were led by Yi Zhong, Qin Batian, Lu Xingyang, Supreme Cloud, and Supreme Beast. Next were the Rain Emperor and Ice Emperor. Behind them were the 108 generals. And it wasn't just them. Wang Ming and Yang Li were also standing beside the Rain Emperor and Ice Emperor. Both of them were now at the Great Achievement Eternal Realm. There were also the 6 people including the Straw Sandal Old Man, Li Chong, and so on. And behind them, there were more than 10,000 half-step Eternal Realm Supreme experts. They were all from the Dragon Slayer Palace. During the years of recuperation in the Black Tortoise world, many of the people from the Dragon Slayer Palace who were originally at the Great Achievement 9th Heaven Realm had stepped into the half-step Eternal Realm. In other words, now, Qin Feiyong's strength was no weaker than the dragon's. "Dragon Sovereign, don't be stubborn," Yi Zhong shouted. Boom! His aura surged out, and his god force roared in all directions. "If you bow down and surrender, we can consider sparing your dragon race a way out." Qin Batian and the others also released their auras. The Dragon Sovereign said angrily, "A bunch of ants, how dare you challenge me?" "Ants? Who is the ant now?" Li Chong stood beside a group of god generals with a sneer on his face. "You traitor, I'll kill you sooner or later," the Dragon Sovereign shouted. "What nonsense are you talking about? Let's fight." Madman landed beside Qin Feiyong with a step, his aura like a rainbow. Seeing Madman stand out, the pupils of the dragons and the others immediately shrank. The scene of being petrified had long been imprinted in their hearts, and they would probably never forget it. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Madman alone was enough to destroy all of the dragons. However, for some reason, Madman didn't open his blood eye this time. In the blink of an eye, the divine force of the dragons and the others had already charged over. "Then let's fight to the death." Qin Feiyong waved his hand, and the blood-colored longsword slashed out with a monstrous sharpness. Boom! Madman, Yi Zhong, and the others, as well as all the half-step Immortal Realm experts of the Dragon Slayer Palace, also attacked. Divine force roared, converging into a huge wave, and followed the blood-colored sky, crazily attacking. Boom! Crack! In an instant, the blood-colored longsword and the divine force of the dragons collided, and the world trembled. Following closely, the divine force of Madman and the others also arrived. This was the first head-on confrontation between humans and dragons in the truest sense. The earth collapsed, and the void shattered. Even the sky was shattering. Destructive fluctuations spread tens of millions of miles away. Half of the northern part was almost razed to the ground. This was a disaster. Fortunately, the living beings of the Divine Land had already moved, otherwise it would have been a scene of misery and suffering. "Now, we can't avoid it anymore. Kill for me," the Dragon Sovereign roared. "Kill!" The tens of thousands of Dragon Clan members immediately let out thunderous battle cries as they charged towards Qin Feiyong. Qin Feiyong turned to look at everyone behind him and said with a smile, "As the Dragon Sovereign said, I will avoid this battle and try to save my life as much as possible." Everyone nodded in unison. Then, Qin Feiyong turned to look at the Dragon Sovereign and the others, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He waved his hand and said, "Kill! Kill!" At that moment, everyone roared and charged toward the dragons. "Those ancestral dragons, I have long found them an eyesore. All of you, stand aside, I will kill them." The Beast Sovereign took a step forward and charged toward the ancestral dragons. But at the same time, the Dragon Sovereign took a step forward and stood in front of the Beast Sovereign, saying, "How dare you speak so arrogantly with your little cultivation base?" After saying that, she struck out like lightning and slapped the Beast Sovereign's chest. The Beast Sovereign's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly dodged. But his speed was much slower than the Dragon Sovereign's, and he was immediately sent flying, his blood boiling with anger. Qin Feiyong looked at the Beast Sovereign, then at Yi Zhong, Qin Batian, Lu Xingyang, and Supreme Cloud. "The Dragon Sovereign is too strong, please. We will try our best." They took a deep breath and took a step forward at the same time, landing beside the Beast Sovereign. "The Dragon Sovereign hasn't been dealt with yet, And you want to kill the ancestral dragons? I think you are too arrogant. Supreme Cloud glared at the Beast Sovereign. Cut the crap. The Beast Sovereign shouted. Boom! The 5 people's auras erupted, and they joined forces to attack the dragons. 5 perfected imperishable realm cultivators can't change the situation. The Dragon Sovereign snorted and displayed terrifying strength, and the dragon aura rolled out and directly sent the 5 people flying. They are indeed very strong. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. The Sunset Divine Bow and other heaven-defying divine weapons were severely damaged by the Ice Dragon's sacred sword and could no longer participate in the battle, so they had to rely on themselves. And the Dragon Sovereign was undoubtedly the most difficult person to deal with. The others' battles also began one after another. Wang Ming, Yang Li, Ice Emperor, and Rain Emperor joined forces to attack the 10 ancestral dragons. Their cultivation bases were the same, and they were at a disadvantage when 4 against 10. However, Wang Ming and the others were not afraid. On the contrary, they were very proud. Because in the past, they could only run away when facing the ancestral dragons. After all, they were only at the initial imperishable realm. But now they had caught up to the various ancestral dragons and were truly competing with them. So, even if it was 4 against 10, they were still full of fighting spirit. Boom! Crack! The battlefield gradually spread to the entire north. This was because Yi Zhong, Dragon Sovereign, and the others were too powerful. They were like half-step undying experts and initial undying experts. Even the fluctuations of the battle were enough to kill them. So, whether it was the Dragon Slayer Palace or the ancestral dragons, they consciously moved the battlefield elsewhere, away from the Dragon Sovereign, Yi Zhong, and the others. Qin Feiyang looked around the battlefield and said in a low voice, Senior Brother Lunatic, I'll leave the dragons to you for the time being. Leave it to me? Lunatic was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, Then what are you going to do? Master and the others are facing the Dragon Sovereign, and Yang Li and the others are facing the 10 ancestral dragons. It's too difficult. So we still need help. Qin Feiyang said. Lunatic frowned. Suddenly, the figures of Wang Chang and the others appeared in his mind, and he immediately said, You mean, shu. Qin Feiyang made a shushing gesture. He couldn't say the situation of Wang Chang and the others now, otherwise, if the Dragon Sovereign found out, he would definitely erase their divine souls immediately. Similarly, as long as he helped Wang Chang and the others get rid of the fake contract, they could come out to help without any worries. But the premise was that they had to save the other human supreme experts first. But Lunatic hesitated. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Without the blood eye, I can't beat him. Lunatic transmitted his voice. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Lunatic sighed. The blood eye is the same as your slaughter domain. It can only be opened once a day, and it can only last for an hour each time. Qin Feiyang looked at Lunatic in shock. But thinking about it, such a heaven-defying ability should indeed have a time limit, otherwise, who could be Lunatic's opponent? Qin Feiyang said, Then try to stall him, I will try to hurry up. But Lunatic nodded. Qin Feiyang immediately activated the concealment art and disappeared without a trace. Where do you think you are going? The Ice Dragon's soul rushed over murderously. Your opponent is me. Lunatic smiled coldly and stepped forward. Get lost. The Ice Dragon's soul shouted. That depends on whether you have the strength or not. Lunatic activated the Blood Demon technique, and his cultivation instantly soared to the Greater Mastery Undead stage. You think I didn't hear your previous voice transmission? Your blood eye can only be opened once a day. Without the blood eye, what can you use to fight me? Fine, I will kill you first. Then I will kill Qin Feiyang. The Ice Dragon's soul smiled ferociously, and the Holy Light Sword appeared and slashed at Lunatic. What? The blood eye can only be opened once a day. In the distant battlefield, the ancestral dragons, revered dragons, and the tens of thousands of dragons were first stunned when they heard the voice of the Ice Dragon's soul, and then they were overjoyed. The threat of the blood eye was obvious, and it was a thorn in their hearts. Even though they had not fought Lunatic, They had to be on guard against lunatics' sudden attack. And now, hearing this, they were undoubtedly relieved. Without the blood eye, you think I am meat on the chopping block? Lunatic was also angry. How dare you look down on me? Golden light burst out, and the sky halberd appeared. He grabbed the sky halberd and fearlessly charged forward. Boom! Clang! The battle began. Lunatic was no match for the holy light sword, the third profound art, and the ice dragon's soul that was one stage higher than him. After a few clashes, he was covered in wounds and his life was in danger. Chapter 2937. At this moment, Qin Feiyang also avoided the battlefield of Long Zun and the ancestral dragons, silently flying into the distance. Dragons and humans were easy to distinguish, especially when fighting. When dragons fought, the dragon might they emitted was very obvious. On the other hand, if there was no dragon might, it meant that this person was a human. Qin Feiyang swept his gaze over the battlefield and sent a voice transmission. Little wimp, where are Wang Chang and the others? Before the castle went out, I sent them out. They are all in the Black Tortoise realm now. But don't worry, I've been watching them. The little boy said. Qin Feiyang said, call them to your side. The little boy replied and waved his hand. Wang Chang and the others, who were standing in the medicine field below, immediately appeared beside the little boy. Elder Wang, how many human supreme experts are there in the dragons? Qin Feiyang's voice immediately sounded in the void. A total of more than 1,100 people. Wang Chang replied. Now that Qin Feiyang was far away from Long Zun and the Dragon Prince, he was not afraid of the sound transmission. So many? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Back then, there were many geniuses among the million people who entered the Divine Dragon Island with you. So after all these years, under the nurturing of the dragons, they have all stepped into the half-step invincible realm. Wang Chang said. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he immediately frowned and said to himself, I don't want to help these people. But Wang Chang was puzzled. Back then, in the Dragon God Palace, I had already given them a chance. It was they who wanted to continue following the dragons. Qin Feiyang said. Wang Chang sighed and said, this old man has also heard of these things. I can understand. So now, I only help those human supreme experts. That is, people like you and Li Chang. Qin Feiyang said. All right. Wang Chang replied. If it were him, he would have done the same as Qin Feiyang. Back in the Dragon God Palace, Qin Feiyang and the others had already crushed the divine stone of fate and returned their freedom. It was their own fault for not cherishing it, so these people were not worth helping. Even if he died on the battlefield, he deserved to die. Qin Feiyang said, then all of you should carefully observe the images in the void. As long as you see any of the strongest human beings in the past, tell me immediately. All right. Wang Chang nodded. During the conversation, Qin Feiyang passed by a battlefield. It was a battle between two powerhouses who had just entered the imperishable realm. One of the dragons was a middle-aged man. The other party was naturally a member of the dragon-slaying palace, who was also a middle-aged man. As for the middle-aged man, he did not have any dragon's aura. He was clearly a human. There's no need to differentiate between humans who have just reached the imperishable realm. Because among those million people, not a single one has reached the initial imperishable level. Wang Chang's voice rang. Understood. Qin Feiyang nodded, silently approached that person, and then forcibly sent that person to the Black Tortoise realm. With his current cultivation, even if he was close to the battlefield, the concealment technique would not be broken. Although he had closed the Eye of Heaven and lost the superposition of the Ice Dragon domain, the Rising Dragon technique was still active. Therefore, he still maintained the cultivation of the initial imperishable realm. And these two people were both at the initial imperishable realm. Their cultivation was weaker than his, so the fluctuations from their battle naturally could not break the concealment technique. However, the middle-aged man from the dragon-slaying palace was surprised when he saw his opponent suddenly disappear. It's me. Don't make a fuss. Continue to help others. Qin Feiyang secretly said something to that person. Then, using the walk character formula, he rushed to the next battlefield like lightning. Young master? What's going on? The middle-aged man was stunned. He was naturally able to recognize Qin Feiyang's voice. However, Qin Feiyang's actions caused him to be somewhat baffled. At the same time, Black Tortoise World. The middle-aged man from the dragons also appeared beside Wang Chang, the old woman, and the others. The burly man was bewildered. "Stay here," Wang Chang said. This voice. The man immediately looked at Wang Chang and the others and said in surprise, "Old Wang, didn't you go to the 4 regions separately? Why are you still together? And here, what is this place?" "This is the Black Tortoise World," Wang Chang said. "What? The Black Tortoise World?" The big man suddenly turned pale with fright and looked around in bewilderment. This was the Black Tortoise World? Wait, why were Wang Chang and the others in the Black Tortoise World? Could it be, yes, we have already joined Qin Feiyang. Also, Qin Feiyang sent you to the Black Tortoise World to save you, Wang Chang said. He defected to Qin Feiyang. The man's eyes trembled. Even we understand. Do you still want to work for the dragons? The old woman frowned. The man hurriedly shouted. That's enough. The old woman smiled slightly. The middle-aged man frowned and said, But why did Qin Feiyang help me? Because we don't want to give up on you, Wang Chang said. The middle-aged man looked at Wang Chang in a daze and then bowed. Thank you, old Wang. It's fine. Wang Chang waved his hand and looked at the scene in the void. Longzuan and the other ancestral dragons were fighting with Yi Zhong and the others. The battlefield was completely scattered. Therefore, even if the dragon's supreme human experts were sent to the Black Tortoise World by Qin Feiyang, they would not know. Under Wang Chang's guidance, more than 200 people were sent to the Black Tortoise World by Qin Feiyang in a few hundred breaths. Qin Feiyang rushed to another battlefield. It was a battle between 2 half-step undying experts. Of the 2 fighting here, one was naturally from the dragon-slaying palace and the other was from the dragons. Qin Feiyang was quite unfamiliar with the person from the dragon-slaying palace. But when Qin Feiyang saw the person from the dragons, he was a little stunned. It was actually the purple-clothed young man he met in the cultivation place. It was the person who looked very gentle and harmless, but chose the cave abode at the top of the mountain. At that time, Qin Feiyang was still guessing that this person might be a hypocrite, and Li Xiaofei even scolded this person at that time. He didn't expect that this person had already stepped into the half-step undying realm. It seemed that he really had some skills. The purple-clothed young man and the person from the dragon-slaying palace were evenly matched. Qin Feiyang was about to take action and kill the purple-clothed young man. But suddenly, he turned his head and saw a black-clothed young man flying over. Huh! Qin Feiyang was stunned. It was actually another acquaintance. And he was even more familiar than the purple-clothed young man. It was Li Xiaofei. This guy is also here? Qin Feiyang frowned. He took a closer look and found that Li Xiaofei had also stepped into the half-step undying realm. Why didn't he see that this guy was so talented back then? Li Xiaofei, come and help me. The purple-clothed young man also saw Li Xiaofei and hurriedly shouted with joy. The person from the dragon-slaying palace suddenly became nervous. I'm here to help you. Li Xiaofei landed on the purple-clothed young man and said with a smile. The purple-clothed young man nodded and looked at the person from the dragon-slaying palace. He sneered and said, Then let's join hands and kill him. But Li Xiaofei nodded. Boom. The 2 of them rushed toward the person from the dragon-slaying palace. You're really good at being a lackey. Qin Feiyang shook his head and was about to kill Li Xiaofei as well. But suddenly, Li Xiaofei, who was rushing toward the person from the dragon-slaying palace, suddenly turned around and slapped the purple-clothed young man's lower abdomen, shattering his energy sea on the spot. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He actually sneak-attacked the purple-clothed young man? The person from the dragon-slaying palace also looked at Li Xiaofei in shock. What are you doing? The purple-clothed young man stared at Li Xiaofei in disbelief. What am I doing? Shouldn't someone like you, who is willing to be a lackey of the dragons, be killed? Li Xiaofei's face was full of disgust. He stepped forward and punched the purple-clothed young man's head. Qin Feiyang and the person from the dragon-slaying palace looked at this scene in shock. "Don't be afraid. I'm on your side." Li Xiaofei looked at the person from the dragon-slaying palace and said with a smile. "On our side?" The person from the dragon-slaying palace was stunned. Li Xiaofei nodded and said, "I'm Li Xiaofei, the disciple of Sunlight Emperor." Sunlight Emperor's disciple? The person from the dragon-slaying palace was stunned. Qin Feiyang also looked at Li Xiaofei in shock. Sunlight Emperor was his ancestor, Lu Zhenyang. Li Xiaofei was actually his ancestor's disciple? "I know that you definitely haven't heard of my name because my identity has always been kept a secret. And I used to be the young lord of the south. I sneaked into the Divine Dragon Island under my master's order. This is my identity token." Li Xiaofei looked at the person from the dragon-slaying palace and then took out a token. The person from the dragon-slaying palace carefully checked the token and then quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, young lord." "Really?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Li Xiaofei nodded to the person from the dragon-slaying palace and put away the token. He glanced at the void and said with a grin, "Qin Feiyang, don't hide." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He knew that he was here? The person from the dragon-slaying palace also glanced at the void in surprise. "Are you surprised?" Li Xiaofei looked at the void where Qin Feiyang was and asked with a smile. "Quite surprised." Qin Feiyang's voice sounded in the void. "It's really Qin Feiyang." The person from the dragon-slaying palace was shocked and then hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, young lord. Don't be so polite and don't make a fuss. I have something important to do now. I can't expose my whereabouts." Qin Feiyang said. The person from the dragon-slaying palace bowed and replied, "Li Xiaofei, how did you know I was here?" Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously. "Sixth sense." Li Xiaofei laughed. "Sixth sense?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Back in the cultivation place, I told you that my sixth sense is very accurate. You didn't believe me and even treated me as a fraud." Li Xiaofei pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. "Sixth sense? Only a fool would believe you." Li Xiaofei said, "We'll talk about this later. Help me undo the fate contract." "Not now. Why don't you go to the Black Tortoise world first?" Qin Feiyang said. "How long do I have to wait?" Li Xiaofei raised his eyebrows. "Very soon." Qin Feiyang said. "All right then. Send me to the Black Tortoise world." Li Xiaofei said. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Li Xiaofei disappeared. "Continue to help your companions. Be careful." Qin Feiyang reminded the person from the dragon-slaying palace and then flew away like lightning. Chapter 2938. Inside the Black Tortoise Realm. As soon as Li Xiaofei appeared, he was stunned when he saw the 200 people that Qin Feiyang had sent in. So many people? At that moment, he knew what Qin Feiyang was going to do. The old woman walked out and looked at Li Xiaofei. "I really didn't expect you to be Sunlight Emperor's disciple." Li Xiaofei was stunned again. He looked at the old woman and then at Wang Chang. There was a trace of surprise on his face. Didn't they go to the 4 major regions? Why were they in the Black Tortoise realm? Li Xiaofei asked. "Have you all gone to Qin Feiyang?" The old woman looked at the image in the void and nodded. "When did this happen?" Li Xiaofei was stunned. "Not long ago." The old woman said. "Not long ago?" Li Xiaofei was slightly stunned. He pondered for a while and said, "Did you come to Qin Feiyang immediately after you left?" The old woman nodded. Li Xiaofei shook his head and laughed. "Longzuan still thinks that you have sneaked into the 4 major regions. If she knows that you have been in the Black Tortoise realm all this time, she will probably be furious. We have done too many wrong things over the years. How can we bear to hurt the creatures of the 4 major regions?" The old woman shook her head and sighed. Qin Feiyang kept rushing to various battlefields. One by one, the human supreme experts were sent to the Black Tortoise realm. At that moment, there were already more than 700 people gathered around Wang Chang and the others. Wang Chang glanced at everyone and said, "Qin Feiyang, that's about it." Qin Feiyang immediately stopped in the void and scanned the battlefields around. There were also many human supreme experts fighting with the people of the Dragon Slayer Palace. But they had all entered the Divine Dragon Island with Qin Feiyang. So, Qin Feiyang had no sympathy for these people. Sush. In the next moment, he was in the Black Tortoise realm. The gazes of everyone present all landed on Qin Feiyang. Long story short, before the battle is over, you must be under my control, Qin Feiyang said. One of the men said, Elder Wang has already told us. We have no objections. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. His hands continued to form seals, enslavement seals appearing one after another. Do I have to be controlled by you first? Li Xiaofei asked. You are the ancestor's disciple. Would I dare to control you? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. With a wave of his hand, more than 700 slave seals instantly entered everyone's heads. Aside, Long Zun had single-handedly suppressed Yi Zhong's group of 5. It could be said that in front of Long Zun, Yi Zhong's group of 5 did not even have the slightest chance of victory. That was because Long Zun surpassed the 5 of them in both cultivation and the power of laws. Although not much time had passed, their bodies were already riddled with wounds. Do you think you can contend against me just because you've broken through to the great circle of the undying realm? Without any heaven-defying divine items, I alone can annihilate all of you. Long Zun was overbearing as he charged towards Yi Zhong. I don't really care about the Beast Emperor's betrayal, but your betrayal has made me very disappointed. I will kill you first and let you know the consequences of betraying me. But at this moment, the brave and invincible Long Zun's body suddenly trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Yi Zhong's group of 5 was shocked. Who cares what's going on? Take her life while she's sick. Cloud Sovereign shouted. The 5 of them immediately charged towards Long Zun. Scram! Long Zun roared. The aura of a peak imperishable stage expert erupted like a volcano. The 5 of them were sent flying on the spot, blood gushing out of their mouths. This is impossible, Long Zun shook his head. Nothing is impossible. Qin Feiyang's voice suddenly sounded as he appeared beside Yi Zhong's group of 5. What did you do? Long Zun stared at Qin Feiyang. The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted. With a wave of his hand, Wang Chang and more than 700 people appeared. Wang Chang. Long Zun looked at Wang Chang and his eyes trembled. Yes, it's me. Wang Chang nodded. You actually betrayed me too. Long Zun roared. It's not betrayal, it's awakening. If this old man were to continue to follow you and bring disaster upon the world, then this old man would truly become a sinner for all eternity. Wang Chang said. Damn it, all of you deserve to die. Long Zun roared as if he had gone mad. At this moment, screams of agony rang out from the various battlefields. On a nearby battlefield, a half-step imperishable stage expert was fighting with the people of the dragon-slaying palace. But suddenly, that person let out a blood-curdling scream, then fell straight to the ground, dead. Looking at his divine soul again, it had already disappeared. At the same time, on another battlefield, 2 middle-aged burly men were fighting fiercely. One of them was from the dragon-slaying palace, and the other was naturally a human dragon race expert. This human dragon race expert had already gained the upper hand and forced the person from the dragon-slaying palace to retreat. As long as he was given a little more time, he would definitely be able to kill the person from the dragon-slaying palace. But suddenly, he also let out a scream and fell to the ground, dead on the spot. The person from the dragon-slaying palace was stunned. What was going on? Similar situations were happening in many other places. Just like these 2 people, there was no warning at all. With a single scream, they died. The others didn't know what was going on, but Qin Feiyang and the others knew very well. Looking at this scene, their faces were filled with lingering fear. As they expected, Long Zun was exasperated and wiped out the divine souls of all the human experts. Fortunately, they had saved everyone in advance. Otherwise, the people around them would have died. Even Li Xiaofei would have died. You are really ruthless. We didn't save those people, which means that we have already given up on them. Furthermore, they are loyal and devoted to your dragon clan to begin with. Yet, you didn't even bother to say anything and directly killed them. Are we humans really so cheap in your eyes? Wang Chang looked at Long Zun with grief and indignation. That's right. Whether it's them, you, or even Yi Zhong, you are just a chess piece in my hands. Your lives are not as valuable as a dog. Long Zun laughed sinisterly. Bastard! Wang Chang roared and slapped at Long Zun. You overestimate yourself. Long Zun smiled disdainfully, and a surge of divine power surged toward Wang Chang. Retreat! Qin Baishan's expression changed, and he hurriedly stepped in front of Wang Chang. He looked at Long Zun coldly and said, Do you really think you are invincible? Boom! A monstrous aura erupted. Qin Baishan's cultivation also stepped into the perfected indestructible realm in an instant. Following closely, Qin Batian slapped out, and Long Zun's divine power dissipated on the spot. Long Zun was stunned. I, Qin Batian, am not an undeserved reputation. Qin Batian looked at Long Zun coldly. This should be a divine art to increase cultivation. Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Baishan's back, and his heart could not help but calm down. Previously, he was worried that no one could compete with Long Zun. Because Long Zun's cultivation was too strong, if no one restrained her, then the chances of winning this battle were really not high. But now, Qin Batian stood up. Although Qin Baishan's power of law was not as good as Long Zun's, their cultivation was about the same. With Yi Zhong, Cloud Sovereign, Beast Sovereign, and Lu Xingyang assisting from the side, there was no problem restraining Long Zun. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Chang and the others and shouted, You guys go and help. Boom. At that moment, more than 700 people erupted with a monstrous aura and disappeared in all directions, heading to the various battlefields to support. Elder Wang, go and help Yang Li and the others. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Chang and said. Wang Chang nodded, took a step forward, and rushed to the battlefield of Yang Li and the others and the 10 ancestor dragons. What about me? Li Xiaofei asked. Qin Feiyang said without turning his head, and then glanced at the battlefield of Frenzy and the Prince of the Dragons, frowning slightly, and said, Master, where is Frenzy? He and the Prince of the Dragons went over there. Yi Zhong pointed to the north. I'll go and support them now, you guys be careful. Qin Feiyang reminded, and then used the walk formula, and rushed to the north. Lu Xiaofei looked at Qin Feiyang's back, and then looked at Lu Xingyang, and said, Master, where am I going? Do whatever you want, just don't embarrass me. Lu Xingyang smiled. But Li Xiaofei nodded, and also disappeared from the battlefield. In the north, about 10 million miles away from the battlefield of Long Zun and Yi Zhong, there was an even more tragic battlefield. Blood Prison explode for me. That's right. This was the battlefield of Frenzy and the Prince of the Dragons. Frenzy was bathed in blood all over, and one of his arms had been shattered. What was more terrifying was that there was a fist-sized blood puppet on his chest, and blood was gushing out. There was also an insoluble weakness between his eyebrows. To be honest, under the situation where he couldn't open his blood eye, it was already very impressive that Frenzy could fight with the Ice Dragon Soul for so long. Boom. Following his roar, the blood prison exploded in the void, and a destructive wave of air swept out in all directions. An ant trying to shake a tree. The Ice Dragon's soul sneered, and the Holy Radiant Sword was invincible, and crushed the wave of air. The Holy Radiant Sword's edge surged, and countless wounds appeared all over Frenzy's body. His whole body was directly blasted out, and he crashed to the ground in a sorry state. What is this Qin Feiyang doing? Why isn't he back yet? At this moment, he was quite anxious in his heart, because he was about to reach his limit. An ant will always be an ant. Now, this prince will send you to the Western Paradise. The Ice Dragon Soul's face was cold, and the Holy Radiant Sword was blooming with a bright divine light, and a sword slashed towards Frenzy. Damn it! Frenzy roared in his heart. Wait. But suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He took a step into the sky and laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? The ice dragon's soul raised its eyebrows. Frenzy said, I'm not laughing at you, I'm laughing at myself. Laughing at yourself? Are you crazy? The ice dragon's soul was speechless. I'm really crazy to actually ignore such an important matter. I remember you said that you and the Sky Dragon Soul's divine art are unable to be the same. You shouldn't be able to open the Sky Dragon's sacred dragon domain. And this is your Achilles' heel. Frenzy's body was overflowing with killing intent, and he roared, Blood Demon Domain, open for me. A huge blood-red barrier suddenly appeared in the sky and enveloped the entire area. The Ice Dragon Soul's cultivation suddenly began to plummet. Originally, the Ice Dragon Soul was at the Perfection Undead stage, but as it plummeted, it fell to the Perfection Ninth Heaven stage. Chapter 29:39. The Ice Dragon Soul's expression froze. Although the Ice Dragon Soul's cultivation had plummeted, the Radiant Saint Sword's aura had also plummeted. With your current Perfection 9 Heavens Realm cultivation, even if you have the third profound divine ability, what's the use? The madman stepped forward and his aura surged towards the Radiant Saint Sword. With a loud crack, the Radiant Saint Sword shattered. One had to know. His cultivation was still at the Great Success Undead Realm. The Great Success Undead Realm and the Perfection 9 Heavens Realm were completely different. This is your weakness. I'm really stupid. I didn't think of this until now. The madman shook his head in self-mockery. Weakness? Don't you know that Sky Dragon and I can switch at any time? The Ice Dragon's soul sneered at the madman. In the next moment, the Prince of Dragons' aura changed and a sacred aura spread out. Obviously, the Ice Dragon's soul had already retreated and the Sky Dragon's soul was controlling the body. Saint Dragon's domain. The Prince of Dragons spoke in a gentle tone. As his voice fell, a barrier flashing with divine light appeared and instantly enveloped the madman. The madman's cultivation also began to plummet. Sky Dragon? The madman frowned. The Prince of Dragons nodded with a smile. You guys are really troublesome. The madman was a bit annoyed and threw a life-divine pill into his mouth. Same here. The Prince of Dragons smiled. However, no matter how you switch, you won't be my match. The madman said. Because they couldn't use the same god technique, the Ice Dragon Soul's god technique also disappeared as the Sky Dragon controlled the body. This was the Ice Dragon's domain. With the Ice Dragon controlling the body, even if he was affected by the Blood Demon's domain, his cultivation could still be maintained at the Perfection 9 Heavens realm. But now, with the Ice Dragon's domain gone, the Prince of Dragons' cultivation dropped to the Perfection 9 Heavens realm. But the madman was different. Even if he was affected by the Sky Dragon's domain, he still had the Blood Demon technique. The Blood Demon technique could increase his cultivation by 3 small realms. So, even though Prince Dragons had opened the Heavenly Dragon domain, Madman's cultivation was still at the peak 9 Heavens realm. It was even stronger than the Prince of the Dragons' 9th Heaven realm. I know. The Prince of the Dragons nodded. Why you still so calm when you know? Madman was surprised. Of course. Because I also know that without the Blood Eye and the Blood Devil Tower, it would be very difficult for you to kill me. The Prince of Dragons said. Who gave you the confidence? The madman roared, and the blood prison appeared once more. Domain of Divinity. The Prince of the Dragons waved his hand and activated his fighting soul. The blood prison immediately disappeared. Divine art nullification. The madman muttered and said angrily, if you have the ability, then invalidate the heaven-defying divine artifact for me. As the golden light surged, a golden halberd appeared. Madman grabbed the halberd and charged at the Prince of the Dragons. The Prince of the Dragons narrowed his eyes. He didn't dare to be careless. He waved his hand and the deity vanquishing sword appeared. Clang. He also grabbed the deity vanquishing sword and charged at the madman. The two of them once again clashed. But because of the difference in cultivation, the Prince of the Dragons was no match for him. Not long later, the Prince of the Dragons' body was also covered in wounds. So, at this time, a figure broke through the air like lightning. It was Qin Feiyang. Looking at the madman who was suppressing the Prince of the Dragons, Qin Feiyang's face was full of surprise. Didn't this guy say that he wasn't a match for the Prince of the Dragons? Why was he still suppressing the Prince of the Dragons? Wait a minute. Suddenly, he noticed the temperament of the Prince of the Dragons. This wasn't the Ice Dragon's soul, but the Sky Dragon's soul. Why is the Sky Dragon's soul dominating the body? Isn't the Ice Dragon's soul stronger? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. When he saw the madman's blood demon domain, he suddenly realized. The strength of the Ice Dragon's soul was indeed strong. If it was anyone else, it would be impossible for them to be his opponent, but the madman was an exception. Because the madman controlled the blood demon domain. The blood demon domain deprived him of 5 small realms of cultivation. No matter how strong the Ice Dragon's soul was, it could only be beaten up in the face of the blood demon domain. That was why he let the Sky Dragon's soul come out. However, the Sky Dragon's soul was not a match for the madman. Although the madman was unable to open the blood eye and the blood demon tower was heavily damaged and unable to participate in the battle, the Prince of the Dragon's Ice Dragon Holy Sword was also restrained by the ancient castle. In terms of methods, he felt that the madman was still better. But if the Sky Dragon's soul and the Ice Dragon's soul's divine arts could be used together, then the Prince of the Dragons would truly be invincible. Because if they were used together, the Prince of the Dragons would be able to control the Sky Dragon domain and the Ice Dragon domain at the same time. At the same time, the madman and the Prince of the Dragons also sensed Qin Feiyang's aura. The madman shouted, "There's no need for you to interfere here, I can take care of him. Go help me deal with the Dragon Sovereign." Help me deal with Mother? When the Prince of the Dragons heard the madman's words, his eyes trembled slightly, and then a trace of struggle appeared in his eyes. Qin Feiyang's strength was obvious to all. If he really went to deal with his mother, coupled with Yi Zhong and the others, then his mother's situation would be worrying. Are you sure? Qin Feiyang stopped in the air and looked at the madman. Of course. The madman said, "Good." Qin Feiyang nodded. But just as Qin Feiyang turned around, the Prince of the Dragons sighed, "It seems that I have to take this step." Qin Feiyang immediately looked at the Prince of the Dragons suspiciously. The Prince of the Dragons took a step back, looked at Qin Feiyang, then looked at the madman, and shook his head. "You two are really a headache. Don't pretend to be mysterious. If you have any trump cards, just show them." The madman said. The Prince of the Dragons shook his head and whispered, "For Mother, for the dragons, for the people, you won't object, right?" It seemed like he was talking to himself, but he was actually asking the Ice Dragon's soul. Shwa. As his voice fell, the Ice Dragon's soul appeared beside the Prince of the Dragons, but it kept its head down and remained silent. "I know that after we fuse, one of us will disappear. But if you are willing, I choose to disappear." The Prince of the Dragons looked at the Ice Dragon's soul and said, "You?" The Ice Dragon's soul suddenly raised its head and looked at the Prince of the Dragons in disbelief. "Fuse? Disappear?" Qin Feiyang landed beside the madman and frowned. "What are they trying to do?" "I don't know." The madman shook his head. The Prince of the Dragons looked at the Ice Dragon's soul and smiled. "I don't ask for much, as long as you help me take care of my mother and people." The Ice Dragon's soul asked, "Are you really willing to sacrifice yourself to preserve my consciousness?" "You and I both know that whether it is Qin Feiyang or the madman, they are both powerful opponents. Just one of us can't defeat them, let alone the two of them working together. So, we must fuse. Only after we fuse can we be considered complete. That's the only way we can become stronger. So, I am willing to sacrifice." The Prince of the Dragons smiled. "Only after we fuse can we be considered complete," Qin Feiyang murmured and pondered for a while. His eyes trembled slightly. Are they going to fuse into one? Chapter 2940. 2 into 1. Madman was shocked. If they could really merge into one, then wouldn't their divine arts be the same? In that case, the Prince of the Dragons would be powerful to an astonishing extent. Heavenly Dragon Secret Art, Heavenly Dragon Domain, Ice Dragon Domain, God's Domain, 3 levels of the Law of Light. These were all earth-shattering methods. If they were all controlled by the Prince of the Dragons, then who would be his opponent? The Prince of the Dragons looked at Qin Feiyong and Madman, then looked at the soul of the ice dragon and smiled. Don't hesitate, let's begin. Alright. The soul of the ice dragon nodded and instantly entered the Prince of the Dragon's head. The Prince of the Dragons also closed his eyes. Boom. Immediately, a terrifying dragon might burst out from his body. At the same time, the Prince of the Dragon's body also released two different divine lights. One was a sacred milky white divine light. The other was a pure white ice crystal light. Moreover, his temperament also changed. One was a transcendent indifference. The other was fierce, cold-blooded, and ruthless. The two completely different temperaments mixed together, like the combination of a god and a demon. This change didn't last for long. Suddenly, the ice crystal-like divine light, the fierce, cold-blooded, and ruthless temperament began to dissipate. And as these dissipated, the milky white divine light, as well as the transcendent temperament, became more and more intense. After a few breaths, the Prince of the Dragon's entire body could no longer sense any hostility, as if a god had returned, a sacred aura enveloping all directions. The Prince of the Dragons slowly opened his eyes. Those gem-like eyes revealed a trace of disappointment as he muttered, "In the end, you still chose to disappear." Fused? Qin Feiyong and Madman looked at the Prince of the Dragons in surprise. At this moment, they couldn't feel the slightest aura of the dragon's soul from the Prince of the Dragons. In other words, the one who chose to disappear in the end was actually the soul of the ice dragon. The Prince of the Dragons raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyong and Madman, asking, "Do you know what will happen after I fuse with the soul of the ice dragon?" The two shook their heads. "After we fuse, the consciousness of one side will disappear forever. Originally, I planned to sacrifice myself to preserve the consciousness of the ice dragon's soul. But in the end, the soul of the ice dragon chose to let my consciousness remain. In other words, now, the consciousness of the ice dragon's soul is gone." The Prince of Dragons said. "Disappear forever." Qin Feiyong and the mad scientist looked at each other in surprise. The soul of the ice dragon had never given them a good impression, but they had never thought that it would choose to sacrifice itself. This was worthy of respect. To be honest, I never thought that things would come to this. Although the soul of the ice dragon has always wanted to compete with me for control of my physical body, I really do care about him. He's as good as my brother." The Prince of Dragons said dejectedly. "I understand. Although I don't have two souls, I used to have inner demons. He was the same in the beginning. He wanted to seize control of his body at every moment. However, later on, we got along very well. Furthermore, we were like brothers. Later on, he also disappeared. But do you know how he disappeared?" As Qin Feiyong said this, he clenched his fists and stared at the Prince of Dragons. Killing intent surged in his eyes. "Inner demons." The Prince of Dragons looked at Qin Feiyong in surprise and asked, "How did he disappear?" "Your father." Qin Feiyong said word by word. "Father?" The Prince of Dragons was stunned. "That's right. Back then, in order to save the living beings of a continent, I opened the gate of rebirth. In the end, I almost died. In order to save me, the inner demons went to the miracle alone. And in the miracle, he met your father, the dragon god of your dragons." Qin Feiyong said. "My father killed him?" The Prince of Dragons asked. "Although in the end, your father asked the guardian of the miracle to send a divine pill to bring me back to life, in my heart, I really can't forgive your father. Because I would rather die myself than let the inner demons die for me." Qin Feiyong roared, his face full of pain. The Prince of Dragons said, "So you and my father have known each other for a long time." "We knew each other before entering the ancient world. But I don't have any good feelings for him," Qin Feiyong said. "Although the death of the inner demons made you suffer, it might not be my father's fault. Perhaps, it was an equal transaction between them. Using his life in exchange for yours." The Prince of Dragons said. Qin Feiyong said, "Even so, if it was you, would you be able to let it go?" The Prince of Dragons shook his head. Isn't that right? Besides, your father didn't just do this to me. In short, if I have the chance, I won't hesitate to kill your father. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands and said with a murderous aura, "Don't look for my father, the son will pay for the father's debts, come find me. Today, let's settle this once and for all." Ice Dragon Domain. The Prince of Dragons took a step forward, and his cultivations suddenly soared. As expected, Qin Feiyang and the madman's hearts trembled. After the fusion, the Prince of Dragons had already grasped the Ice Dragon Domain. Boom! The next moment, the Prince of Dragons' cultivation rose to the perfection 9th heaven realm. Because the madman's Blood Demon Domain was still there. Without the Blood Demon Domain, the Prince of Dragons' cultivation would have risen to the perfection Undead realm. Qin Feiyang said, "Senior brother madman, remove the Blood Demon Domain." But the madman frowned. "It's meaningless." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Opening the Blood Demon Domain couldn't kill the Prince of Dragons, so it was better to close it and let everyone fight. Alright. The madman nodded, and with a thought, the Blood Demon Domain collapsed. Seeing this, the Prince of Dragons also dispersed the Heavenly Dragon Domain. He clearly understood Qin Feiyang's meaning. Don't play these tricks, let's fight. With the disappearance of the Heavenly Dragon Domain, the madman's cultivation also recovered to the perfection Undead realm under the buff of the Blood Demon technique. Qin Feiyang was still using the Rising Dragon technique, so his cultivation was also at the minor perfection Undead realm. My Rising Dragon technique is not like your Blood Demon technique and Ice Dragon Domain. The Rising Dragon technique has a time limit, and there isn't much time left. Make your move. Qin Feiyang raised his arm, and a blood-colored sword appeared. The madman waved his hand, and the Sky Piercer appeared. The Prince of Dragons grabbed at the air, and the God-vanquishing sword condensed. Clang! The weapons formed by the three heaven-defying techniques emitted an apocalyptic aura. Almost at the same time, the three of them roared and charged at each other. Clang! Boom! In just an instant, the three of them clashed together. The blood-colored sword, the Sky Piercer, and the God-vanquishing sword crazily clashed, and the destructive fluctuations were earth-shattering. Chapter 2941. The collision of the three heaven-defying divine arts was enough to destroy the world. The humans and dragons on the various battlefields in the distance all sensed it. They were shocked. They were naturally familiar with the aura of Qin Feiyang and the other two. They were clearly three rising stars, but their battle fluctuations were not the least bit inferior to Long Zun, Qin Badian, and the rest. It wasn't difficult to determine that these three people were the key to this battle. They would affect the outcome of this battle. They are indeed strong. Li Xiaofei helped a companion kill a dragon and looked in the direction of Qin Feiyang and the other two with envy in his eyes. Although Qin Feiyang didn't know him, he had long known Qin Feiyang. As the young lord of the Dragon Slayer Palace, he was also secretly comparing. He didn't want to lose to Qin Feiyang, so he worked very hard. But the truth was, no matter how hard he worked, he couldn't seem to catch up to Qin Feiyang's footsteps. It seems that the world now belongs to these three people. Li Xiaofei shook his head and rushed to the next battlefield. After Long Zun wiped out the divine souls of all the supreme humans, the dragons were now all divine dragons. Some had already revealed their true bodies. There were divine dragons that were thousands of feet long, and there were also divine dragons that were thousands of feet long. At this moment, the battle had spread to the entire north, and the large and small battlefields were bleeding. Mountains collapsed, and the earth sank. The divine dragons were wailing, and the humans were also roaring in grief. This was a very cruel battle. Blood stained the earth. Bang! Hundreds of breaths passed. Accompanied by a loud bang, Qin Feiyang and Madman smashed into the ground below like two blood-stained meteorites. When they landed, they spat out a mouthful of blood. In the sky, the Dragon Prince stood against the wind, and the power of the heavenly dragons lingered around his body. He was like a dragon emperor descending into the world, and his mighty dragon aura shook the world. So strong. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. After the fusion, the Dragon Clan Prince was simply an invincible existence. Indeed strong. Madman crawled up in a sorry state as he kept spitting out blood. The Dragon Prince was already at the small success imperishable stage, and now with the addition of the Ice Dragon domain, he was at the great perfection imperishable stage. But he and Qin Feiyang, one was in the major undead realm, the other was in the minor undead realm. Although there was only a difference of 1 or 2 minor realms, in the undead realm, the difference was like heaven and earth. The most important thing was, they couldn't use their trump cards now. The Blood Eye and the Slaughter Field would only open after midnight. Even if I'm strong, I still have to fight. Qin Feiyang shouted. Yes. The future of mankind is in our hands. We must win this war. The madman took a step forward. His blood-stained hair danced wildly as a terrifying baleful aura spread out in all directions. Blood Prison. Soul Extinguishing Technique. The two of them shouted. The Blood Prison and the Soul Extermination Technique were both supreme killing techniques that targeted the soul. They crazily attacked the Prince of the Dragons. Domain of Divinity. The Prince of the Dragons said faintly. The moment the Domain of Divinity appeared, the Soul Extinguishing Technique and the Blood Prison immediately dissipated. Damn, this is too abnormal. The madman cursed. Otherwise, why would it be called the Domain of Divinity? Qin Feiyang said. There wasn't much time left for the Rising Dragon's secret art. They had to end the battle quickly. Qin Feiyang's body shook. The purple gold dragon's soul roared out and the Eye of Heaven instantly opened. Not only was the Domain of Divinity replicated, but even the Ice Dragon's soul was replicated. Boom. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's cultivation rose from the minor undead realm all the way to the great perfection imperishable stage. Your battle soul, isn't it abnormal? The Prince of the Dragons said. Same to you. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the blood-red sword appeared again, slashing at the Prince of the Dragons. The Prince of the Dragons looked dignified. Because Qin Feiyang was also an invincible existence in the same realm. Not long ago, the battle between Qin Feiyang and the Ice Dragon Soul was the best example. At that time, facing the great perfection imperishable stage Ice Dragon Soul, Qin Feiyang opened the Eye of Heaven and replicated the Ice Dragon domain to suppress the Ice Dragon Soul. However, this was because the Ice Dragon Soul couldn't use the God Extinguishing Art, so it was suppressed by Qin Feiyang. Because only the God Extinguishing Art could compete with the Kill Art. But now, after the fusion, whether it was his own means or the Ice Dragon Soul's means, he could use them all. So the outcome of the battle was still hard to predict. The Prince of the Dragons grabbed the God Extinguishing Art and went forward. Clang. The two God Extinguishing Arts constantly collided. After his cultivation was raised to the great perfection imperishable stage, Qin Feiyang was no longer at a disadvantage when facing the Prince of the Dragons. The strength of the two was completely equal. Madman didn't make a move for the time being, taking the opportunity to heal the injuries on his body and his shattered arm. The battle became more and more intense. Neither of them opened any other God Extinguishing Arts. Because it was useless. The Prince of the Dragons had the God Domain. Qin Feiyang also replicated the God Domain. Those below the heaven-defying stage couldn't break through the God Domain. This was a confrontation of heaven-defying arts. Kacha. The battle lasted for about 100 breaths. The God Extinguishing Art and the blood-colored sword shattered at the same time. The two immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Let's end it. After Qin Feiyang stabilized his body, he opened the 3,000 incarnations. The 3,000 incarnations suddenly appeared in the void behind him. 3,000 incarnations. The Prince of the Dragons murmured. Clang. The next moment, the 3,000 incarnations activated the Kill Art at the same time. 3,000 incarnations, 3,000 blood-colored swords, the sharpness tore through heaven and earth. Do you know why I didn't fight when you repeatedly went to Divine Dragon Island to provoke me? The Prince of the Dragons suddenly spoke. Qin Feiyang frowned. The Prince of the Dragons said, I'm just thinking about how to break your 3,000 incarnations. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled and asked, Then have you thought of a way to break it? Actually, it's very simple. The Prince of the Dragons took a step forward and landed in front of Qin Feiyang with the God Domain. The God Domain instantly enveloped the 3,000 incarnations. Just as the 3,000 incarnations were enveloped by the God Domain, they all dissipated in the void. The Prince of the Dragons smiled and said, "The way to break the 3,000 incarnations is the God Domain." Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the empty void, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The God Domain can make God arts ineffective, but it can't make heaven-defying arts ineffective. Now, all 3,000 incarnations have been annihilated, which means that although your 3,000 incarnations seem to be heaven-defying arts, they are not heaven-defying arts. The Prince of the Dragons said. God Domain. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. This dragon race prince was indeed a fellow that gave people a headache, especially the God Domain. Although his God Domain had not reached the level of a heaven-defying battle soul, its power was comparable to the 3,000 incarnations. The Prince of the Dragons said, "So now, the 3,000 incarnations are useless." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "You are the first person who can break my 3,000 incarnations." "I'm honored." The Prince of the Dragons nodded. "But the battle still has to continue." Qin Feiyang took a step forward and activated the battle formula, movement formula, and kill formula in an instant. The Prince of the Dragons immediately retreated. But Qin Feiyang's movement formula was faster. After all, it was a heaven-defying art. In just an instant, Qin Feiyang appeared behind the Prince of the Dragons and slapped the prince's back. "Whether it's speed, strength, or physical strength, I can't compare with you. But it won't be that easy for you to defeat me." "God-slaying armor," the Prince of the Dragons said without turning his head, and a set of sacred armor suddenly appeared on his body. This armor covered his entire body and was invulnerable. Qin Feiyang slapped the armor, and most of the power was actually dissipated by the armor. At the same time, the Prince of the Dragons punched Qin Feiyang's chest. Qin Feiyang also had the battle formula to protect his body. Both of them took a step back. "This is..." Qin Feiyang looked at the God-slaying armor on the Prince of the Dragons in shock. The God-slaying art has a total of 2 moves. One is the God-slaying art, and the other is this God-slaying armor. The Prince of the Dragons stabilized his body and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said in disbelief, "Even now, you are still hiding your strength." "Now that it's gone, this is all my strength," the Prince of the Dragons said. "God-slaying armor, God-slaying sword," Qin Feiyang muttered. It was too difficult to deal with. The God-slaying armor and the battle character formula were similar in nature. It was very difficult to break the defense of the God-slaying armor. However, he had another advantage, and that was his speed. Swish. The next moment, Qin Feiyang used the movement formula, held the blood-colored sword in his hand, and launched an attack. The Prince of the Dragons could not keep up with his speed and could only defend passively. Clang! As long as there was a chance, Qin Feiyang would use the blood-colored sword to attack the God-slaying armor. Because only the blood-colored sword could break the defense of the God-slaying armor. Crack! Very soon, cracks appeared on the God-slaying armor. Although the Prince of the Dragons looked calm on the surface, his heart was getting heavier and heavier. To deal with the current Qin Feiyang, he had to have the same speed. However, he did not have a heaven-defying technique like the movement formula. This was his biggest disadvantage. How could he defeat the current Qin Feiyang? Suddenly, while he was fighting, he looked up at the sky. The sky was dark. This was caused by the battle. The battles on the various battlefields were extremely intense, causing the sky that was originally shining with the sun to become unusually dark, as if night had fallen. But he knew that it was still morning. This was because the battle started in the morning. For the time being, he did not have to worry about Qin Feiyang's slaughter field and Frenzy's blood-colored eye. This was because the slaughter field and the blood-colored eye could only be activated in the early morning. Early morning, got it. Suddenly, the Prince of the Dragons' eyes lit up and his battle intent surged. He continued to fight with Qin Feiyang. His injuries were also worsening. This feeling of only being able to defend passively made him very uncomfortable. But it did not matter. He just needed to persevere a little longer. Time passed quietly. Suddenly, there was an ear-piercing crisp sound from the god-slaying armor and it broke into pieces. Now is the time. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. Using the movement formula, he rushed behind the Prince of the Dragons at an extremely shocking speed and slashed out with the blood-colored sword. The Prince of the Dragons suddenly felt a fatal crisis. In a hurry, he used the god-slaying formula to block the blood-colored sword. Immediately, his arm could not help but go numb. Qin Feiyang's power was too terrifying. The god-slaying formula almost slipped out of his hand. Chapter 2942. Kill him! Madman roared from below. Slash! Qin Feiyang's eyes were like torches as he put away the blood-colored sword and slashed again with all his strength with a roar. Seeing this, Prince Dragons quickly raised his other arm and grabbed the god-slaying sword with both hands. Clang! The blood-colored sword fell, accompanied by a deafening sound, and the god-slaying art was immediately cut in half. The blood-colored sword carried a monstrous sharpness as it went straight for Prince Dragons' head. Just as Prince Dragons was about to be killed, Qin Feiyang's cultivations suddenly plummeted to the initial imperishable realm. What's going on? Madman was stunned. I've been waiting for this moment. Prince Dragons, on the other hand, was shaken as he slapped Qin Feiyang's lower abdomen with his palm. Qin Feiyang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed into the ground below like a meteorite. His lower abdomen caved in as blood splattered everywhere. And his aura also dissipated. Qin Feiyang. After this period of recuperation, Madman's arm had been reconstructed. Seeing this, his expression changed drastically as he hurriedly ran towards Qin Feiyang. How are you? Madman was extremely worried as he looked at Qin Feiyang lying on the ground. Because Prince Dragons didn't show any mercy in that palm. On Qin Feiyang's face, one could clearly see a pale and weak state. Not good. My Qi is shattered. Qin Feiyang spoke as he coughed up blood, his weakness becoming more and more obvious. The Prince of the Dragon Clan's palm strike was almost fatal to him. Because this palm hit his Qi. Once his Qi was shattered, he would temporarily become a cripple and would no longer be able to participate in the battle. Qi shattered. Madman's eyes trembled slightly when he heard this. He hurriedly took out a Life Divine pill and a Spirit C pill and stuffed them into Qin Feiyang's mouth. He said in a deep voice, "How did it suddenly become like this?" "It's time for the Rising Dragon art." Qin Feiyang sighed. "I see." Madman nodded in realization. "It's very, very difficult to defeat you. And the only chance is to wait until the time limit of the Rising Dragon technique has passed. As long as the Rising Dragon technique's time is up, then even if you keep replicating the Ice Dragon domain, your cultivation will instantly fall to the small success immortal realm." The Prince of Dragons stood in the sky and looked at Qin Feiyang. He was also in a very sorry state. Not only was his body covered in wounds, but there were also several bloody holes on his body, from which dragon blood was constantly flowing out. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "You are indeed a formidable opponent. In such a dangerous battle, if it were anyone else, they would have lost their composure long ago, but the Prince of Dragons was able to maintain his calm. This kind of calm temperament was simply frightening. You flatter me. Now that your Sea of Qi has been destroyed, you no longer have the strength to fight. Madman can't open his blood eye right now, so the outcome of this battle has been decided. Follow me, let's do something for the ancient world together." The Prince of Dragons looked at Qin Feiyang and the Madman and said. He really admired Qin Feiyang and the Madman and didn't want to kill them. Do something for the ancient world? The Madman sneered, stood up, and looked at the Prince of Dragons. Will your mother allow it? After this battle, I will persuade my mother to no longer interfere with the matters of the ancient world. In other words, as long as you follow me, the ancient world will be our world in the future. Don't you want to protect the living beings of the ancient world? Actually, this is also a method. It's not that you have to get rid of us dragons for the ancient world to be peaceful. Moreover, as long as we shake hands and make peace, whether it's the Dragon Slayer Temple or us, no one will be sacrificed. The Prince of Dragons said. It makes sense. The madman nodded. The Prince of Dragons smiled. So, you agree? Agree, your sister. The madman roared, releasing his aura. The Prince of Dragons said, if you really like my sister, I can also make the decision to let her marry you. The madman was startled. Really? Although my sister is naughty, she's actually quite a good person. If you really succeed, then we can be even closer. The Prince of Dragons smiled. What kind of joke is this? How can I marry your sister? The battle isn't over yet. The madman roared, activating the blood demon technique. He rushed into the sky, and the halberd appeared. He grabbed the halberd and charged at the Prince of Dragons. Blood demon technique. Qin Feiyang murmured and suddenly slapped his head. Why was he so stupid before and ignored the madman's blood demon technique? The blood demon technique was stronger than the ice dragon domain and could increase one's cultivation by 3 small realms. Before, he shouldn't have copied the ice dragon domain, but the blood demon technique. If he copied the blood demon technique and used the rising dragon technique, his cultivation could increase to the great perfection imperishable realm. Great perfection imperishable realm. Not to mention the Prince of Dragons, even the revered dragons weren't his match. He had really made a fatal mistake. Just as Qin Feiyang was extremely angry, the madman and the Prince of Dragons had already started fighting. With the absolute suppression of cultivation, the god-vanquishing sword tore through the sky and shattered the madman's halberd in just a few moments. Shua. Following closely, the Prince of Dragons slapped at the madman's Qi-Si. Scram! The madman roared. If even his Qi-Si was shattered, then they would completely lose this battle. The second profound ability of the Law of Slaughter, the God-killing sword, appeared and blasted at the God-vanquishing sword. Clang! The two collided. The God-killing sword also shattered. But the madman took the opportunity to retreat, looking extremely miserable. Qi-Si, I must immediately repair my Qi-Si. Seeing this scene, Qin Feiyang's heart was burning with anxiety. The current Prince of Dragons was too strong. With the madman's current strength, it was impossible to defeat him. Unless he opened the blood eye. But the blood eye could only be opened after midnight. So the only way now was to repair his Qi-Si, open the Eye of Heaven, and copy the madman's blood demon technique. Don't be so stubborn. Since we can solve this peacefully, why must we pay with our lives? The Prince of Dragons looked at the madman with a trace of anger in his eyes. Peace? If you dragons really yearn for peace, why did you treat us humans like this all these years? Just like the dragon vanquishing palace. Don't tell me that you still don't understand the root cause of the dragon vanquishing palace's appearance? The madman shouted. Because of me? The Prince of Dragons frowned. The dragon vanquishing palace was born because of Qin Batian. And why did Qin Batian create the dragon vanquishing palace? This is because your mother wanted to deprive him of his bloodline power. And why did your mother want to deprive him of his bloodline power? Didn't she do it for you? She wanted you to fuse with the bloodline power of the purple gold divine dragon and become the first purple gold divine dragon in history. Tell me, isn't all of this because of you? Although you might not have thought so, and you might not have thought about Qin Batian and Qin Feiyang's bloodline power, you can't deny that this is directly related to you. The madman said. After hearing this, the Prince of Dragons fell silent. If you really want to reconcile, you can. But the condition is that you dragons must get out of the ancient world and never appear again. I want to ask you, can you do it? Even if you can do it, can you persuade your mother and your clansmen? The madman shouted. The Prince of Dragons looked at the madman, then looked at Qin Feiyang and sighed. It seems that we have to fight to the death. Yes. Not to mention us, the creatures of the ancient world will not allow us to reconcile with you dragons. The grudge between the dragons and humans has long reached the point where it's either you die or I die. So, don't be naive. Reconciliation will never happen. Humans, dragons, one side must perish today. The madman roared, and the halberd appeared again. He charged at the Prince of Dragons without hesitation. If one side really perishes, The Prince of Dragons murmured and suddenly looked at the madman. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he said, "Then I can only choose, you humans perish." Boom! Rolling Dragon's might roared out. The sky here suddenly collapsed as if it was the end of the world. What to do? Looking at the madman who was like a moth flying into the flame, Qin Feiyong was extremely anxious. "Feiyong, quickly come to the Black Tortoise world." The mermaid princess voice suddenly sounded in Qin Feiyong's mind. Qin Feiyong was stunned. "I told you to come." The little boy's voice sounded, and immediately after, Qin Feiyong felt the power of the Black Tortoise world enveloping him, and in the next moment, he appeared in the Devil's Land. Obviously, it was the little boy who brought Qin Feiyong to the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyong said angrily, "At a time like this, how can I abandon senior brother Madman and escape alone?" "It's not escaping, I'll help you repair your Qi. The mermaid princess landed in front of Qin Feiyong. "Repair Qi?" Qin Feiyong looked at the mermaid princess in a daze. The mermaid princess laughed, "Have you forgotten? I have the Eye of Life." "And me." Accompanied by a familiar voice, the demon ancestor landed beside Qin Feiyong and laughed, "We haven't fought for so long, I'm afraid you've forgotten that I also have a forbidden technique, the Soul of Life." "Eye of Life? Soul of Life?" Qin Feiyong's gaze trembled. Don't say it. He had forgotten. The Eye of Life was the battle soul of the mermaid princess, and it had the heaven-defying ability to regenerate flesh from bones. The demon ancestor's Soul of Life was the same. However, opening the Soul of Life required one's lifespan as the price. However, it was only helping him repair his Qi, and it wouldn't use much lifespan. After coming back to his senses, Qin Feiyong hurriedly shouted, "Then hurry up." The mermaid princess and the demon ancestor looked at each other. A bright golden light suddenly emerged from behind the mermaid princess. It was a big golden fish. As soon as the big golden fish appeared, a golden light enveloped Qin Feiyong. Qin Feiyong immediately felt warm and comfortable all over his body. The demon ancestor also opened his Soul of Life, and a majestic energy poured into Qin Feiyong's body. Under the joint efforts of the two, Qin Feiyong's injuries and Qi were healed in an instant. "Thank you," Qin Feiyong said gratefully and immediately disappeared.